In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here is to view PTV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching BOPTV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOPTV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Unpaid. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to talk, please discuss.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The issues. Don't just react.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Familani, and here is to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count. Awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Good morning and welcome to VOP This Morning. I am Moses Humphrey. A beautiful day to be alive it is. Welcome to the program. And of course, we have quite the package for you today. We'd like you to come along with us as we make sense of these stories and more. But first, we'll be going to Anambra State, where the market reopens today after being shut for 1 week. It will reopen today. And if the people, traders and all, decide to come out today, then it probably will stay open. If not, I guess the governor will look for another way, maybe shut it down again. But we'll look at all of that in the course of the program. Also, we'll be looking at the controversies surrounding the tax law. ADC defection talks stalls as Kwankwanso waits on Obi's fate. Well, these are the conversations at our table this morning. Do come along with us.
Oh, well, good morning and thanks for joining us. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Now, those are the major topics of discussion, but there are also other interesting trending stories that we'll talk about in the course of the show.
Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us on VOP this morning. Let's go straight in. And the first story we'll be talking about today is Funke Akindele blasts Kunle Afolayan over Nollywood remarks. Nollywood actress and producer Funke Akindele has called out filmmaker Kunle Afolayan over his comments on film promotion strategies in the country. Afolayan had claimed that some colleagues, including Akindele, promote their movies through dance-driven campaigns, which he seemed to dismiss. According to him, Akindele called him personally, seemingly upset, and asked him not to mention her name ever in interviews. Afolayan maintained that their relationship is professional and long-standing, adding that he was surprised by Akindele's reaction. The controversy has sparked reactions in the Nollywood community, with many awaiting Akindele's response. When I saw this story, the first thing that came to my mind is how rivalry and the supremacy battle, takes place in Nollywood. As one who is close to a lot of filmmakers, one of the things I can tell you that is plaguing Nollywood is the rivalry. I remember in December when Inedo had the controversy around her film name. Remember? Very dirty December. And I remember interviewing her at the time. And then she told me that, Jane, the reason why I did that was because I didn't want to be put aside, because she was competing against the top dogs that December. And then bringing this back home to what Afolayan said, for me, no matter, even if he says he was just trying to draw parallels or just give an example, no matter how little no matter how trivial it might sound, it's actually very dismissive. One thing I know is that Funke Akindele has been able to unlock some of the secrets of making a blockbuster in Nollywood. She understands her audience. Then aside from that, she understands the market. She knows how to market. She knows the kind of stories that can win. And then she has a cult following. She has a massive fan base. And all of these things work for her. So rather than, tear your colleague down, why don't you look for your own path? The sky is big enough. And I think at this point, what Nollywood actually needs is a lot of collaboration.
Tearing down is part of the looking for the market.
Oh, yes. But I think what the industry needs right now is more of collaboration and looking for ways to, what do you think, Moses? I know
rivalry will always come up. It's part of the game. You would always have somebody you're trying to be better than.
Yeah.
But how they go about it is my concern. I don't see any problem if somebody decides to use dance campaigns to promote a movie. I don't see the problem. You can put up billboards. You can get dancers on the street to dance and share flyers about the movie. You can share barcodes. Whatever means you choose to promote your movie is absolutely your business. I don't see why it's an issue for Afolayan, dragging Funke into all of this. Well, to be honest with you, I think all of this is part of the campaign.
Exactly the point. That's what because at least we are discussing it now. Yes. I didn't know about all of this until I got into it.
It's all part of it.
When Moses talked about rivalry, and Jen talked about rivalry, and Moses chorused it. There are three basic instincts that drive human beings in life. One is fear, the second one is competition, and the third one is glory. These are the three basic instincts that drive humanity. And it's a historical thing. Let's not get into all of that. And it's everywhere, even in our industry. It's there. But I think I will talk about Funke in a bit. Funke, started as way back when she was in high school as Jennifer. So it's a brand. I've forgotten the name of that soap.
I need to know. As Jennifer and all of that. And it was
Jennifer there. No, she wasn't. Jennifer was.
She was just
later
I need to know. Jennifer was a character she created. Later.
No, but I'm talking about where she started.
Yes,
she started with I need to know.
I need to know, but after some time, it now they've turned Jennifer, a brand that she's been able to, build over time.
Yes.
And like Moses said, part of what they are doing is also part of the campaign. At least we are discussing it now. And I understand that she's the first artist now. She was the first to net 1 billion naira, earnings with her when she premiered this thing. I think I've forgotten behind the scenes and all of that. And again, the first to hit 2 billion naira mark. I think it's an effort that she has put up. Whatever they are doing, I'm sure that they will be in their spaces now, laughing the way Nigerians are talking about it and all of that. It's all part of the promotion. I know that. And Afolayan said, well, we are colleagues professionally. Relationship is professional and all of that. There will be somewhere, maybe one pub, one penthouse, clinking glasses. These people are even talking about it. They are not the only ones. When Davido and Burna Boy,
Wizkid
and all of them, when they hit shoulders and they say, don't worry, we are doing it and all of that. It's part of the game.
And I think the government actually loves all of this because it's a temporary distraction. Because trust me, in the next 5 days, in the next 3 days, Nigerian youth.
Why are you dragging government?
Why?
Please, let's drag them in.
No, why are you dragging?
Because I'm so angry about yesterday. I don't know if you heard the story about the girl who died, by snake bites. Because
there was no antivenom.
I'm so angry. I'm so angry because in Stena clients that shouldn't happen in 2026.
So the issue of antivenom, we should promote trado medicine.
Yes.
We may not be able to get antivenom in our hospitals because I understand it's protein, and if it's not stored,
You need steady
properly,
electricity.
which we don't have. Let's be honest. So, but then there are traditional means of getting these things out of the system. I remember a friend of mine was stung by
Scorpion.
a scorpion. You know, it's a funny story anyway. So he got stung by a scorpion, and then luckily for him, it was within a rather rural area. So he was able to get some traditional means to solving the problem, and he got the venom out of his system.
Okay.
You know.
Now, talking about, I'm happy. Talking about scorpion, you know, the impression we have that the moment you are stung by a scorpion, if care is not taken, you will die. But it's not true.
Okay.
It doesn't kill. The thing is that...
But it kills eventually.
No, it doesn't. The pain is very severe.
Okay.
The pain is very, very severe.
So it doesn't kill at all?
It doesn't kill. But
I don't want to be stung.
No,
want to be stung.
No, I don't want. I don't want. But the pain is very severe. That's the downside of it, you know.
Yeah.
But we have out there the impression that the moment you are stung by a scorpion, if care is not taken, you will die.
Yeah,
Oh, well.
I think we need more awareness.
Yes,
I mean,
we do.
since the
Yes, we
government
do.
cannot help us, we should start helping ourselves. So what happens?
Yes, we should start helping ourselves.
What happens
like-
if you are bitten by a snake? What can you do? You
No,
know,
but that one kills.
snakes.
Yes,
It depends.
snake
It depends on the kind of snake.
On the kind of snake.
The kind of snake and the duration.
But
You
how
know,
was
if
I
you-
hear it was a cobra? Like how did
If it's a cobra, then it's very deadly.
that's the king of snakes?
You know, they bite you. If you panic, the venom goes all the way to your heart. You know, it's
Immediately.
faster.
No, depending on where.
You're advised to, depending on the part of the body.
On the part of the
So
body.
you're advised to calm down and all that. So
Apart
I think
from-
these are training. These are things that people need to be told over and over again. And also, like I said, the use of traditional medicine. We should encourage that and have them in every health center. Actually,
Traditional medicine in every health center in Nigeria. I think that's possible.
It's possible.
No, it's possible depending on
There may be some synergy.
No, maybe it's possible according to Moses. Maybe we're looking at in 50 years' time or so. When we cannot get the orthodox medicine,
it's hopeless. It's not hopeless. We can.
No, Moses, what we see is hopeless.
It is
We are
hopeless.
looking for tetanus, anti-tetanus vaccines. I know the number of people that die because of that. About 500 naira. We can't find them in clinics, in government-owned clinics. So how will we be able to flood the whole health centers with anti-snake?
Nigerians should just help
venom?
themselves. That's it. That's just
Nigerians
it.
are helping themselves.
Let's just keep
and
helping
talking
ourselves.
about the snake bite, before I forget, you know, I was told while growing up that part of the elixir is, to cut off the flow of blood. At that point, if it bites you here, you know, you use something very strong, you know, to stop. So
But
that
Mr. Okoro, some doctors were online yesterday saying you don't need to tie something there on the spot, that it will even worsen the matter. So we even have conflicting reports. So who do we? I don't know.
Anyway, God will help us.
when we fail to help ourselves,
God will
that's
help
an escapist theory.
Okay, let us escape into another topic of discussion. And President Bola Tinubu has approved the disbursement of 40 billion naira in zero-interest loans to lecturers and other workers in Nigeria's tertiary institutions. Well, the loans, ranging from 1 million naira to 10 million naira, will be repayable over 5 years, including a one-year moratorium. The staff loan scheme aims to ease financial pressures on academic and non-academic staff, enabling them to focus on teaching, research, and community service. Well, the federal government will bear the full interest cost, and some beneficiaries have already accessed the facility. The president reaffirmed the government's commitment to keeping institutions open and avoiding disruptions in the education system. The government has launched the Energizing Education Program, providing 24-hour electricity to federal tertiary institutions. This is a good development on paper, I will say, because we have heard a lot of these things that are written on paper. Yet, if you go down to the basics, you don't find those things. I recall one time the federal government said they had disbursed a certain amount of money to ASU. And when I spoke to the current ASU president, he said no. And they said they released the money during the tenure of Osodoke. Before Osodoke left, he said, I've not seen any money. And when I spoke to the current professor now, he said, well, we have not seen any money. So we see these things happen from time to time. Government will say, we have sent out this, we have done this. We're even having problems between the governors and the federal government At some point, the federal government will say, I've sent so amount of money, billions in palliatives, bags of trucks of rice to the governors, to the states through the governors. And the governors will come out and say, well, we have seen only 2 out of the 5 billion. And the federal government is very emphatic, well, we have sent 5 billion and 40,000 bags of rice. So these things happen over time. It's a good thing. Like there was a day we talked about it, you know. The lecturers, basically, according to them, they don't need loans, they need good pay, so that they will be able to afford those things without having to go through the process of repaying loans. When I was a kid, my father always told me that he who goes a-borrowing goes a-sorrowing. And while growing up, I experienced a bit of it. So when the federal government says they want to give out monies to lecturers in terms of loans, the lecturers say, well, we don't need it. What we need is nice pay, good pay, so that we can afford those things without having to go through a process of repayment. But we also understand that some of the lecturers and even non-teaching staff have started assessing the loan facility. It's optional if you want to take, if you don't want to leave it. But at the bottom of it all is that, look, lecturers are asking for upgrades, upscale the academic environment in terms of research, in terms of infrastructure, so that our products will be able to compete internationally. Last week, the tertiary education survey, one of those agencies, you know, that raises surveys about the standard of education globally in Africa, talked about I think Nigeria we had only 1 or 2 universities in the 1 to 1,000 category.
Which university was that?
Naturally now, University of Lagos and University of Ibadan.
Naturally.
University of Lagos and University of Ibadan, you know. But then, and we discovered that between 1,000 to 1,000, and I'm beginning to ask, I think UI made it to 800 and something. So between 1 in Africa, or is it I think it's an African thing, between 1 and 800, and we couldn't find 1 Nigerian university.
Not even the private universities.
Not even Covenant, not even Babcock, not even, you know, we mentioned Unilag and UI, you know, and all of that. So could make it, so it tells us how low we have gone to the lowest of our lows, you know, in terms of the standard of education. When I was in the university, I had foreigners, people from Cameroon, people from Ghana, you know, exchange programs that were in my university, you know, but you don't see those things anymore. What we now see is the Nigerian parents change Naira into dollar, use it to pay school fees in Benin Republic. You know, just about an hour drive from here, Benin Republic.
Well, we also have
Ghana,
some Benin Republic universities that are not even recognized in Nigeria.
Yeah, people go there to
Nigerians still go there
to acquire education, you know, certificates and all of that. So that is, like I said, the lowest of our load. But well, lecturers is optional, and nobody forces anyone to take a loan. If you don't want to take it, please leave it.
The attitude of government towards the academia is appalling, to say the least. I mean, these are people who impact knowledge, and I think they should be encouraged to do what they do. I see what Lagos State is doing to teachers in secondary schools and the rest, you know, letting them know that, look, your reward is not just in heaven. You can start getting reward here on earth. I have friends who have benefited from Lagos State government's largesse in sponsorship outside the country for trainings and the rest, and it's a laudable one. It's a laudable one. It has encouraged people to want to stay in the profession, knowing that you can get the opportunity to be trained abroad. You participate in debates and all of that here in Nigeria, and you get monetary compensation. But that's just Lagos State. I think the federal that has more money, all right, that is in charge of the resources of Nigeria, can do better around the nation, especially between federal universities. They should benefit. They should have the opportunity they should have the bragging right to say, yes, I teach or I lecture in a federal institution, and these are the benefits that accrue to me, all right? And if government decides to do that, give them, opportunities to go abroad. Just take a few of them every now and then, twice every year. If you do that twice every year, a few of them abroad, maybe Finland or somewhere, get some training, come back, some monetary compensation for those that participated. Some get cars, some get money. When you do that twice a year, I'm telling you, the academic system in Nigeria will improve greatly. You will find people leaving private universities to come teach in federal and state universities. They will give their best. But when you act like they don't matter, and then we run a system whereby those that aspire to govern don't even need any certificate per se to get into that office, you start to ask yourself, you see young people asking themselves, what is the essence of getting
Politics
educated?
is the only profession that is not regulated.
In Nigeria?
Yes,
it's not regulated.
Yes.
You don't need any certificate
Yeah.
to practice it.
To be a president, what's the least? I think your
It's school cert.
School cert to be a president.
Yeah.
So I mean, why should I go the long haul to get a degree?
If you want to be a president.
If you want to be a president, if you are allowed to be a president.
Okay, if you're allowed to. Now, Jen, you're becoming very political.
Yes,
Before we
very.
leave this topic, I would like to say something. I'm sure that the people of Singapore will have given me citizenship because of the way I keep going to Singapore to talk about Singapore.
Lee Kuan Yew.
Yeah, one of the things that Lee Kuan Yew did was, Lee Kuan Yew said, look, you cannot develop a country if you do not develop the people that will develop the country. So he invested in education. You know what? The people that he recruited as teachers were the best hands. He will go to a school, a university, he will recruit the best, the topmost, to go and teach in secondary school and in the universities. You know the people that got into government. Here, people that get into government, civil service, are people who couldn't get into industry.
Yes.
Banks and all of that.
That's
Banks,
true.
oil company. But it was the reverse in Singapore. Before you get into government, you must be very, very brave.
But that's what it was in Nigeria at some point.
Until we changed things, until things changed. You
Civil
get the
service
point.
was the haven for the
It was
brains.
the heaven
that
for
was where
the
you
best.
had the very best.
That was how we had the super pem sex, who were educated at the same time with Lee in the UK.
Wow.
In the UK. But somehow we got things reversed. Yeah, I had a regional manager of mobile producing, somewhere in Port Harcourt. Regional manager. You know why he got into the industry at the time that he did? He made a third class in engineering, so couldn't get into the civil service.
He made a third class,
in engineering and couldn't get into the civil service.
Couldn't get into the civil service.
And now got into mobile producing.
Now the civil
So
service
by
is
the
like
time
a dumping ground.
he became regional manager, he was 100 times better than his mates that went into the civil service.
In terms of
welfare,
standard of living, and all of that. So that's why people stopped getting into civil service and now focused on industry.
But a lot of people now are going to civil service because they want to have time for business and
No,
earn more
because
stable.
they know that's where the money is. The
no, I'm even
politicians
saying-
don't steal. It is the civil servant that help them.
Okay, well, civil servants get level, so it depends on the level you're talking about. But I'm saying like
It
there's
depends on-
stability.
No, Jane, it doesn't
There's-
depend on your level. It depends on your position.
On your
You see,
position, okay.
You never see level 7 guy where they drive like 40 million naira car. You never see. For Abuja, go there.
But
and see
people
them.
also love the civil service because of the stability, job security. You have, I don't want to say this out, but they are very busy in those
They're
their
very
office.
what?
They are very busy. They work very hard, and so you find out that most times people work in the civil service and they have businesses.
Exactly.
civil
So
servants
they're-
will come for you for this.
That's why I said they work very hard. They're very busy.
Yeah, right. Oh, well. Now, there's another story we'll just touch on very quickly before we run to the papers and look at the headlines. The Lagos State Task Force has launched a fresh enforcement operation targeting commercial motorcycles, traffic violations, and illegal structures along the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Road Corridor. Now, over 50 motorcycles were confiscated, and 10 vehicles were arrested impounded also, for traffic offences. The operation aims to restore order, improve road safety, and protect critical infrastructure along the coastal road project. You see, managing humans is just one very daunting task because humans are, so the issue of free will, has made humans very stubborn. There are places that you shouldn't ride a motorcycle ordinarily because of how, the movement of traffic in that area, it could endanger your life. But people still go ahead. I mean, the coastal highway is an express road. All right, and then you ride motorcycles, you can get involved in accidents and the rest. So, I am for this
Clamp
down. Thank you very much. And for the clamp down, it's a laudable one as far as I am concerned. The structures along the coastal highway, it will make the place look dirty and so I think we should follow, lay down rules. If there are rules that motorcycles don't ply a certain road, expressways, and the rest of them, then it should stand. Nigerians are just such that you need to talk and talk and talk, and it feels like it's not getting into anybody's ears. People just want to do what they want to do, and that's an impression that some people come here and take away, because they say, oh, ordinarily standing in line is a problem. You go to a regular line, maybe a bank, ATM, or somewhere, and somebody feels he can jump the line, and he doesn't even have to be a politically exposed person. It could just be anybody who feels, oh well, I have access. I can't wait in line, and it makes us unruly. I see these things happen, and I just shake my head in disbelief that this is where we still are. And we have young people growing up. I was in the school environment some weeks back in the Lagos State University, and I was somewhere trying to print out a few things, and students came around, and they were all over the place, and a particular girl just walked straight. In fact, she shoved everybody else aside. Walked straight, and somebody tapped her out. Why did you step on me? And she's like, if you touch me again. And then that one, out of fear, leaned back, and then she talked to the person that was delivering the service. Not like she knew him before, but she had the boldness, and she got what she wanted, printed for all her friends.
Wow. And
then she walked away, and I just sat there and I was smiling. It's unfortunate. The other person had been in line, so we just like to break rules. We like to break rules.
It's in our DNA.
It is in our DNA, and it's very unfortunate. And the problem there is, I don't think the NOA is doing enough in educating Nigerians on how to be better individuals, all right? Because we've talked about changing anthem and the rest of them. But how well is it working? Is it really working? Is it working? Because if you pass the message down, regularly enough, then the younger ones will know, okay, this is how things should be done. And then we'll see correction, start emanating from the younger ones. And maybe those that are born after that will imbibe the right thing. Anyway, we're running out of time. But
I agree with you, but I always love to stand on the side of people most times, because enforcement...
Even when the people do wrong?
No, not when they do wrong.
Okay.
No, it's not that bad. But I feel that enforcement hits hardest at the bottom. We've cleared these guys. Yes, Lagos is a mega city. There's a master plan. Coastal Road has to be, free of all of those inhibitions and all of that. But where are we clearing them to? I always ask. Because that these bike
leave the coastal highway. Use in our streets.
But that even on the major roads of the Lekki Ekpe, Ozumba, they are not allowed to ply.
You don't use the expressway.
Okay, so
because it causes accidents.
The other day we still talked about the Makoko. We're still recovering from Makoko demolition and all of that. So while the government is still sticking to its master plan, I think we should just be a little bit empathetic, because life is hard.
Life is hard. Life has always been hard. Life will always be very hard. Oh, well, let's quickly run to the papers now, because we are almost...
Have you seen what these people do when you allow them to ply some routes? They create a menace.
Yeah.
They create it's horrible. They cause accidents. Anyway, let's go to the papers very, very quickly. I do have the Guardian with me. So let's check out the headlines from the Guardian this morning. Nigerians turn to survival business as formal jobs dry up. There you go. And then the window headlines here. Obi faults Tinubu on multiple foreign trips, 2027 agenda. Tinubu's reforms saved 27 states from collapse, says Minister. House defends delay in passage of Electoral Act Amendment Bill. And some other headlines here. Reactions reactivate standby force against Sahel threats. Tinubu tells ECOWAS. Header asks U.S. to sanction Nigerians linked to security fund diversion. And then 2027, Atiku holds talks with ADP leaders amid Obi Kwankwanto alliance rumor. Terrorists raise church, police station in Niger. Osun Assembly vows to recover diverted LG funds. Anxiety as Soludo reopens Onitsha market. Investors, farmers lament as a Greek sector loses 5 trillion naira in 2 years. And the bottom strip there. Oando announces 32% production growth, 3.21 trillion naira revenue in 2025. These are the headlines.
Let's move over to the Nigerian Tribune, and the lead story there is West African leaders meet in Ghana, agree on regional security framework, say region is now a global epicenter of terrorism and violent extremism. Oil spill, Ijaw youths threaten to shut down oil facilities. Oil discovery at Eba. Ogun government reaffirms jurisdiction, cites legal historical evidence. Oyo National Park Office, police arrest 7 suspects. My team will continue where I stopped in 2027, Makinde, as Peter Obi Lord's governor for uplift of states. Labour Party holds congresses in March. Osun Assembly vows to recover all diverted LG funds. Restates oversight, legislative power over local government areas. Free meters, discos defy minister's directive, focus on ban A customers. Concerns over huge crash outside banking system despite surge in digital transactions.
There you have it. And those are the headlines. We'll go deeper at 10 o'clock during newspaper review. We'll deal with those headlines proper, make sense of it all. Now let's get into the conversation. Anambra market, Onitsha main market reopens amidst IPOB seat-at-home call. Let's talk about this when we come back from this break. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Familoni, and here is to view PTV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. Welcome to the program. Now, let's look at what's happening in Anambra State. Now, the Anambra State government has announced the reopening of Onitsha main market on Monday, which is today, February 2, 2026, after a week-long closure due to traders' observance of a Monday sit-at-home order enforced by the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB. Governor Chukwuma Soludo declared an end to the sit-at-home order in Anambra State and assured traders and residents of adequate security. Well, the state government has also reminded civil servants and teachers of the pro rata salary system, meaning no work on Monday, no pay. Parents have been advised to ensure their children attend school on Mondays to avoid sanctions. Meanwhile, IPOB has declared a one-day sit-at-home across Southeast states on Monday. Same day, basically, today. Well, and this is in protest of the market closure. Well, the Anambra State Police Command has increased security measures and surveillance to maintain law and order. So, we do have with us Barrister Darlington Agumwo. Well, Barrister, good morning to you. Welcome to the conversation.
Good morning, Moses, Jane, and Mr. Koro. How are we today?
Very well, thank you. We also been joined by Elder Dr. Yusuf Solomon Dambaki, who is a policy and development expert. And from Benin, Comrade Purpose Osanwai joins the conversation as well. Good morning, gentlemen. Now let's dive into it. Barrister, I would like to start off with you on this one. Now, this is, some have said it's inhumane. You can't compel the people. You can't say, okay, if people decide that it's not IPOB's order that they are abiding by, they just want to sit at home in solidarity of Nnamdi Kanu, and they decide to sit at home. Does the governor have the right to compel them? Now, today is just starting. We will be getting reports from Anambra and the Southeast in the next few hours to see how things are turning out. If the general sit at home across Southeast states will hold, and if that holds, what does that portend for the governor's actions and the peace that we desire in the Southeast?
Mr. Moses, if this thing continues, the economy of the Southeast will tumble. That is the fact. That is one result that will come out of this thing. And that is why some of us are saying, no, you don't do this. You have been doing something for many years and no results. Why do you continue? More so, when the man you are doing it on his behalf is telling you, don't do this again, don't try it, I don't want it. Is it by force for you to do favor to me when I'm not benefiting from this?
What do you make of Ima Powerful's statement that, look, there will be a general sit at home in solidarity of the Onitsha main market closure?
No, whoever did that is an impostor, because IPOB that I know have said there should be no lockdown anywhere in the South.
But Ima Powerful,
somebody are using his name. That's what I just heard. The DOS is telling you that people are using Ima Powerful. It has become.
So if people are using his name, he's still alive. Can't he come out?
That's what I'm saying. I learned he has resigned. That he has been told not to be using that name again. That's what I learned yesterday. He
has been told not to use.
Yes, yesterday. Look, Mr. Moses, on what ground would anybody make such a pronouncement? Are you the government or what? Hold on what ground? Just tell me.
So, Barrister, let me understand. So you're saying the man himself, who is alive, was not the one that made the statement?
They said he's not the one. The DOS, Nnamdi Kanu have told you that.
Why can't the man himself come out and
why
say,
will he come and talk? They have told him not to. People are using that brand for
Barrister, people are using your brand, to make statements credited to you. And some people ask you not to come out and disclaim it. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, what I'm saying that brand is no longer, look, if at all is the one that made that statement, it is wrong.
Okay, you're not sure. Okay,
no, if at all, yes, if at all. Because look at it this way. Nnamdi Kanu, who is their leader, have told you on several locations, don't do this. So why would you not go ahead and be doing it? Does it make sense?
Barrister Darlington, I understand that at some point, Nnamdi Kanu said, well, I don't need you people to sit at home every Monday. I'm coming, sir, except when I'm going to court or when it becomes necessary. And in this instance, well, the group, the leadership of IPOB feel that it is necessary. Barrister, hold on, let me
go ahead.
They feel that it is necessary in solidarity with the traders in Onitsha main market. So that is the situation now. Is there anything wrong in that? I'm asking you.
Please. Let us not support what is wrong.
I'm asking a question. Nobody is supporting anything.
Have you had or have you seen the government side of this whole thing? They have engaged them for 2 years, trying to make them see reason. Is that not enough? Because people are calling Solu the tyrant, this and that. But they have forgotten the effort this man has put in place. Can't you just see from the government side of it? You are impoverishing people for nothing. Mr. Okoro, on that Monday, that nobody come to market, IPOB did not gain from it. The trader did not gain from it. Nnamdi Kanu did not gain from it. The artisan did not gain from it. The government of Abia did not gain from it. So, that 8 billion naira is lost, just fizzle out like that. Who tolerate that? What exactly are you now doing? What are you pursuing? No government will tolerate that, please. Let us call a spade here. I don't like this type of behavior because you are hurting your own people. You are hurting them. Telling me, you show me the law. Yes, they have shown you the law. The law is that since 1978, the land use decree. All land belongs to the what? To the government of a state. Even the federal government cannot take any land without approaching the state.
The governor has threatened to demolish the market if push comes
yes,
to
now
shove.
so that everybody can rest and sit at home. Yes. Yes, because I've actually. What is the reason? What is the benefit?
How humane would that be?
Oh, Mr. Okoro, Mr. Moses, listen very well, though. Listen very well. I've told everybody who care to listen. Don't challenge government. No government like to be challenged, whether state or federal. I've told you. What you are doing now, what is the reason? Give us the benefit of what you are doing so that we can listen to you. You are not benefiting. Nobody is benefiting.
Mr. Gomo, you are a lawyer and you are telling people not to challenge government. So when government tramples on your right, you just keep quiet.
Not on this particular point. Not on this particular. That facility is owned by the government. The government established that market for the good of all. Then a few people cannot.
Looks like you are getting emotional over this.
Not emotional.
I would like for you to look at the sides, different sides to it. Now,
Really?
there are questions people are asking. The issues, that led to the sit at home. In fact, there are so many talking points in all of this. Number one, people are saying, does it look like Chukwuma Soludo is the one who escalated the sit at home issue in Anambra? Because when he came into government, the moment he won the elections, without even, assuming office, he started talking tough about sit at home and all of that. And he didn't learn the models from places like Enugu, Abia, and Ebonyi, where there were no. Barrister, I'm asking a question. Some people have said he looks like he's the one that is the problem.
No.
And shortly after he wins his second term, he's still talking tough on the sit at home issue. People also believe that the issue of sit at home, the factors that led to it, is not accidental. It's the fundamental to the survival of a group of people. And so that it should be handled with kid gloves. Now, the third question people are asking, in all that happened before the sit at home, that the Southeast states were earning 8 billion naira every month. They are every month.
Anambra.
In Anambra. People are asking, the governors and the people, what did they do with the 8 billion naira that they were getting every month? And they're asking what has changed between then and now.
The money is not for the government, for God's sake, now. It is the money they generate in that market that is lost.
To who?
To nobody. That's what I'm telling you. I really have my own synopsis about it. That on that day, that money is just wasted.
Barrister, the people are saying, allow us to waste this money.
No, please don't go there. Please don't go there. Listen very well. The government said that they have engaged them for 2 good years. Let somebody come and debunk it. The government said that we have provided security to 150 vigilante people well armed, and it's even the market that are paying those people. The garrison. Sorry?
Could it be that the people don't have enough trust in the government to secure their lives?
Mr. Moses, no. The thing is that some people want to cash out with Nnamdi Kalu's name, and nobody should tolerate it.
Who are these people?
Yes, most of the members in that market are IPOB members, and they are doing it for selfish reason. Not that Nnamdi Kalu authorized it.
Can you throw light on the possible selfish reason they might be doing?
Good. They want to force the government to buy into their own idea. That what they want, they want that market to be closed on Monday for their own selfish interests, which nobody can now adduce. Nobody can say what they are pursuing, because I've told you here that day that they don't come to market, over 8 billion is lost. Nobody gained. IPOB did not gain because they didn't trade. Market trader did not gain. The government did not gain. Nnamdi Kalu did not gain. The artisans who make a living on daily basis for coming to that, they did not gain. So why would you lose such an amount of money on a daily market like that?
This thing has gone on for so long. What do you think? What is the long-term implication? I mean, it has lingered for so long.
Yes.
What's the long-term implication? And what do you think might be the way out at this point?
If evil is allowed to fester in a particular environment for too long, it becomes a tradition and culture. And I like it when the government has come to stop it. Because that is not the culture of the Igbo man. We always use ourselves when we are doing something. This money that is being lost, they are calculated is over 3 trillion naira. Just nowhere, nobody is with it. It did not enter anybody's pocket. So why would you be wasting that kind of money in the southeast? I mean in Anambra. The garrison, military garrison, 5 minutes away to the market. So if there's any insecurity, they can always be deployed to take care of anything. So all the reasons that IPOB or whoever is giving, it doesn't add up. As far as I'm concerned, it doesn't add up at all. So when they are saying, show me the law, show me the law is that the government established that place. The worst you can do is go and collect all your goods in your shop and leave the market. Then the governor can come and lock up his shop. Advertise for other people who can come and use it. That's just the end of the story. You cannot dictate for the government in a facility they established. For what? What you are pursuing? Nnamdi Kalu has been there even before the trial and the sentencing. And they have allowed this thing, thinking that it will yield result. But up to today, it didn't yield any result. And we are now trying to interface with the federal government so that they can now mellow down and release Nnamdi Kalu. Please tell me, this belligerent attitude, is that what you are going to use to face the federal government?
Barrister,
and ask for favor.
Barrister, I was going to ask you what the underlying demands. I mean, what is it really that IPOB is, asking for? What is it that is driving this sit at home? But you said something earlier that nobody can even deduce. If we can't deduce what IPOB really is fighting for, or the reason why they are enforcing the so-called sit at home, then doesn't it almost sound like a lost cause? So how can this be? What's the way out?
When it was going on initially, it was from Nnamdi Kalu.
Release.
Good. Now, he has been sentenced and is in Sokoto Correctional Center. Please, let me tell you, is it not time for you to now change your tactics? Since the other one did not
would it
work?
make a difference if Nnamdi Kalu speaks from detention, either gets a lawyer, because I understand that the lawyer that was with him just left. But what if he speaks from detention and said, look, whatever, stay or don't stay? Will that make a difference?
He has already spoken. They just don't want to listen. That's why I tell you that this has become selfish interest or economic sabotage.
If he's the leader of IPOB and he speaks and they don't listen, you think the leadership of IPOB has slipped through his hands?
Yes, that is what is going on now. Yes, they want to rubbish the cause. Mr. Moses, they want to rubbish this cause now because every non-state actor is now trying to. In fact, what do they call it? That the Jahu or whatever, that other young man, he came out and spoke that there will be total lockdown. That if the government dare him, why would you be talking like
Could
this?
there be other actors that are probably not even in the southeast that may be involved in this?
It is possible. That is why the governor must put his foot down, because I can see it now as economic sabotage for Anambra. I can see politics seeping into it. Any responsible government will not allow that. They have tried severally with meetings. Then they come and deny that the government did not call them for a meeting. Then they come and deny it for 2 years. 2 years, Mr. Moses. You are telling them they have provided everything you need. So who is causing the insecurity now? Is it people from Kano or where? If you are the one causing the insecurity, you are the one. You are the one. And so stop blaming the government. You are the one. No foreigner came to Anambra to cause insecurity. You are the one.
But when you say you are the one, are you talking about IPO?
Whoever. The person that has said that there should be lockdown, he's the person. Because ordinarily, on what ground will you be saying that? Since there is no need for it. Since there is no benefit for it.
Do you think that person could be an agent of someone?
Whoever. I'm telling you that whoever is behind this thing, he doesn't want the progress of Anambra and the Southeast. And no government should allow it. Because it's hurting us. It's hurting us. Tell me who is being hurt here now, apart from the people of Igbo land. Is that what you want to support? You are hurting your own people and you are claiming that you are fighting a cause. On what ground? Does it add up? When you are doing something, you think now, this thing I'm doing, how will it benefit us? Mr. Okoro, that was how some people gathered in the 14th century, 15th century, and said that twins should be killed in Igbo land. That human beings are not supposed to born twins. It is only dog. It took a woman from Irish Republic to come and stop it. Since that time till now, is there any place they get back to a twins and problems started from there? But this was also people made Igbo people to imbibe in their head. And we lost hundreds of thousands of our people, our own children. This is how problem starts. That is exactly what I'm talking about. People will sit down here and cook up something and say we should buy into it. Buy into what? Okay. We lost hundreds of thousands of people because of that policy. And nobody told us the meaning. Up to today, nobody.
Okay, Barrister. Now, what is available? What measures are available to government if the general seat at home holds today? I mean, the day is just starting. It's just a few minutes to 9 o'clock.
They will come back. Mr. Moses, those people,
yes,
when they get tired...
I would rather you call me Moses than Mr. Moses.
Hold on. Ahead. It's true. In the media, no Mr., no title. Exactly. I understand that. These of you who call me barrister here, it's causing problem.
Barrister, go ahead.
It's because you call me Mr.
So please, in the media, there's no title. Even Dr. Ruben Abati, it doesn't answer. So please, we should observe some of these things. And I don't want to go into that. Barrister. Now, listen very well. You see what you are telling me now, I understand where you are coming from. But let me ask you, if they continue to sit at home, will you not hurt them economically? At a point, they will say, this thing is not working now. What are we sitting at home for? They will budge. Government cannot be bothered. They get allocation from Abuja. It's you who is losing. So they must come back to that market. In fact, they will beg the governor to come and open that market.
Barrister, let's not ignore the pro rata salary
that he has talked about
for civil servants and teachers. Do you think that would...
it's working already. You don't want to lose your job now. That's the truth. That's how to enforce discipline. I have told you here the resultant effect of this kind of behavior by non-state actors trying to dictate for the government. Do you know what will happen? Because from this now, they will now go to another angle because they have succeeded in this one. They will now look for another angle. On what ground are you doing this? So that's my question. Are you a state actor? Nnamdi Kanu said anything that is not from DOS, we should ignore it. That is the latest now because you are asking me whether he has spoken. So people are so if you want to commit mischief now in the South, you use Nnamdi Kanu's name, Abi. Hold on. If you want to commit mischief, or crime, you now say Nnamdi Kanu, you are doing it because of you. What kind of thing is that?
Barrister, is it right to say that at this point, it seems like the movement has grown bigger than the owner, and he's unable to, call them to order?
That is exactly where I'm going. We must structure this in. People that are reasonable should be fronting for Nnamdi Kanu. Not all these people that don't even know what is happening.
But he has said people should stop talking on his behalf.
No, not everybody. They say DOS.
DOS.
Yes, DOS, Directorate of States. They are the one that authorize, And even at that, it is the elderly people in Igbo land, the real reasonable people that will interface with the government concerning Nnamdi Kanu. Not these people. They can't even go close to Abuja now. Who are they? You are looking for a favor from somebody. Can't you take it easy? Humility. Because other people that went through the same process, Moses, look at Al-Mustafa. Look at Bawa, former EFCC chairman. Look at Sambo Dasuki. Before they were let off the hook, was there any hoopla? Please, did you close any market in their villages or in their towns? Somebody should come and prove me wrong. Because I deal on facts. If you don't have facts, then close your mouth. Do you know what is worrying me here now? The people that are engineering this in the South, they are all outside the Southeast. Some of them will come now and support this, but you are open your market outside Igbo land. Can you just imagine? Outside Igbo land, your market is working. You opened it. You are gone there to make a daily income. But in Igbo land, close it. Don't you see hypocrisy here? Let them tell me that every other market where the Igbos are in the majority, they all close down on Mondays. The people of Anambra does not like Nnamdi Kanu. It is only these food people in Onitsha market. Every other person that went to their businesses today, they don't like Nnamdi Kanu. Is that what you're saying?
Well, thank you very much, Barrister Darlington Agumo. We wait for incoming reports on what is the situation in Anambra State this morning. Thank you for coming on the program. Well, that's it on the show. I beg your pardon. Let's quickly run to another conversation. Now, the tax laws. Let's talk about the tax laws and the controversies surrounding the tax laws. Stay with us.
Again, the tax.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
From the views on the streets,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
2564 Atlantic. What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where power shakes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, The grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world.
Welcome back, and you're still watching VOP this morning. ADC defection talk stalls as Kwankwaso waits on Obi's fate. The planned defection of Rabiu Kwankwaso, the national leader of the NNPP, to the ADC has been put on hold due to uncertainty over Peter Obi's presidential ticket. According to sources close to the matter, Kwankwaso's political defection is tied to a proposed Obi-Kwankwaso joint ticket under the ADC, reportedly initiated by former President Olusegun Obasanjo. The two parties have been engaged in intense negotiations with a three-man committee set up by the ADC to finalize Kwankwaso's defection. Kwankwaso's camp has reportedly expressed concerns about Obi's chance of securing the ADC presidential ticket, citing the possibility that he might be edged out in favor of the former Vice President Atiku Abubakar. Sources close to Kwankwaso's camp also revealed that some northern leaders and Obasanjo had advised the former Kano governor against rushing into the ADC without firm guarantees. The proposed alliance between Obi and Kwankwaso is seen as a strategic move to strengthen the ADC's chances in the 2027 presidential election. However, the uncertainty surrounding Obi's presidential ticket has put the brakes on Kwankwaso's planned defection. To make sense of all of this, let's invite Comrade Eragbe. Comrade Eragbe, are you there? Comrade Eragbe? Comrade Eragbe, are you there? Okay, let's move over. Elder Dambaki, are you there to make sense for us? Okay, Comrade Purpose, are you there? Let's have your take on this. Okay, let's go on a short break and we'll be right back.
Mr. Familoni, and here is to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV.
Welcome back. Comrade Eragbe, are you there to take on this topic? What do you think are the possible implications of this move?
Good morning, fellow Nigerians.
Good morning.
Comrade Eragbe Anselm here.
Good morning. What's your position on this matter? And do you think that President Obasanjo's interference in this issue would help the ADC's chances at all?
Okay, well, thank you, our fellow Nigerians. Comrade Eragbe Anselm, the National Youth Leader of Labour Party. It's a known fact that His Excellency, the former President of Nigeria, Olusegun Obasanjo, knows virtually the intrigues in the Nigeria political space, and like himself said recently, or like he has maintained, he needs to see Nigeria work even before he passes on. So I think this has formed part of his own devotion. If you look at what happened in 2023, His Excellency aligned with Mr. Peter Obi, that's President Olusegun Obasanjo. He aligned with His Excellency Mr. Peter Obi for a lot of reasons. One, he believed that the Southeast had not produced a democratically elected president of Nigeria. That was one consideration. Two, the other consideration was in the personality of Mr. Peter Obi and his character. He also felt that Mr. Peter Obi possessed those qualities that were expected or desired of he would be Nigeria president, particularly in this new dispensation. So that was one. Also, don't forget, in 2022, the Labour Party's desire was to have an alliance with Kwankwaso, Dr. Kwankwaso. We did all we could in that dispensation to see if we could marry Mr. Peter Obi and Dr. Kwankwaso together in a joint ticket, where Peter Obi will serve as the presidential candidate and Kwankwaso as the vice presidential candidate, so that he could also bring his great wealth of experience and contact. Don't forget, Kwankwaso has a large followership in northern Nigeria, particularly Kano. Ideally, if you had added the vote Kwankwaso scored in 2023 with Mr. Peter Obi, you agree with me to a very large extent, the presidency would not have eluded us.
Do you think Kwankwaso still has that much impact in Kano State, seeing that even the governor has moved to the APC? And some commissioners very recently have also moved to the APC. And the governor, we know, basically he's in charge of the structure right now. So do you think, if you're looking at what the impact Kwankwaso had in the NNPP in 2023, where he got about 1 million votes, and you are joining that to what Mr. Gregory Peter Obi got in 2023, which was about 6.1 million votes. You want to merge that? Do you think they still have that number of votes in their kitty as we approach 2027?
If you can, we are having that. I begin to speak from the one I heard.
Okay.
Now, don't forget, stable politician in Nigeria in terms of the amount of vote he brings to the table each time. Now, if you look at his pedigree and his history, in line with the vote he has been bringing in, the Kwankwasia movement has become a phenomenon to a very large extent, particularly in northern Nigeria, and that's a given. Now, the 2023 elections, remember, some factors also played in. For instance, if Kwankwaso were the vice presidential candidate to Peter Obi in that election, now, it would have brought him more vote across the north, particularly the northwest. Now, minding that the pivot of his vote centers around Kano, but of course, for many factors: one, the religious factor; two, the ethnic factor; three, his own political strength, particularly. Imagine a situation where he got about 1.9 million or thereabout votes from just one state, ideally. So majorly from one state, then a little spread across. So if it were for the presidential ticket, it would have been more impactful. So for me, I think what His Excellency President Olusegun Obasanjo is doing is in the right direction, to the extent that he's looking at how best, if you look at the political configuration and the history of occupation, the Southwest are done under his own administration, 8 years under his democracy.
All right.
Today, President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu is doing, let's say he's doing 4 years.
Comrade Anslem.
She did do another 4 years. That would be 16. So, yes.
I hope you can hear me, because I understand that you are in transit and we're getting a lot of distortion in the audio as you move around. But it's really an honor to have you on this show. But I hope you can hear me. Now, as we walk towards 2027, what are the plans of the Labour Party really? You are an insider. You think Labour Party will be aligning with any other party?
Okay, thank you, fellow Nigerians. Yeah, the Labour Party just rose from an emergency National Executive Council meeting that embodied the stakeholders of the party, that's the NLC and the TUC, only the day before yesterday, Saturday, 31st January 2026. Now, in that meeting, it was very obvious and clear. First and foremost, the Labour Party is not going to any alliance with any other political party, because we already have a very formidable coalition, a coalition of the Nigerian workers, headed by the Nigerian Labour Congress and the Trade Union Congress and their trade unions. So we believe to a very large extent, as it were, that the composition of the Labour Party, as it stands today, or as it has been a very formidable coalition. But we are going to see in the days ahead a situation where other parties are willingly going to come into a coalition with the Labour Party, because if you look at it, even from the last elections, like we maintained that even the presidential election, we won it. But let's leave that for now. That we say because the Nigerian workers, they came out in their full regalia and strength.
Let's be honest. Let's be honest. The Labour Party did not have as much impact before Peter Obi got into it in the days to 2023 election. So if you're talking about the Labour force as being the currency of the Labour Party, where were they in 2019? Where were they in 2015? Don't you think at this point the Labour Party should be thinking about aligning with another party if it intends to have ample numbers in the governance of things?
Now, okay, thank you, fellow Nigerians. If you know me, I'm one person who has always acknowledged the foray of Mr. Peter Obi to the Labour Party. I've always done that, and I'll keep doing that. But again, don't forget that if you have followed recently some of my interviews, I said the Labour movement, we had actually started building what you saw in 2023 since 2016. Because like we said, the Labour Party is the only institutional political party in Nigeria where you have membership across the wards, because the NSC structure, the TC structure, they cut across your ward. You have a teacher, you have a nurse, you have artisans. All of these persons form the foundation membership of the Labour Party in Nigeria. So we actually had reactivated this structure since 2016, very gradually and coming up until also Peter Obi joined us, and the Obedient Movement also followership joined us. And that brought that struggle we have embarked on since 2016 to a head. So, but the point I'm also making now is, notwithstanding that Mr. Peter Obi has left us, that has not changed anything concerning the structure of the Labour Party. You are going to see in the days ahead where other political parties, don't be surprised that even the ADC will end up collapsing their structure into the Labour Party as we build up effectively to 2027. Why did I say so? This is a party that got over 6 million votes in the 2023 elections. The ADC, notwithstanding that it had been existent, it's relatively obscured. It's even only recently that Mr. Peter Obi also joined them, that even the wave is getting stronger. But don't forget that that wave you are looking for is still resident in the Labour Party. And I can tell you for free, in the days ahead, probably after our convention in April 25th, and as build up to 2027, you will truly know that the party to beat in Nigeria, Labour Party for 2027.
Comrade, you preempted my question. I was going to ask you if the LP is considering forming an alliance with the ADC. But away from that, it seems as though Nigerian opposition politics is, they pretty much wait for who is leading before really stating what they stand for. All the time, this is history repeating itself over and over again. All the time, they first of all wait for, let's see who is leading first. And then once that is established, they now tell us what they stand for. And I see this play out too with the LP. Comrade, did you get my question?
The ones I've had. Now, let me tell us something, that this coalition that is most talked about today was also initiated by the Nigerian Labour Movement in March 2025, when they came out from their national action meeting and their NEC meeting in Adamawa State, sometimes early March 2025. You remember that we began this whole idea of a coalition where the NSC and the TC gave the party a marching order to put itself in order and begin to go into discussions, coalition and alliance discussions with other political parties. So, but because of the lingering crisis as at that time that the party had with Julius Aburi, remember, so that was why even the ADC came sometimes in May, 2 months after we initiated the idea of a coalition, and to run with our vision. But now we're standing as opposition parties, What I believe is in the days ahead, the Labour Party will still be that coalition vehicle. When these chiefs are down, that will be deployed for 2027 presidential election, particularly.
Okay, good. Comrade, let me stay with you. I'd like for us to return to the question of Obasanjo's capacity to effect an upset in 2027 before we now talk about the possible outcomes of the 2027 or 2026 ADC primaries, talking about the ticket, who the ticket goes to. This is not the first time that the former President Obasanjo is trying. He tried in 2022. He took Obi around, and introduced him to both the Southwest and in the Middle Belt and in the North and all of that. At that point, he was rooting for Obi. Recall that then the current president was not an insider. He was also, pushing his own side of the game from outside, though a member of the APC. If Tinubu was able to overcome Obasanjo in 2022 from the outside, from the fringes, what are the possibilities that Obasanjo's mobilization efforts will yield any fruit in 2027? Now that the former national leader of the APC, who was then an outsider but is in government now, what are the possibilities that Obasanjo could outsmart him this time? Is it something that you see happening? What are the parameters? What do you think will happen?
You pardon me, like I said, because of the network that is switching, I'm actually on transit. Now, again, if I heard you correctly, President Obasanjo's efforts towards mobilizing support for Mr. Peter Obi presidential aspiration. Well, like I said earlier, remember President Olusegun Obasanjo is one man who has virtually seen it all.
I'm sorry, comrade. Maybe you didn't get a part of the question that is very, very critical. The part is that Obasanjo tried in 2023. He failed. So what guarantee do you have that he might just succeed in 2027? What do you see that could make a difference?
Right now, quickly, the issue of political mobilization is not a one-man show. Normally, the import and strength of it has to do with alliance building, cooperation and collaboration. But you also understand that the man we have to deal with here also, His Excellency Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, politically is one of the most formidable politicians in Nigeria. When you talk of grassroots mobilization, when you talk of contact, when you talk of strategy, when you talk of the years of experience he has pursued his mission to becoming the president, you can't but also give it to him. And that was why even the way he emerged as president in 2023, I warned even Labour Party, I warned Abure ahead. I said, the man you have to deal with is not the ordinary kind of politician. And I gave him a lot of strategy, but unfortunately, nobody understood what I was saying as at that time. So come back to and to continue to mobilize for what he believes in. But also, if we want to be patriotic, between now and 2027, the APC may also have to prove themselves right to say they are worthy of maybe a second tenure by their own performance. But that said, President Olusegun Obasanjo has his own conviction to bring in Peter Obi as the next president of Nigeria. But the way he can do that is to first aggressively see how much of the Nigeria youth will also believe in what he believes in, how much of the political divide across in terms of the entire country can also toe the same line he believes in. And all of this I'm talking about have to do with mobilization, galvanizing the people to believe in the cause he also believes in. And to see that when they vote, in 2027,
comrade,
those votes should count.
Comrade,
because in all of this, if the votes don't count, however you mobilize, you may not be able to achieve
Comrade
it.
Comrade Anselm, my direct question is this. Do you think Obasanjo can create an upset in 2027? Very direct question.
Yeah, like I said, it's not impossible. A man who has served Nigeria as a military head of state, a man who has served Nigeria as a two-time democratically elected president, a man who has served the military formation at all levels. I mean, this he has the highest contact and leadership traits that people can listen to. But of course, he's old now, notwithstanding. But all those working with him also have to be up and doing.
All right.
He has that capacity, but a lot has to be done. Like I said, don't underestimate the sitting president. I want everybody, each time I talk about President Tinubu, to say, President Tinubu is too strategic. He goes all out for what he believes in, and he knows how to get what he wants.
All right.
For you to remove him, you have to go 2 steps ahead of him.
Okay, good. Now, let's talk about what may be the possible outcomes of the primaries in ADC. Do you see, a lot of people felt that, well, before Peter Obi got into ADC formally, that there must have been some kind of insider arrangement between him and Atiku, that he didn't just jump into the ADC without assurances, like a lot of people have said. But we hear differently now. Atiku said, well, everybody is going into the race and all of that. So what do you think might happen if both of them go to the primaries? A lot of people have also said, well, Atiku is very skilled, is adept at winning primary elections. And Peter Obi has just done only one primaries, and that is the Labour Party presidential primary. And people are asking, is it possible? Now, let me ask you directly, do you think that Peter Obi could, by any means, defeat Atiku Abubakar if they get into primaries without any form of consensus? Oh, okay, you are stepping down for me, I'm going to step down for you. You are going to deputize for me, I'm going to deputize for you. What are the potential, of Obi? What is the potential of Obi getting into the primaries and just clinching it? Is it possible?
Now, let me say this quickly. We have different pedigrees. If you look at His Excellency Atiku Abubakar, that is a man you can always give. You can give that to him when it comes to winning primaries, presidential primary elections. You can give that to him. So I really do not see how possible, personally, it is for His Excellency Peter Obi to defeat His Excellency Atiku Abubakar in an open primary. I'll add a few points to this. One, don't forget, in Nigeria, a lot of financial mobilization go into political party presidential primaries. And His Excellency Atiku is very skilled and that, so you can give that to him. But for His Excellency Peter Obi to have also gone to ADC, I want to believe he probably must have reached a certain measure of understanding with Atiku and some of the power brokers in ADC. But if you look at all of this struggle, some of us have insisted, even before ADC coalition also started, to say the presidency of Nigeria ideally should remain in southern Nigeria for the next 4 years, so that the South ordinarily will have completed its own tenure for 8 years. So, but if you go by that argument, you find out that Atiku Abubakar has also assured Peter Obi to say, probably I will support you to win these primaries. Maybe they have other political consideration. It may be, I don't know, it may be His Excellency Atiku Abubakar has other plans. Maybe to become the face of the ADC by providing leadership for Peter Obi to emerge in the final analysis, then probably to give Peter Obi another vice presidential. This is one line of thinking. But if you look at it from what Atiku has said, come to the primaries, let us test ourselves. Whoever wins in an open primaries becomes the presidential candidate, and I will give such a person my support if I don't win.
Okay.
So this is another line of argument.
All right.
But the third line of argument might be a situation where Peter Obi himself might want to become vice president to Atiku. That's the third line of argument. So in all of this, as the game unfolds, it will become clearer what it is in ADC.
All right, all right. Comrade Anselm, before we leave this discussion, this conversation, I'd like for you to talk a bit about Labour Party. What is the state of things, What are the state of things in the Labour Party, talking about Nenadi Usman-led caretaker committee, which has been recognized as the authentic leadership of the Labour Party, and the Julius Abure faction that are still saying, well, that faction is still saying, we are the people in charge. We are going to call to challenge all of that. Bring up to the minute about what is happening in the Labour Party, briefly.
Thank you. First and foremost, let me commend the judiciary, commend the Supreme Court judgment of 4th April 2025 that awarded all 3 issues in dispute to Senator Nenadi Usman and Dalitu Wokocha as the appellants, chairman and secretary of the party. Then, too, let me quickly also, for the world is aware now, commend Federal High Court 9, presided over by Justice Peter Lifu, JP, who interpreted the Supreme Court judgment and issued a consequential order to INEC to recognize and implement the Supreme Court judgment. So INEC, also I wish to quickly commend them for immediately within 4 days adhering to the order of court to have uploaded Senator Nenadi and all of our names on the INEC portal. So now the Labour Party has no faction, the world needs to know. And this is the point where Abure cannot go further. One, Abure cannot appeal the Supreme Court judgment because Abure itself does not have locus. And this same Supreme Court dismissed the FCTI court and the appeal court that recognized him earlier as chairman. So Abure has no locus. This matter cannot be appealed. So Abure needs to humble himself at this point. He cannot go beyond what he has done. So for Nenadi, he's the legitimate chairman of the Labour Party. That is clear before the world now. We just came out from a National Executive Council meeting only on Saturday night, 2 days ago. And the direction of activities are now clear. We are commencing congresses with the World Congresses on the 14th of March, 2026, to follow with the local government congresses, the state congresses, the zonal congress and delegates election, to culminate into the all-inclusive, expansive and national convention of on the 25th of April 2025. So immediately we come out from the national, these processes, now the foundation will have been laid for the substantive executive of the party. Of course, Nenadi is going to lead us to that transition. But of course, in the days ahead, we will know also if you desire to contest for that office and other persons. But of course, whoever wishes to contest and to emerge, that will be done and achieved during these processes. But immediately we come out from that process, we'll now bring to the front burner 2027 political activities across the nation, the governorship, the House of Rep, the Senate, the presidential, where people will now come and declare their aspirations. Then we'll begin to work towards them.
All right then. Well, thank you very much, Comrade Anselm Eragbe. Thank you for your contribution, and we appreciate the fact that you obliged us, even though it was at short notice. Oh well, let's get into another conversation now. Tax laws controversy. Let's talk about this when we come back from this break. Stay with us.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People.
Well, thank you very much for the House of Representatives. Representative Philip Agbese has dismissed claims by Senator Aline Dume that the tax laws recently passed by the National Assembly were falsified. Agbese described the allegation as unfounded and misleading. And Dume had claimed that there were discrepancies in the gazetted tax laws, but Agbese reaffirmed that due legislative processes were followed. Meanwhile, stakeholders in Nigeria's oil and gas industry believe that recent fiscal reforms, particularly the Nigeria Tax Act 2025, hold significant potential to unlock value across the country's energy value chain, if effectively implemented. The 2026 Oil and Gas Symposium highlighted the need for innovation-driven and diversified energy ecosystem anchored on sound fiscal policies, gas development, and value chain deficiency. Well, we do have joining us Professor Emmanuel Usue. Good morning to you, Professor. Good to have you. Good morning to you. Good to have you join the conversation. Well, I understand that you've been following events in the polity in the past few days with the tax laws that came out. The one of the lawmakers, I'm trying to remember his name now, pointed out the fact that there were discrepancies in there, and then we got the National Assembly said, okay, let's bring out another law. Well, all of the things, the controversy going on around the tax laws, the policies, and the gazetted copies, the fact that lawmakers at some point were told that they would not have access to the gazetted copies and the rest. What do you make of all of that? And does it seem like this is in the interest of the people from your point of view? Do you have
Thank you very much.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you very, very much. Some of these things that you are seeing happening concerning the tax law is one of the evidence that our leadership is not sincere with the masses. Our leadership lives in a constant denial when issues are raised, when concerns are raised by the masses concerning important aspect of the Nigerian system. For instance, the tax system affects everybody. And it is important that if we have raised some issues, such issues should be addressed properly in a public domain by relevant persons in government to give us a sense of understanding of what are the issues, what are the concerns, and what are the possible solutions.
Well, I can tell you that some of the things
such
raised,
concerns,
some of
because
the things,
in the end, it is going to affect you and me. Yes.
Some of the things raised were the fact that some laws were slipped into it. There were additions in the gazetted copy of the tax laws. And we haven't seen an outright dismissal or an outright denial of that, because government is saying one thing and then we're hearing another thing. And in fact, in Lagos State, there's been another revelation that the tax laws in Lagos State gives the relevant authority access to people's accounts. So my question is, with all the charade, as it were, surrounding the tax laws, do you, as an individual, get the impression that this is in the interest of the people?
No. No, it is not in the interest of the people. If it is going to be in the interest of the people, bring out the comprehensive document that has been gazetted to the public domain, and also let the National Assembly that passed the bill into law affirm unanimously that this is the document that was passed into law. Let the National Assembly come forth to affirm the integrity of the gazetted document, and let the document be in the public domain, so that if a common person who has interest in reading the law will be able to read it and understand it and know what to do and what not to do. But when these things are shredded in secrecy, can I say secrecy, and nobody is standing out to say precisely what it is, it leaves the ordinary masses in jeopardy, and can I say in a mass because they now do not know what to do and what not to do. It creates a lot of confusion and the impression that something is hidden somewhere and it is not good for the masses. That's the impression this is creating for the ordinary masses.
All right then. Now, what would your advice be going forward? Going forward, just take a few minutes. Advise both Nigerians and the government as we wrap up this conversation.
Let the National Assembly leadership step forward, publish its law that was passed, the bill that was passed into law, publish that version, and also let the government that signs the bill into law and gazetted it, publish its gazetted version so that we will compare the two versions and see what it is, whether it tallies with the other or there are some discrepancies or there are some additions or subtractions. We can make, the public cannot make a decision or determine what it is, whether it is genuine or not genuine, whether additions or subtractions have been done in the documents.
All right. Then.
But now, if that is not done, we are still left at the mercy of chance, because whatever at some point they tell us to do, we will have no choice than to do it. But now we cannot count on which document is genuine and which one is not.
All right. Thank you very much, Professor Emmanuel Usue. Thank you for your contribution on the program.
You are welcome.
In the coming days, we will have tax professionals here to expatiate on this and get us into understanding the intricacies much better. But thank you very much. Now let's. Well, that's it on the show today. Newspaper review comes up next. I am Moses Humphrey.
And I am Chukuma Okoro.
And I'm Jane Ogoye. Thank you so much for joining us. See you tomorrow, bright and early.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. the people's voice. Make your voice count.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Unpaid. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, Live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mama Kore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY.
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
My name is Familoni, and here is to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. That's awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a
Well, thank you very much for joining us. Now, this is Newspaper Review. Welcome to the program. I am Moses Humphrey.
And I am Chukuma Okoro.
And of course, Jane Ogoye is right here, and Barrister Darlington Agromo joins the conversation as well. Barrister, good morning once again. Thank you very much.
My pleasure, once again.
Now, let's dive into it. Let's look at the headlines from the Guardian newspaper. Nigerians turn to survival business. Nigerians turn to survival businesses as formal jobs dry up. Nigerians turn to survival businesses as formal jobs dry up. And then there's a breakdown of it here. We have, and this is from the Guardian newspaper. Nigeria's informal economy is still largely young and growing. And then we have the breakdown of it. Basically, it emphasizes the fact that a lot of Nigerians are losing jobs, and some of them are moving away from, the regular office work, as it were, or white-collar job, as it were, and are doing things to survive, just to put food on the table. I don't know if you know a few people that have left the companies they used to work for to start riding keke because it brings in daily income.
Or Uber.
Yes, in fact, that's even a bigger one. It brings in daily income, and all of it is just to continue to keep food on the table. So that's what this is talking about. But let's also look at the riders to this story, because the riders here. Poor infrastructure support undermines entrepreneurship boom. New businesses take 24% of small savings, says report. Poor Nigerian savers prioritize Dirty December over health and education. Well, that's the breakdown of this headline there. Barrister, take your shot.
In fact, well, they said necessity is the mother of invention. Good. One thing with human beings is that we are designed to be ambivalent in character. Characteristics of a human being. Yes, when things change, you must change to survive. That's one of the adaptability of a human being. So I'm not surprised. The only thing is that how long will it continue?
Will this lead to
the
growth in the economy?
That is another thing. Because when you are doing all this small, petit, this thing, just to survive, what happened to the economy and the bigger businesses? What happened to them? So government should look at it. Don't follow Donald Trump in America. Because in America, the economy is different. Because Donald Trump is telling you that he has removed people from the bureaucracy, about 270,000 of them, and they are doing very well in the private sector and all that. Your economy is not like that, because Donald Trump brought in $18 trillion into the American economy, and this money is circulating within America, and this $18 trillion are new businesses and all that. So the people can get, jobs and bigger businesses from these companies and all that. In your own case, is that the same thing? The answer is no. So why do you always want to copy and do things when you are not looking at your antecedents, when you are not looking at where you are coming from? That is the bigger question. If you put in place all those things that will make the economy grow, the economy will just sprout up on its own. It's like a garden that is watered. In the morning, you see all the flowers sprouting up on their own because you are doing the right thing to that garden. Is that not true? So when you have not watered the economy, how will it grow? That is the issue here. This subsistence, whatever, it cannot last long. It cannot sustain this economy. It can never. Until big businesses pick up, the economy will not grow.
All right then.
Well, I would have wanted us to get into, what the government, what Guardian means by formal jobs. Like, is it blue collar, you and I that wear tight office or work in established offices, and are we talking about the big corporations, or the middle corporations?
It's basically talking about the white collar jobs.
That's the civil service job now. There's no job, no more job now.
Now, beautiful. Well, I also have a bit of understanding that most strong economies are driven by the informal sector. To the extent that they are large, they employ more people than the big corporations. If you put together the number of people that work in banks in Nigeria, if you have like 23 banks in Nigeria, I'm not sure that they have up to like 30,000 staff, or let's say they have 30,000 staff. But that 30,000 staff, you also have like 200 small businesses employing more than that in their hundreds.
Yeah. There's a headline, there's a writer here I would like you to also take note of. Poor infrastructure support undermines entrepreneurship boom.
Okay, poor infrastructure support
Exactly.
like power.
Exactly.
And all of
That is
that.
what I said about watering the garden so that the flower will grow.
That's a problem. That's a problem. Even the big corporations are also facing those problems. Like I told a story of a telco managing director that said it would have been better for me if I would have made more money in Nigeria if I was running just a telecom firm. So when I asked him, which other firm do you run? He said he also runs a power generating company. So because he had to place 2 big generators in more than 3,000 base stations across the country. So infrastructure is an issue. But to the extent that is an issue, we are still trying to upscale the economy. Now, what I'm saying is that when people lose their job, it's unfortunate that they've lost their jobs. But if they have skills, that they were doing, they could multiply those skills and earn a living. That is where the economy grows. If we are looking at such a time that we have 1 million banks to employ 2 million people, and we have 50,000 manufacturing companies to employ 2 million Nigerians who will be scrolling at a snail speed, the emphasis should be more on, that is why the government has agencies like SMEDAN, Small and Medium Enterprises Development Agency of Nigeria. Their duty is to ensure that the middle base, these small companies that employ 8, 10, 15 people, that they remain stable to the extent. Because if you count their numbers, you discover that overall they employ more than the bigger corporations. And the essence of it is that to get everybody involved. I don't like what is happening. I don't like the fact that people are losing their job. But, well, there must be a way out of it.
But Mr. Okoro, I just wanted to take you on briefly. You talked about the fact that informal sector drives an economy. We know that. And in SENAC lines, one of the things that we know drives the economy is electricity, power. And we know that for those small-scale business owners to even thrive, you need electricity.
That's the infrastructure that they're talking about.
That's one of the things that administration after administration keeps promising.
It's a problem.
But from the look of things, as long as we still have the generator, the plant cartel, we cannot have stable electricity in Nigeria. The other day we were talking about the metering. And I think this morning on the front pages of one of the papers, they said NEPA. I said NEPA. What they call themselves now? Discos are now focusing on the band A customers.
Because they pay more.
Because they pay more, leaving the other low-end people. So you can see that there's still a disconnect.
No, there is. It exists. I understand. Everybody, even the government acknowledges that, look, that they need to do more, to empower. Yeah. And if you look back, in the life of the Buhari administration, what most of the governors were emphasizing at that point was, how do we empower the middle and small-scale businesses? Because they also know that is the engine of growth. That is the engine of economic growth. Until you get it right, like I keep saying, the big corporations are few and far between. And even when they do, how many people do they employ? The only thing you see is that in their end-of-year reports, you see billions of nairas and all of that. But this one, that's small companies. That is where the focus, that is where the emphasis should be. Because they employ 5, 6, 7, 8, and 10 people. The moment they become strong, the economy will pick up. But they can't pick up, the economy can't pick up until we have the basic infrastructure. And when we talk about infrastructure, look at the internal roads within the hinterland. A lot of farm products, perish in the bush, in the farms. Why? Because it is difficult to convert them. I know in my own community, there are products, that we produce inside. And by the time we try to bring them into the market space, some of them are perishable. So the rural roads, that is one thing that we miss. When we stopped DIFRI, Directorate of Rural and Rural Infrastructure, that was the brainchild of Babangida at that time. What the idea was to connect internal roads to the city center. And Larry Konyan, the Air Vice Marshal that was in charge, did a very good job at that time. But when Babangida left, Abacha came, we abandoned all of that. Rural roads to connect the rural and the cities and farm settlements and the markets.
The worst culprit in this economic doldrum, the worst culprit in this unemployment is insecurity. Insecurity. 90% of northern youth supposed to be in their farmstead working, but all of them are in Lagos here riding Okada. Is that a developing economy?
Let's even tie this headline to another headline from the window headline from This Day newspaper. It reads, World Bank's Nigeria portfolio hits $16 billion amid efforts to accelerate growth, job creation. And the writers, in meeting with Jede, Sanwo-Olu reaffirms Lagos' readiness to partner bank to develop energy, agriculture, tourism, human capital, others. Visiting World Bank MD hails state's milestones under current administration, set to meet Shetima, Edu, Cardoso. IFC's investments hit $1.2 billion. Let's tie the two headlines.
It is not enough to come and tell us paper achievements. Look, the economy is not stupid. Whenever the economy has picked up, you will feel it, I will feel it, every Nigerian will feel it. You don't need to tell us that the states are doing so well, the economy is doing so well. It must reflect in your life and in my life. That is the only way I will say yes. But when some people are being paid or are being advised to come and paint a rosy picture of what is not there, by the time you leave back to your country, the problem remains. How many times have you heard all these things from World Bank and IMF? How many times? At the end of the day, the problem is still there. This is power issue now. How many times have they told us that, yes, the right decision was taken, this and that? At the end of the day, what happened? Do you know how many people have shut down because of electricity? I mean, shut down. Companies, they cannot afford the diesel, and they cannot pay NEPA tariff. They just close shop. Is that not a problem? But what this same World Bank advised the government to increase it, to increase it. Meanwhile, they are enjoying this subsidy in their own countries. All of them in the Western world, they are enjoying subsidy on electricity, on health, on education, on food. But here, they advise our government, don't, it's like they feel we are enjoying too much, therefore they should punish us. We are tired of all these portfolio advisors who advise government.
But Barrister, let me take it up from where you left it. When I read this, they said World Bank's Nigeria portfolio hit $16 billion. So I was like, $16 billion, is it an investment or in lending?
They said portfolio. Portfolio, that's paper.
No, but it's no paper. When they said it's, World Bank's Nigeria portfolio hits $16 billion. So I got curious and I went into the story and they said ongoing approved development projects and lending operations. The key word there is lending. They have been lending us.
So if people have stolen the money, so you can imagine. You understand? You see how they measure.
They understand what they are doing. I wanted to see like World Bank say, well, we have invested, $16 billion
on so
trying to recoup. You have businesses. But I know that World Bank doesn't get into business. They can get into development projects. So, but I'm happy to that emphasize their lending portfolio, which means we've been taking money from them.
Of course.
Yes, we have.
We are taking money.
Oh, well.
And nobody's accounting for the...
That is the dangerous thing.
In fact.
Let's go virtual now. We have Olamide Enyinla joining the conversation. He's an accomplished people development consultant and analyst with almost 2 decades of cross-industry experience spanning Africa and the United Kingdom. Well, he joins us from the United Kingdom. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Good to have you join the conversation.
Okay.
Very well, very well. Now, we tried reaching you earlier because we wanted you to talk about the tax policy, the tax laws in Nigeria, which I'm aware that you're quite vast in. But let's talk about this headline, and then we'll come to that much later. The headlines this morning. First, from the Guardian newspaper, Nigerians turn to survival businesses as formal jobs dry up. And let me quickly take you through the riders and then bring you into the other headline as well. The riders to that headline: poor infrastructure support undermines entrepreneurship boom. New businesses take 24% of small savings, says report. Poor Nigerian savers prioritize 30 December over health, education. We like groove, basically. That's what that means. And then also, World Bank's Nigeria portfolio hits $16 billion amid efforts to accelerate growth and job creation. In meeting with Jeddah, Sanwo-Olu reaffirms Lagos' readiness to partner a bank to develop energy, agriculture, tourism, human capital, others. And then, yes, so those are the headlines. What's your reaction to these headlines?
Thank you very much. So, it's unfortunate in terms of how formal jobs are drying up, but it's also not unexpected, right? So when you think about the structure of the Nigerian economy, you would not be very surprised. For many organizations or many countries that we know of, one of the things you would observe is that the structure of the economy is normally built on top of the informal sector. Exactly. What Nigeria has done over time is that we've focused a lot on building formal sectors, especially the big ones. But what we then find at the end of the day is that we do not have enough big ones. And even the big ones we have are not standing on local manufacturing. So what happens is that, so when you are fortunate to see the inputs for a lot of local manufacturers, you find that many of them import a lot of their raw materials. And that is where the missing link is, right? When you bring in a lot of your raw materials from outside, you have taken away opportunities for jobs and for capital accumulation and for capability building from your local people. Now, what happens is that when you have any form of shock, like we experienced in the last couple of years with the exchange rate, then your manufacturing base is in a mess, right? So for me, when news like this come up, it is not just about making the noise, it's about asking ourselves the question, do we now want to build correctly? Two things you'll find is that the input for many manufacturing is done from agriculture and from mining. That is where you get most of the inputs from. Okay. But in Nigeria, we do not have manufacturing and mining as a very structured environment. And I'll give you a few examples. If I ask you today that which company is the largest company that produces yam in Nigeria, we do not know. Or tomatoes, or onions, or maize, or we cannot have a structure that is using this final product without building an infrastructural base, right? And it is those fundamental that you do not have the capability to support them, to deliver, to support the big organizations. And that, for me, is one of the things you'll find clearly. Now, when that happens, you'll see that the opportunity for us to have jobs will be at loss. Pay attention to companies that work closely with farmers, like the Babogonas, for instance, like your lambs. You will see that they are working with 200,000 farmers, 100,000 farmers here and there, but we do not have enough of those kind of companies, right?
Okay.
That which company is the largest transporter of food from the rural area to big cities like Abuja, Lagos, Port Harcourt? We do not really know which companies do that because it is done in small old bases. You do not build a proper economy without with that kind of a structure. Yeah.
So we should have more companies, do that aspect of the business, and then we can structure things properly.
No, it's not just about more companies, it's about having structure, right? Okay. So the problem is that we do not do structures in Nigeria, right? So what we do is we just do things as they come. And that was why I asked the question that we cannot today say we want to support the largest producer of cassava in Nigeria because it is scattered around, right? We cannot say we want to support the largest producer of onions because it is small, that's here and there. You cannot feed 230 million people with that lack of structure. We don't just organize ourselves enough. And the interesting thing about organization is that you don't start organizing from the top, right? You start organizing from the bottom. So one of the simplest things to do about organization is that there's no reason, for instance, where the largest association of yam producers in maybe Niger State is not a critical stakeholder in Niger State government, right?
Absolutely.
Just like we have in America, where we have the U.S. Grains Council. The U.S. Grain Councils, they look after grains production in America, and they're a very big part of every American government because America tries to export grains to the world. And that is the kind of thinking. The fundamental point I'm trying to make is that we are not a very organized group.
We're not a very organized. We organize in small groups. We have a Tomato Sellers Association in each market. And, you wonder where, how they come into a general body. And, we just have little groups here and there. And they're basically there to collect levies and dues and the rest of them. That's basically what they do. So that's not, yes. Well, thank you very much for that one. Now let's go into another headline. Now, Olamide, let me ask you this. This is not in the dailies right now. But I saw this story earlier. And we also touched on it earlier in the day, talking about the tax policies, the controversies around it, and what Nigerians need to know about taxes. This particular policy that the government has introduced. From over there, I'm sure you've been following the story back home in Nigeria. What do you have to say to, what do Nigerians need to know to understand? Because a lot of people are saying, look, I've been asked to pay 35 million or 1 million for, a number of years, a number of months, and I don't understand how they came about that money. A friend of mine actually complained that a certain amount of money got into his account meant to execute a business. And they told him that he was going to pay tax on the entire sum. And he's like, this entire sum is to execute the business, after which I will take the profit out of it. Shouldn't I be thinking about paying tax on the profit? And that was a conversation that went on and on. What's your understanding of it? How can you help us understand this better? Help the viewers as well.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's just unfortunate, the whole controversy, because for me, there needs to be no reason for controversy, and I'll try to explain what I mean. So before I go into the details, I need to first start with what I think the government did wrongly before I think maybe opportunity areas, right? So for me, generally speaking, I think it's a very good law that has been done. But I think what the government did wrongly was that they should have started enforcing the old laws a lot more strictly before they bring about this new one. And I'll try to explain to you what I mean. So if you have someone that didn't used to pay taxes, right? Used to evade taxes, I then tell the person, so the person was paying 0 naira in taxes, right? Whereas the person should be paying 20 naira in taxes. Then you then bring a new tax law that reduces his 20 naira to 15 naira. However, you then tell the person to start paying 15 naira. The person is not seeing a reduction of 20 naira to 15 naira. What the person is seeing is an increase of 0 naira to 15 naira. And I think that's the biggest problem that the government has, and they would have for a long time. Because clearly, anybody that can read, that is objective enough, we see clearly that the government's aim is to reduce the budget. But the fundamental problem is that it's in an economy or in a country where people were not paying at all. But what the government was looking at is that if you were paying, you'd have been paying this, now you're paying less. But for many people, it is that I was paying 0, I'm not required to pay more. That's number 1 point. Number 2 point is based on your friend. I'm really surprised. I wonder who was asking your friend to pay taxes, because number 1, you don't just pay taxes arbitrarily, right? Taxes are supposed to be on profits. It is clear. It is clear. So the whole point is somebody trying to rip up your friend, because again, it is not how taxes are calculated. Taxes are calculated after profit has been made, right? And the as a matter of fact, we should also remember that taxes are not a uniquely Nigerian thing, right? And one of the things they've tried to do with the tax law in Nigeria is to modernize it, which means that it's in alignment with most countries of the world. So the question we ask ourselves is that which countries in the world do people just pay taxes on deposits in their bank accounts now? It's almost 0. But one of the points you need to take note of is if you find that you are doing a lot of transactions in your personal account, And then you need to be a lot more serious, because what would happen is if you are doing a lot of transactions in your personal account and you then at the end of the year say your tax is 200,000 naira, for instance, and you've done maybe 500 million naira worth of transactions in your account, then you need to have a lot more documentation to prove that the transactions that were going through your account is not income to you, it is to do something. And it's very easy to find, by the way, because as money comes into your account, you're paying other people as well, right? And there will be evidence that those other people have been paid. So there's that point. Now to now make the to land on the point about whether it's actually a good tax for the people or not, is to look at it on individual basis, right? So you look at individuals, you look at we look at the businesses, and even we look at the government, right? Because those are the three agents in the economy. If you look at the GDP, right, it is consumption, investment, and government expenditure. So consumption is individuals, investment is business, and government expenditure is government, right? So when you look at the impact on each of those things, we then have the answer. So the first one is individual. When you think about the individual, right, the individual consumption is reflected on what you call disposable income. And what is your disposable income? Your disposable income is your gross income minus your taxes. Now, any loss that reduce your taxes has increased your disposable income. That means you should have a lot more money to spend. And we've seen it clearly that in the new tax law, a lot of people are exempted. As a matter of fact, I've not seen any market or any country where you have more people exempted from paying taxes as we do in Nigeria. So that's one point to take. Let's go to the company side of things. The company side of things has reduced the company income taxes by 5%. So before now, company income taxes in Nigeria was 30%. Now it's reduced to 25%, which is moving it closer to the global average in taxes. Before this reduction, Nigeria was one of the highest company income taxes in the world, which when you compare with other countries in Africa, because Africa is a very high company income tax environment, so we are more or less in the middle around Africa. But with this 5% reduction, we are one of the lowest in Africa today, and we are now getting a bit more competitive when you look at it globally. So companies directly should be happy. Now, what should happen on the surface is that companies should be able to transfer some of the profits to either their investors or even you see the difference in the prices of their products. There's that side of things. There's also the ability for them to claim impute VAT, which also should reduce their cost. So clearly you can see that for consumption, for individuals and governments, is a lot of collect. Now there's the slight increments that we are going to have in capital gains tax, right? But the thing about capital gain taxes, when you look at the exposure of taxes to businesses, capital gains is one of their smallest cost items. So it's not, so it's an increase, but when you compare with total number of reduction, see that is there. Then the final one is governments. With this new thing, government in the immediate term should be collecting less money. And the reason is because, like I said, they've reduced a lot of their percentages. I don't know why they took that decision, because I don't think the government that is broke should be reducing their ability to earn money. Let's be clear. However, I know that in the future they are going to, when things improve, because at the end of the day, right, when you look at the theory of economic development, you see that they've done all the theories correctly. The problem is always how people respond to theories, right? When people do not believe in theories, they sabotage it unknowingly. So we need to think about it in that
All right, thank you very much, Olamide and with these few points of yours, I think you have not convinced me that the government is after my money. You have not convinced me to think otherwise. But anyway, we'll like you to come again, maybe, and then we'll break this down further. But in the meantime, let's continue with the headlines from the dailies. Now, I still have the business, the Guardian newspaper. Now, let's talk politics now. 2027, Atiku holds talks with ADP leaders amid Obi Kwankwanso alliance rumor. Quickly run to the riders, gives us a better understanding of the headlines there. So, ADC accuses APC of forcing civil servants into e-registration. Barrister Darlington, I hope you're listening.
I do.
OT, Labour Party remains strong despite Obi's exit. PDP steps up unity drive. Alliance talks ahead of 2027 polls. Interesting headlines there. And there was a Labour Party ADC meeting in Lagos over the weekend, which was disrupted by over 100 unidentified hoodlums. And I like that term, unidentified hoodlums, like unknown gunmen and the rest of them. So, well, that's that headline. Yes. So, Barrister Darlington.
Yes.
Talk to me.
Let me start from the last statement about unknown gunmen and hoodlums.
No, that's just off the cuff. It's not in the papers.
Sorry?
That's just off the cuff. That's
but
me
it was,
talking.
it was hoodlum that disrupted the meeting.
No, I'm saying that's not part of the headline. That's just that's just an ad lib.
But some people wanted to defect, Abi, from Labour Party to ADC, I think. Is that not true?
At the meeting held in Lagos.
So something happened.
In Alimosho in Lagos.
Yes, something happened because Alimosho is the biggest local government in Lagos State. Have you noticed that each time any of the opposition want to do something in Alimosho, there is always disruption? Have you noticed? Always. Always. And this is not good for our democracy. Look, I will advise the ruling party, they should checkmate their supporters. Because this thing can cause a very huge problem. One day, the opposition may rise up to defend themselves and all that, and there will be conflagration. By then, you will now start looking for whom to blame. So whoever is behind all these things, all these distortions of meeting, they should stop it. That is my take here. Then Atiku and the people holding meeting, it is left for them to decide how best to challenge the ruling party.
Okay.
It is left for them because they have an opportunity now to do the right thing. They don't need to be told the mood of the country and what is expected of them. So if they now falter, if they now disappoint the people, then well and 2031 is there waiting for everybody.
All right. All right.
I would like for us to take a peep into that meeting. Why is Atiku holding meeting with ADP? Because of Obi Kwakwanso alliance. Is he scared? Does he think like, is he trying to port to ADP, or does he feel that, well, Obi and Kwakwanso alliance might just take the ticket away from him in 2027?
It's not trading. They are negotiating.
Well, we can't go into
I
all
want
of it
us
now,
to get the meat of it all.
Yeah, well, the former Vice President, Atiku Abubakar, held a high-level consultative meeting with the leadership of the Action Democratic Congress, ADP, at his Abuja residence at the weekend. And the meeting was confirmed by ADP National Chairman Yabagi Yusuf Sani, who described it as a part of the party's ongoing engagement with key democratic stakeholders.
Okay, probably because you know the headline says amid Obi Kwakwanso alliance. You know, so I wanted to find out, is Atiku scared of Obi and Kwakwanso, or is he trying to bring in another party? You know, a chunk of structure into the ADC.
Okay,
so
now
you want to run on that?
Sani also dismissed speculation that the meeting was aimed at merging parties or recruiting individuals into ADP, stressing that the engagement was part of broader consultations with senior democratic stakeholders.
Okay, so the picture is not clear. But for them to be meeting, I'm following the Guardian's headline, you know, amid Obi Kwakwanso alliance. It could be that, well, if Atiku must feel strongly, if these people are ganging up against me in this ADC, I might just have a window, you know, where I can slip into if Shove comes to push in 2026 during the primaries, you know. Or is it trying to say, okay, ADP, let's have a structure in ADP that we can also bring in to counterbalance what the Kwakwansia and the immediate movement are coming with in the ADC. You understand? So, because if you combine the obedient movement and the Kwakwansia movement, it becomes huge. It becomes an asset, you know, in the ADC. And you know how primaries are conducted based on delegates. Where are the delegates coming from? 36 states of the Federation. And
but if you look at Kwakwanso, he has lost Kano. I hope you know. Kwakwanso is no longer a strong force in Kano.
No, he hasn't lost Kwakwansia movement.
He still has the movement.
He still has the movement.
No, how many of them? That is the issue here, because the governor have taken a large chunk
over a million of them.
Barrister, they are still there. The fact that the Kwakansia movement didn't join Yusuf to the APC. Yusuf went to APC because of survival. He wants 2027. That's why he went to the APC.
He could have still made it. After all, it's a Kano. All he needed is to warm his...
I'm not sure he was guaranteed of 2027. Look at Gandhi was national chairman of the APC. He lost Kano to NNPP. So I think what Yusuf did is to hedge his bets. Let me see, because I think it's most likely that the APC will protect me, that the president will protect me, knowing that Kano is a swing state, it's a tough ground with over 2 million votes. So if I'm able to work with the president to capture it, I think it will be safer for me than to be playing along with NNPP. Now, this one that my godfather is talking about, going to deputize for Peter Obi, and he knows clearly that if Okwanso goes to ADC, now the APC will come very hard down on Kano State. So it becomes a tug of war. And I'm sure it is that tug of war that he doesn't want to get involved in. That's why he, gravitated towards the APC.
Well, if the people of Kano that I know very well, if they vote according to what I'm thinking, they will go with Kwakwansia. And that means the governor may not even get what he was promising.
But you just said that Kwakwanso has lost Kano.
Because when I said they are lost Kano, it's because I thought he may be going to APC to cause confusion for the governor. But now he's thinking of coming to ADC. That means he's going to split. Because whether you like it or not, the governor is going to get some small chunk from the Kwakwansia movement, being a governor. There must be loyalists.
Okay. Well, thank you. Let's move away from this conversation. There's another headline I would like us all to touch on from the Punch newspaper, and then we'll also take it from this day newspaper.
Yeah, so cool. I was marked for arrest and assassination. That's the defense minister.
Christopher Musa.
Yeah.
Christopher Musa. Okay.
Well, it's from this day. Sorry, from this day newspaper. The headline also reads, "Coup attempt." In fact, it's the big story on this thing. It says, "Coup attempt. I was targeted for elimination," says defense minister. Says Interpol after civilian suspect on the run. Discloses Nigeria security pact with Turkey not to spite US. And wait for this one. I am in political transition. Could join APC soon, says ex-CDS.
No, that was the big story of the weekend.
Interesting.
That was the big story of the weekend.
Interesting.
Because the anchor asked him, are you joining APC? He said, I might join APC.
He's a minister under the APC, so why wouldn't he join the APC?
So why wouldn't he join the APC? So when people say that he's transitioning, from the army, from the military, to the ministerial position was simply, and he's not a politician.
He's not a politician.
He's not a politician. So when he says some of the things that he says, people should understand him. Now speaking from the political perspective.
Well, let me quickly run to Olamide. Let's
and I know for this man to come back after he was put out of the military, the government has something for him.
Of course, it's the botched coup, so the alleged botched coup.
I know that something is coming for him.
Olamide, please, what's your take on this one? If you have a contribution, go ahead, please. You might need to unmute your device so we can get your audio feed. Okay, I understand that we've lost connection to Olamide Enyinla, who joined us earlier from the United Kingdom. Well,
this issue of Christopher Musa is interesting, and I like the position Barrister is taking now. When Christopher Musa was removed as chief of defense staff, that point, it coincided with the coup rumor that time when he was removed. And when he was brought back as minister, Barrister Darlington's position then, Mr. Agomo's position then was that the man that they just disgraced out of office, that they are now bringing him back as minister. I said, was he disgraced? Because the issue, what we were told that he was removed because he leaked the coup.
Yes.
I said they couldn't have removed the man that leaked the coup and saved their lives. If he leaked the coup, then they should compensate him for doing that. You don't remove a man for leaking a coup. You now punish him. Does it look like you were now in support of the coup? Now everything is very clear. And I understand that the president has what he's doing. If you look at Christopher Musa, I understand, comes from Kaduna State, Zangon Kataf area. you know,
and he's a Christian.
And he's a Christian, and he's been talking tough.
Yeah.
So he's more like a buffer. They're using him as a buffer. He's experienced. You know, he's a retired general of the army, tried and tested. You know, for him to have licked a coup means that, well, there's some kind of patriotic zeal that he has. And I think the president is using him for something. But whether that will work is a different thing, because it's going to come against very, very powerful forces. Forces that are supporting, forces that are in support of the insecurity. Not because they are making money essentially out of it, but because the insecurity thing is a plan for them to get at something.
And then
Christopher Musa is going to be like a bulwark against that plan. So they will come after him. So he needs to be stronger in what is in his efforts.
And with this Muslim Christian ticket in the offing, I think he will make a good candidate here. That's what I think.
Well, it will be too early to complain, to contemplate on that, because I don't know if he has the clout, you know,
to run for office.
No, he has, I mean, what is he bringing to the table?
Is the experience?
Experience in military.
And his loyalty.
Experience in military.
And is the
loyalty.
Loyalty.
I mean the political capital he's coming with in terms of does he have followership.
Christians in the north will rally around him now. Yes?
I think so.
Christians in the north.
Christians in the north, yeah, they will rally.
What's the population? Big anyway, but are they able to counter the other? It's going to be. I never thought about him coming in as running mate to the president, but well, let's see how.
I don't see that's happening. I don't see that happening.
But there must be something for him.
He's already a minister.
He's a minister. That's something enough.
A minister.
You know. Oh well, thank you very much, gentlemen, for your contribution. This on newspaper review, but that's it on the show. Big thanks to Barrister Darlington Agumo, Chukwuma Okoro as well, who doubles as an analyst. Well, he will be back here tonight at 6 p.m. on Political Lens. I'm sure he'll be traveling around the nation, bringing you political stories.
With Barrister
Darlington.
And we'll talk about articles meeting with the ADP. What does it hold for ADC, P2B and Pokwanso?
All right, there you have it.
Did I hear you are going around the country?
There you have it. There you have it.
You are sure we'll go with
the conversation for later this evening on Political Lens. Thank you very much. You shouldn't miss that one. Well, Jane, thank you very much for your contribution as well. Jane Ogoye, my colleague here. Well, that's it on the show. I'm Moses Humphrey, wishing you a beautiful morning. Stick around. Sports comes up next on VOP TV. Bye for now.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage. as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mama Kore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a brother shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Unpaid. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 talk, please discuss.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
I'm Mr. Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
It's just so much, very, very much to talk about on the show today. Yeah, very, very much to talk about, so a lot to look into. We're talking about the world of sports just as it unfolds, and we have all of the news right here to give to you. Everything that emanated during the course of the weekend and also just as it unfolds. All of those sporting activities, the Formula One, the boxing, the Chisora story, the Wilder, all of those boxers, talking about the golf world, talk about the football world, the Arsenal on top of the log, all of the great news. And we talk, it's just a lot to talk about in the sports show today. And we'll still look into the MPFL news, where we have Eyimba, who are the giant of African football. Sorry, you could say giant of Nigerian football, not African football anymore. You can say they used to be family. And then we look into the Super Eagles talk. Which way for Nigeria? Is it a possibility to see that Nigeria make it to the World Cup? Are we going to be at part of the side who will let the Congo side down and then we move into the big one? So it's just a lot to look into on the show today. But you just cannot afford to miss. Just stick around, stay here with us so we can give you all of those exciting stories just as it unfolds. But first of all, let's start with one. For those that saw Atlanta 96, if you did see that, if you were born at that point in Olympic that happened in America, if you did see that one, you will understand. For those who were born at 1994, they will also be knowing who I'm talking about. But for those who also Google their mobile all the time, they will also know who we're talking about. So we talk about one man on the show this morning. We'll start off with that one, and that's about the MPFL because Uche Okechukwu is on the story today. Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. You're watching Sports Republic show right here on the best place to be, Voice Audible Television, Lagos, Nigeria. Let's start off with this very one. It looks quite juicy. You can say, because I like the story. It's more like real recognize real. Eyimba Football Club have confirmed the appointment of former Super Eagles defender Uche Okechukwu as the club new sporting director. With that move, the Albert Elephants have now handed a pivotal leadership role to one of the leadership most respected figure of Nigerian football. I'm talking about who? Uche Okechukwu. He's widely known as, his nickname used to be Gentle Giant during his playing days. Now he takes over following the resignation of the club previous sporting director. His appointment was formally communicated in the letter signed by Eyimba chairman Kanu Nwankwo, who praised the former international experience and character. Kanu said the club hierarchy believes Okechukwu's background as an elite sees it as a very good one, and his understanding of football structure will be a central one to Eyimba's long-term ambition. The chairman expressed confidence that the former defender would help drive standards, shape requirements and recruitment strategy, and also strengthen pathways for players and the development of this one domestically. Okechukwu, who you rightly know, is a familiar figure in Nigerian football. He's revered not only for his achievements, but also for his calm authority and professionalism during his distinguished playing career. Now, for those who don't know who we are talking about, so I will ask you a question. Who is this man? He was born in Lagos. Okechukwu began his career in the Nigerian League with the Flash Flamingos, formerly at that point, and in Wayan National, currently in that heartland, and that's he won back-to-back titles for the club side as in 1998 and also 1989. So 1988 and 1989, his performance earned him a move to Europe in 1990, where he joined Brøndby in Denmark. At Brøndby, he also was a quick Danish man who just got himself right. He won titles, league titles, and also playing a role in the club UEFA Cup at the 1990-91 season. His influence was such a very, very impactful one at the club side, and he was their player of the year in 1992. So a transfer to Fenerbahce, forming one of the most division Turkish league title, is just a way to say, yes, Uche Okechukwu, you've done so well. So I'm liking the part that also Kanu Nwankwo has gotten him involved. So it's more like a teammate getting his fellow compatriots on the job. So do we want to see this? Now, I think I'd love to see this, aside the AIBA shows, I would have loved to see this also in the MPFL. I want to see this also in the NFF role, because this one has served Nigeria to a high level. He's really giving his all to the nation. So he's a Nations Cup winner in 1994. He's also an Atlanta Olympic winner. I could say Olympic winner. So a gold medal winner, Uche Okechukwu. But Kanu Nwankwo, you need to know. See, when I talk about this ex-international, sometimes I feel this sort of happiness within myself, because I feel like we have the structure that we don't have now. Japan 93, if you follow the game well, for those who know, not the Gen Zs this time around, as at Japan 93, we had the likes of Aruma, the Babayaro, the Kanu Nwankwo. These guys were quite young, Obiakwe and the rest of the guys. And the structure says you need to play at Japan 93. You can't play at the World Cup. Now, if you watch 1994 and 1996, you could see a structural move. We had it. As at 1994, Okechukwu was a pair. He was a defender who was working with Clemens Westerhoff at the half of the defense. He was part of the 1994 squad that won the Nations Cup. Now, he came into the Olympic with his leadership quality, the likes of Amokachi, Amunike, all of these guys, Okocha, they were part of, the 1994 Nations Cup winning side. But Kanu Nwankwo was not there. So if you look at this NFF at that point, NFA, formerly called at that point, you could see there was this structure. Some of those leaders who were not part of the, some of those leaders who were part of the World Cup as a 94 were part of the 1996 under Bonfijo, and that it was a connection. Westerhoff connection was playing out. So we had a structure as at that time. Now, Okechukwu was part of the team that won the Olympic, but he was not the skipper. It was Kanu Nwankwo. Uruma was at his finest. Uruma was so good at Japan 93. I mean, he was that quality. Someone says because of Kocha, that's the reason why we've not seen the best of Uruma. But I love what Kanu Nwankwo has done now. You know why? Kanu Nwankwo knows that it would be right for me to get my ex-teammate or national team player involved in what I do. He's the chairman of the club. He's not been so fantastic. Not talking about his playing wise. During his playing days, it was amazing to watch. Kanu Nwankwo, 1996 African Player of the Year. We know 99 as well. He stole the show. So you could say Nigerian was decorated. If you're not, you won't be wrong to say so. But I'm looking at it from another transition on the part where he has gotten Okechukwu as part of his backroom staff. This is great news to be talked about. So I wish them all of the best. Talking about the two-time champion, but Enyimba have not won the UEFA Champions League in 22 years. So you need to know. The last they listed was, I think that was 2023. So it's just what it is. So let's keep that on the sideline and move on. It's just, I think the Chakasi side, not 2023, the Chakasi side, there's one of those players who just claims in that very one. But let's talk about the news of the Super Eagles. And someone is optimistic, someone is not happy. Someone is saying it's hard time we let our homegrown coaches manage the team. Let's talk about this one now. Father of one law family, Sadhguru Maharaji, has called for the appointment of a Nigerian as the head coach of the Super Eagles. I keep saying all the time, one thing about this country, Nigeria, in sports, when it feels like everything is going well or going so nice, something just comes at the other edge. I'm not going to say the news is not right. I'm not going to debunk. I'm not going to fault the man who's talking right, without due respect. But why are we having a conversation about that now? He said his persistent call on Nigerian Football Federation, NFF, to employ a Nigerian as a Super Eagles head coach is beyond emotions and sentiments, no doubt. A statement from Maharaji stated that his call is deeply rooted in the ongoing and unstoppable reset of African continent following inspiration of global European dominance. According to him, the man who haven't just screamed, he said, the step became necessary if truly Nigeria desires to have Super Eagles excel at the highest level of soccer competition. He maintained that the NFF should desist from falling from their games by appointing a Nigerian as the head coach of the Super Eagles. He said the appointment must avail the Nigerians the same payment and privileges that European gets when hired by the Nigerian Football Federation, irrespective of the challenges that the Nigerian coach may be experiencing in the job. He said he must not be sacked. Every new era, every fresh order has its natural teething stage. Now, according to the man, Sadhguru, he said NFF and the Nigerians as a whole, should stop patronizing the manipulative intelligence of Europeans through the wrongful amalgamation that we are trying to put right to ensure that human rights, freedom, and liberty for all is no longer abused. Appoint a competent Nigerian, preferably from one of our ex-international, Austin Jejo Kocha, Kanawan Kwa, Mokachi, Amonike, Fani Amu, among others. He said, and look forward to having NFF heed to this divine advice this time around. If they do not want to be dissolved or fired for mismanagement and high-handed or disrespect to human life. Now, this is someone, his opinion, this is him opining how he feels or what he makes. But, you know, I look at the NFF, I look at the Nigerian Football Federation, I look at, that's the NFF, I look at our coaches, I look at our ex-internationals. You know, let's be factual. For what Sadhguru have said, it takes me back to recall when we had Shegun Digbami, what he said. He said Nigerians don't respect themselves. We don't respect ourselves. Now, why is he saying so? We don't see a big future in ourselves. See, it's two-faced, not the Idibia style. It's two-faced now. We don't respect our own. We don't believe in our own. We don't believe in ourselves. Sometimes they feel when you have a European coach, you have all it takes to win a big tournament. But of course not. But no disrespect to the NFF on the part that we've had a coach being a European, a Nigerian, that's why he called himself Westerhoff as a 94. What a day it was good. So I think basically we could say the Europeans have given us more, you know, more trophies, national team-wise. But I'm looking at it from the aspect of those names that you hear me call, how good have they been? How good have they gone back to the drawing board to make sure they are okay? How many Nigerians out there who are ex-international are on the game administrative-wise, if not the NFF? I can count. Olofunjana is doing well for Chelsea, if you know the story. Sheyi Olofunjana, you know him. Emenalo, Saudi Arabia sporting director, is doing well. He was at the USA 94. He was part of that team that was coached, managed by Westerhoff. He wasn't a regular. He wasn't a starter. But look how far he has transformed football in Saudi Arabia. That's a Nigerian. But if you want a Nigerian person or personality to be our coach, those names you call, aside the fact that some of the least Excelsior, some of them have been on the job, how many of them are good administrative-wise? How many of them have opened the game? How many of them have studied so well? How many of them knows about the game? Sometimes you may never know until you try. This is not to say that the NFF are doing well. If I have my way, I will dissolve them. If I have my way, in quote, I would disband the Nigerian Football Federation. But who are you to say so? That's the body governing the game. They're not making everything right. So who is talking now? Sadhguru. He's not even a footballer. But he understands the part where we don't believe in our own. Why am I saying this? We've seen some African countries doing so well. 7-time champions right now. The recent Nations Cup concluded. The Egyptian people had the pharaohs themselves coming out to play very well. They got to a high level. And it was Wissam Hassan. That's a legend of the team. A number 9 of his finest. Watch MFA, watch the Ivorians, look at what's going, watch Chow, Senegal. These are people, I think Chow took them to Chan, the Senegalese. So I think back then, growing up, we used to believe, yes, the Europeans have what it takes. They are good, no disrespect, because they go tech by tech. They go down the nitty-gritty to make sure everything looks right. But I'm looking at it from one perspective. If you want to get a Nigerian on the job, how good are they? So people say, let's manage the spy goals, let's do this one. Are they okay, in quote? Can they even do the job well? So it's not even about wanting our own. Yes, it's good to get your own, because looking at all of this, Amafei, Ivorian, he did so well. He won the Nations Cup. Gassi left. Pretoria now is also an indigene or Senegalese born. Dakar, to be precise. Look how far he has turned around the Senegalese football. Look at people believing in themselves. But we're not believing. We want a foreign coach. But I'm not saying a foreign coach is wrong. But now that we have Eric Chell, it's not a problem. So maybe Sadhguru's talk is for future talk. I don't know if that's what he's trying to say. But at this point in time, we should not be talking about a coach. Pay this man well. He's good to go. Let's make sure we have Eric Chell comfortable in Nigeria. One of the problems we had with the longest serving foreign coach of Nigeria, Kenneth Rowe, back time, was he wanted a place where he said, I don't want to stay in Nigeria. I'm a coach who doesn't want to stay in Nigeria. And NFF started having conversation. But Eric Chell is ready to stay. Eric Chell is ready to watch our games. Eric Chell owns a house in Abuja. They gave him an apartment in Abuja. So he's quite comfortable, aside the fact that we are not transparent enough. Pay wise, pay him well, pay him what is due him. Don't owe him. A man who is managing the quality of the Osimhen, Lookman, Iwobi, and the rest of that, pay him well. We shouldn't be allowing things like, they never paid this coach, they never paid this coach, in the news. It's more like we should be ashamed of ourselves. We can't be owing the Franco Malian. It's not even right. So, but I think one part I want to pick from him, if our local coaches make it right, is the fact that he said they should be paid the same amounts that the Europeans are paid. Let's be factual. Some of these European coaches come here to make their resume. They come here to make their CV. They are nobody. They are men. They are what's the word? They come here, this is like an out star for them. They come here and make themselves big. We have had some coaches, some names that were not even known to be managing the Super Eagles. But for Eric Chell, let's allow Eric Chell. Can we even have a Nigerian earn same way as a European will earn on the coaching job? It might not be possible. Only if those at the head would make sure those Nigerians or personal development can get themselves involved in football administration and get themselves at a high level. Then we can now look at you and say, okay, come and do this. Do I want to call J.J. Kocha? We know his story in Delta State. We don't want to talk about it. Is there Amokachi he was assistant to Stephen Keshi. Fair enough. But come on now. Sondolise, they don't want to give him all of the power he needs, he deserves, to manage the team. So do they want to bring in a coach that they can control? Is a question for another day. But let's run away from that phase and talk about the Super Eagles World Cup hopes. There's a news out there. It's feeling like the Nigerian Football Federation are not sleeping on this one. We just might be a part of the World Cup. Looking at what we talked about this last week, if you recall, on the Saturday show. Yes, we talked about the possibility of the Super Eagles being involved in the World Cup. And what Eric Chell has done to Nigeria, he has made us see reasons that we can be out of the World Cup. We have the quality to be out of the World Cup. Our squad is untouchable for me. Our squad looks top-notch squad, I can say. Now, we've shown. Now, countryside, let me even tell you like a secret, right? Countries want to play Nigeria. We're not part of the World Cup, but World Cup going teams wants to play Nigeria. You know why? They've seen a team that can give trouble. So when I remember that we're not making it to the World Cup consecutively, twice in a row, I almost feeling like crying like a baby. You know why? Because when you look at the Nigerian national team, with what we saw at the Nations Cup, these boys should be playing in the World Cup. High level, biggest tournament in the football world. But the Nigerian Football Federation right now has reaffirmed that the Super Eagles' chance of qualifying for the World Cup is very close. Following the reports that the Democratic Republic of Congo, the DR Congo side, could face sanctions for allegedly fielding ineligible players. Nigeria World Cup hopes suffered a setback in November 2025 when DR Congo defeated the Super Eagles of Nigeria on penalties to claim Africa's place in the Intercontinental Playoff. However, those hopes have been reignited amid claims that up to 6 DR Congo players who have switched nationality may have completed the required eligibility process. Do you understand? No, according to reports, the players in question allegedly failed to formally renounce their previous nationalities, a requirement under FIFA regulation, potentially rendering them ineligible for the decisive CAF playoff games. But in a swift response, the NFF has formally petitioned, this is a formally petition, right? FIFA alleging Congo's use of players during the 26 World Cup final. The Federation is seeking sanctions that could overturn the result and reopen Nigeria's path to the qualification. NFF General Secretary Dr. Mohamed Sanusi confirmed that the Federation is confident of a favorable outcome and awaiting FIFA's ruling. So we are waiting. I don't know if we really deserve to be out of the World Cup. I don't know. I'm really just following this news, just the way it unfolds. We're taking it bit by bit. The NFF knows. They know that the Congo side, the Congolese are faulted. They know. The Congolese side also, some states, some of their rules, not the FIFA rule, states that those players can actually play those games. But from the body that governs the game, so you need to know that the body that governs the game, FIFA, the Federation of Football, they know that the Congolese have defaulted. So we are waiting if the Malaysian people can be fined, their heads resigning, then there could be a turnaround. Just maybe Nigeria might be in the conversation. We might be making it to the World Cup. But according to Sanusi, NFF Secretary said, we have a good case. We don't venture into what we know is an exercise in futility. As far as we're concerned, we have a strong case, and we are waiting for what FIFA will say regarding the complaints we have reached. We have lodged. Should Nigeria appeal succeed, the Super Eagles would advance to the 16th Intercontinental Playoff scheduled for next month. And that has got me saying Happy New Month anyways. Happy New Month to you as well. But let's talk about I think the playoff is an intercontinental one, and it will be determined by the final 2 qualification slots for the expanded 48 teams 2026 FIFA World Cup. Potentially offering Nigeria's late opportunity to secure a 7th World Cup appearance. So Nigeria might make it to the World Cup. True or false? True. Possibility rating, I could rate maybe, I just would say 50-50 maybe. Maybe 50-50, I don't want to say, but I'm just looking at how FIFA will be disappointed, or how we will be disappointed with FIFA. If we look at it by the FIFA rule and what it states, section what it says, you will understand that the Congolese, because what we saw in Malaysia, scoreline deducted, given to the opponent, the opposition. So it should be that Nigeria, who is the recent national team side that played against Congo, will be having that point automatically. Are we going to see Cameroon come in the conversation? Of course, I don't think that will happen. And they're not also making a case. So Nigeria looks to be the closest. So if that measure would be taken, it means that the Super Eagles of Nigeria would or might or likely be part of the World Cup. So we'll see how it unfolds and how it goes from here. Sound like a good news. Fair enough. Okay, so we talk about one man is on the radar. Ademola Lookman. I saw him this morning. He will having a medical later today at Atletico de Madrid. Let's talk about some Super Eagles transfer news before we give you other news away from the football world. Nigerian international and Super Eagles star Atlanta winger Ademola Lookman is on the verge of completing a high-profile move to Spanish La Liga giant Atletico de Madrid. The deal was reached through a breakthrough on Saturday night, and we'll see the 28-year-old move to Civitas Metropolitano in a package worth about total of 40 million euros. According to reports, the agreement between Atlanta and Atletico Madrid consists of 35 million euro fixed fee with an additional 5 million euro in performance-related add-ons. Lookman has reportedly agreed a long-term contract with Diego Simeone's led side after finalizing personnel terms late last night. The Nigerian international talisman, who has been a standout performer in Serie A, is expected to travel to Madrid in the coming hours. So this was the news as of yesterday, you could say. But he is in Spain now, and then all examination, medical, and all documents will be signed and sealed. Lookman moves, comes from a stellar stint with Atalanta, where he etched his name into European football history by scoring a hat-trick in the 2024 UEFA Europa League final. His clinical finish and versatility in the final third have made him one of the most sought-after African players in Europe. At Atletico Madrid right now, Lookman is expected to bolster the attacking lineup, including a challenging side or dominance. He's going to play against Real Madrid and Barcelona. He becomes the latest high-profile Nigerian to feature in the Spanish top flight, following the footsteps of legends like Mutia Dekpaju and then Finidi George. So, congratulations to Ademola Lookman. I'm happy that he has made that move, and I'll be celebrating Lookman just as he comes. I'm happy to see him leave the Lades. I'm happy to see him leave Bergamo. I'm happy to celebrate Lookman, who was our last 2024 African Player of the Year, CAF Player of the Year, and I'll celebrate him, and I wish him all of the best in his endeavors. Now, Lookman, I saw footage of video emanating out when he just landed at Spain. There was this report news. They said, okay, Lookman, what do you have to say? What do you have to say to the Lades? Blah, 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 all of the talks. Lookman doesn't really talk a lot. He doesn't talk. More recently, I told you on the TV, I recall I told you during the Lookman and Osimhen saga, he was just quiet. He's not a talking personality. He doesn't talk a lot. So the question was, what do you have to say to the people of Lades, to the Bergamo, to the Atlanta people? And he said, ciao, ciao. Like, I don't want to talk. Ciao, ciao. He just left. He walked past them. So we wish him all of the best as he continues a different stint right there in Spain. So from one Super Eagles player to the other, let's talk about transfer news about this one. Besiktas also rejected Aya's bid for this man, Super Eagles captain, who recently lost his dad, blessed memory, some days back, Wilfred Ndidi. A bid Atalanta is for Lukman, but Weaver Ndidi is for Besiktas, and then Turkish superweight side heavyweights. Besiktas have reportedly rejected an approach from Dutch champions Ajax for Nigerian international Wilfred Ndidi. According to renowned transfer expert Ben Jacobs, Ajax made an inquiry for the Super Eagles captain, but Besiktas were unwilling to sanction a move. The Istanbul club are set to have proposed a deal involving a 2 million loan fee, that's a euro, with 12 million euro option to buy for the 29-year-old Ndidi. Terms into the ultimately did not progress with that agreement. Ndidi also right now recently joined Besiktas and has been entrusted with the leadership role, being named the club's vice captain just days after his arrival. That's the quality he possesses. The defensive midfielder is currently sidelined as he continues his recovery from an injury sustained at the Nations Cup, and that's about Wilfred Ndidi. So, congratulations to Wilfred Ndidi for being loved in Turkey, for being loved in Besiktas, sorry, and then for them also stopping that move. We would have seen him just have a season with Besiktas in the Turkey and then make a move to Ajax Amsterdam. But I think it's a welcome development for me, if you ask me. Ndidi is 29. He's not getting any younger. So playing club football at Ajax Amsterdam, where we have this young lads running blood, and it's good that he stays back in Turkey. I'm just saying, my opinion anyways. But right now, before we go on a quick break, let's talk about Arsenal, talk about the Premier League, talk about what we've seen so far, just to wrap about this. Now, all of the leagues are interesting to look. The Bundesliga, the Ligue 1 side, I was watching the Paris Saint-Germain game against Strasbourg. They came from behind to get it all right, and then they did so well. Achraf Hakimi with a red card, he got off, and the coach had to trick the team around. They played 10-man, and they had to convert Zara Emery to play from the right side. They crossed that ball that Nuno Mendes had to score with a header against Strasbourg, who is the Chelsea Blue co-owned or quality team. I love to watch them play. They are very good, decent players. We saw the Due brothers fighting themselves in that game. We saw, Madeira trying to do what they can do. We saw Matt Sarr, the Chelsea signing on loan to Strasbourg. They had a very decent game yesterday, but the big side will always dominate. Talking about the side, I got Dembele, Kvaratskhelia. That was a Desiree Doué, that was a Vitinha, João Neves. They were just all of them. Now, that looks quite interesting. PSG on top of the log in the Ligue 1 with goal difference. That's one. Let's just do a run-through, go-round. Premier Liga, we saw Sporting win a late goal, and then Benfica also got a draw yesterday. Mourinho has not lost a game since he managed to be the manager. La Liga also, Madrid side coming from, that down goal. Thibaut Courtois, one of the best goalkeepers in the world, trying to make a lot of saves. They stole the show. Mbappe's penalty, well converted. Rodrigo had it. It was just a lot to talk about in the league football. And Serie A, Inter Milan just on top of the log, trying to do it. They dismantled Cremonese. Roma plays tonight against Udinese. So it's a lot to talk about foreign football and European news. But let's talk about one that is really out there. Arsenal. Everything feels to be working well. Look at the log. Look at the points. 6 points clear. Of City. Now, when they are not playing, they're getting results. You have on your screen, this is it. Arsenal 53, City 47. Aston Villa lost with Brentford having ruled out with a red card and still couldn't get the result. Man United, Chelsea, Liverpool. So I think it's like the top four we used to know. So maybe Aston Villa is just a team looking like they're spoiling. I'm sorry to say if you don't get me right. But I'm looking. Arsenal had a decent game. In the course of the weekend, winning Leeds United 4-0, Gyökeres with a goal. I love the Gabriel Jesus goal. Great to see. The changes were good. And then that celebration, Zubimendi, the on goal other side, Gabriel coming from the bench, it was nice. Now, there was no Saka. We'll come back to the table very soon. There was no Bukayo Saka, but Madueke owned up. He stole up. He stole the show, and the fans were chanting his name, Madueke. Madueke. They were singing the spaces and then what have you. But let's look at that table again so you can just understand what I'm saying and how far the Premier League has come and how far it's highly competitive. We'll look at the table, then we'll show you some of the names. Now, Man City, who we felt should have gotten it right yesterday, went to Tottenham Stadium, and I was just seeing the game. I want to be frank with you. I'm not going to doubt them like Thomas. Tottenham Hotspur did all they could do, and they got a 2-2 Sri Lanka. I don't know if that was a flick. I don't know. Maybe tomorrow we'll have to analyze that goal. We'll bring it, so we'll see if it was a mistake. I'll bring that footage of that goal to you so you can see. Then Aston Villa, who we felt like, the good side to have done it against Brentford, also lost 1-0. So I can say when Arsenal is not playing, everything looks favorable for them. Look at the result they have right now, 6 points, and they keep going higher. But the manager knows there's a problem somewhere because everyone is not supporting them now. Now, Man United, Carrick is doing the magic. I did see the goal from Shesko, number 9, traditional number 9. He had to bend over. he had to bend over that goal. And then looking at the way he scored the goal, Fernandez also was just on his A game. Konya, all of these guys did so well. If you watch Man United now, you can see a transitioning. You can see that the Carrick implementation is paying out. Maguire with the red card, with a penalty offense, Jimenez scoring, and Kevin, that small ball bending on, just enter one side, fine goal. Chukwueze tried. They were just Berge and the rest of, Harry Wilson. I love the Fulham side when they play, but Manchester United, Man United, the Konya goal was a stunning goal, but the Chesko's goal, Fernandez with the last lap, he just stretched out that one, and then Chesko, who was facing the other side. I think I love everything about Man United now. Casemiro with assist and the goal, with the head, one with the assist, and no look pass. You cannot talk less about no look pass from Casemiro, the Brazilian. And Konya and Casemiro kept on hugging themselves. The ball was more, I got the ball, and then Konya was in the right position. He had to send his face the right way, and he plays the pass this way, and that no look pass paid out for Man United, so they got themselves on that log. So congratulations to them, and Chesko also from the bench, who scored that one for himself. But, looking at the table, next you see Chelsea somewhere, 5-5. That's congratulations to Chelsea, I must say. The coach. See, I don't know. I think Chelsea's not been run like a football club. Sorry to say if I'm sounding this way. It sounds like an enterprising business club. Because you are picking from Strasbourg. They now turn Strasbourg like an academy club. And they play very good football. Gary O'Neill knows. That was yesterday for the first time in 3 games since lost. So, first time. And they lost to a bigger side. But Chelsea coach, the head coach now, Liam Rosinio, the way he has tricked the team, you can see the change. You can see the difference. A team that lost their coach some months back, Enzo Maresca, at the start of the year, how far they've turned around the table looks nice. I saw the goal, the die goal, and then João Pedro also on this game. Fernandez, that goal came when they needed it, and they celebrated. So it became a Chelsea thing. And if you look at the way it's going now, it's a big celebration for the Blues and how far they've come. So I must say, Chelsea is not doing bad with Liam Rosinio. But how long will he stay? How long will Michael Carrick stay? These are all of the questions I'll be asking, in the later time. But also from this game, we just talk about Liverpool before we go on a quick break. Liverpool, even if you know them well, Hugo Ekitike. People ask you, why did you sign Alexander Isak? Why was there Isak? You should have not bought Isak. I say that. I also say that one time like that. And then we saw Ekitike, Hugo, scoring a well-deserved goal. He got a brace. He's still yet to get his international first club side hat-trick. A move from Germany to Premier League is not a magic. It's not a fluke. But how he has been able to condone, transition his gameplay, how he's been active and strong enough has shown us that this French international should be part of the World Cup. Quality side, and Liverpool did all they should do to get it past the side. They came from behind. And then I could celebrate for man again, Ibrahima Konate, who lost his dad, Hamdi, and we could say of blessed memory, just some days back. His first return, you could see he was crying. His first return, he got a goal for his club side. So it's good to see that Liverpool won that game right there at, the stadium, the Liverpool Stadium, but the Anfield Stadium. But I look at one man, Alisson Becker, for every time he's started at Anfield, he's yet to lose a game. So that's a record. But we go on a very quick break. When we return, we'll tell you what's really going on in other sporting stories. We'll tell about Novak Djokovic losing that very one to that young man, Carlos Alcaraz. Rebecca also on the show, the story, Lewis Hamilton. All of this news away from football will be coming your way shortly. Please don't go anywhere. Stay with us. We'll be back shortly. All right, welcome back. Welcome back from that quick break. Let's talk about something else away from football. Now, the boxing world looks quite interesting to see. Tyson Fury official boxing comeback has been confirmed for later this year after his second consecutive defeat of Alexander Usyk in December 2024. Fury announced this one, and he announced that he would be having a fight. He's retiring from boxing, claiming that he has finally hung up his gloves, having previously retired several times. Of course, less than 18 months later, the 37-year-old confirmed he would be returning to fight later this year. Several big names were linked to Fury's potential opponent for his comeback fight, with many fans hoping we could finally see a battle of Britain against fellow heavyweight legend, talking about Anthony Joshua. Talking about boxing now, this one says Fury's comeback has officially been announced, with the former heavyweight champion set to return to the ring, and that's just in 3 months. With a potential fight against Joshua expected to take place later this year, it was widely expected that Fury would take a chin-up fight in the early part of 2026 to shake off the ring rust before a big fight later in this year. And also revealed by a report, the former champion will look to do just that when he returns to face Aksel Black and Mukhmudov in the ring, talking about a heavyweight showdown on April the 11th. The fight card will be broadcast live on Netflix. We'll be seeing that one taking place as well in the United Kingdom, becoming the first boxing event broadcast by a streaming platform in the UK, and also Fury's first home fight in nearly 4 years. Now, people are asking, who is Asbalek Bek? I'm liking his name, Aslanbek Mamudov. His name is nice. He's a Canadian-based Russian heavyweight fighter. Mamudov boasts a record of 21 wins. That's the record about the man who Usyk could be having a fight with. So you know he's also big. He has a record of 21 wins, 19 of which are via knockout, and just 2 losses at the hands of Ajit Caballero. And that was in December 2023, and also Guido Vanillo in August 2024. In his last fight, Mukhmudov defeated British heavyweight Darlene David in a dominant point in the Shield Arena, Sheffield, claiming the WBA Intercontinental Heavyweight title. You know one thing about those people, boxing world is nice. I'm a fan of boxing as well. You know, boxing world is nice, and then if you're off the game, you just cannot come back to the ring. That's what Fury is trying to do. Tyson Fury will not just bounce back, because when you just bounce back and say you want to have a fight, you get knocked out of the ring. He's just like we say footballers are match rust, or rusty, some say. He has a ring rust. So he has to fight and make sure he gets himself in shape before we see him have a fight next. And that's about Tyson Fury. But from one boxing story to the other, one man again in the news is Derek Chisora. He will meet Deontay Wilder on April 4th at the London O2 Arena in what will be his 50th professional fight for both heavyweights. Chisora, a cult hero in British boxing, has been official in the top division for the last 15 years. He has fought a litany of the finest boxers in the world, including Tyson Fury 3 times, Alexander Usyk, Vitaly Klitschko, and many more. Chisora has challenged for world titles twice before, handling a football stadium in his 3rd fight with Fury, and is on a run of a good form. American Wilder also has been widely regarded as the heaviest puncher in the sport, and arguably one of the hardest hitters of all time. The former WBC heavyweight champion was unbeaten in 43 fights. A run of the Olympic bronze medalist began in 2008 and extended right up until his 2nd fight in Fury, that's back in 2020. With a knockout ratio of over 97%, Wilder has scored some spectacular finishes along the way. After losing to Joseph Parker and Zhang Zhang, Wilder rebuilt with a win over Tyrell Anthony Harden, and that was last year. Wilder also has been linked to a mooted contest with champion, talk about reigning unified heavyweight champion Usyk, but first will return to the UK for the first time since blasting through Audley Harrison in 2013 to fight Chisora. Now, what next? From boxing, we move into the Formula One world. Lewis Hamilton's wealth of Formula One experience puts him in the place, talk about the best place to assess the new generation of cars, and is enjoying what is driving so far. Talking about the Ferrari, the 7-time Formula One world champion is entering the 5th major tournament regulation overhaul of his career, and has often been vocal about which era of cars he has preferred to race with, especially after cruising experience at a ground effect period of 2022-25 season. Perhaps this gives fuel to Hamilton's positivity over the new generation of Formula One cars, which made their official track debut at the Barcelona shakedown this week, following a timing and a Fleming Day run at Fiorano after his launch last week. Lewis Hamilton, who unofficially set the fastest lap of the showdown, took about a shakedown with a 1 minute 16.34 or 16.348 seconds, and contributed to Ferrari's total of 444 laps of the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya, with teammate Charles Leclerc says the new Formula One cars are more enjoyable to drive as they are more forgiving than the knife-edge stability that was hallmark of the ground effect cars. So that's about this. And then Formula One stories again says, I'm liking the story. I'm liking the way it's unfolding, because Hamilton wants to win that championship. He wants to be out there. He moved from Red Bull, moved from Red Bull to Ferrari. The Italian side looks, looks shaky at some point. But he wants to emerge to be that champion that we know. So, but I think ever since he signed for Ferrari, this is the first time I'm hearing Lewis Hamilton speak out well, speak so good about his gameplay, his race game, and how far he wants to go. So I wish you all of the best, and that's for the British International. When we talk about the Dutchman, Red Bull has completed their first on-track running with a powerhouse, talk about power unit undeveloped in-house, marking a major milestone ahead of the 26th Formula One season. Red Bull Racing began their 26th preseason on Monday, stating and starting a new era of the team prepares for its first using the self-developed power unit from Red Bull Powertrain created in partnership with Ford. The 5-day shakedown in Barcelona can be considered a successful debut for the project between Red Bull and its sister team Racing Bulls, talking about more than 600 laps were completed across the test, which is a strong early signal of reliability for a power unit making a first appearance under the new regulations. And that's about Max Verstappen on this one. Now we talk about golf, starting from Nigeria. Homsaw, this one says about new rule. I'm liking to bring you this one because in Nigerian name of the news, Jumai Adamu has emerged a new lady, talking about the new lady captain of the Tuko Yusuf Butai TYB International Golf Resort and Country Club Abuja, following the decisive election victory held at the clubhouse on Saturday. Adamu polled an overwhelming 1-9 votes, defeating Rose Nyam, who scored 22 votes, and the incumbent lady captain, Maureen Abute, also gathered 26 votes. The landslide result drew applause from club members who described the outcome as a clear endorsement of Adamu's leadership vision and commitment to unity within the club. Speaking after the announcement, Adamu gave glory to God, describing the victory as an act of divine grace and faith rewarded. So we go off and give you still news on golf, from the European news, from the Nigerian news to the foreign news of golf outputs. Phil Mickelson will not participate. Everyone knows this now. He will not participate in each of the first 2 LIV Golf events this year. Mickelson announced his decision on Sunday morning, citing the need in the U.S. because of a family health matter. According to Mickelson, he said, I will not be able to participate in the first 2 LIV events as Amy and I need to be present for a family health matter. I can't wait to compete against the Luke, and also looking forward to rejoining my teammate as soon as possible. You need to also know that LIV season begins this Wednesday in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and then continues with the February 12 to 15 event in Adelaide in Australia. Now, this is the news from Phil Mickelson. I'm liking this. He said, I will not be able to participate in the first 2 LIV events as Amy and I need to be present for a family health matter. I can't wait to compete again and look forward to rejoining my teammates as soon as possible. In the meantime, only Schneider Jans will step in for me in Riyadh as I root on Half Flyers JC from afar. That's about Phil Mickelson. You know, family matters is great. You know that, right? So family matters, when there's a family news, is also great. I think I saw one that has to do, not really a family matter. I think Esteval, the Chelsea player, let me see if I can get that on the mobile. I think I did see something like that, where Esteval also traveled home. And the reason why he traveled home was a church affair. You know, Brazilians like God a lot. You see them scoring goals and saying Brazilians, you know, the news. But yes, the report also states, we just, a quick one, it's breaking as well. Leandro Sr. said, we had to let Esteval to go to Brazil because his pastor called him and said they need his assistant at church this evening, and the message reads, God first. So if Mickelson is saying family matters is right, then who are we to say no? So he believes he's making the right move, and it's okay because family comes first. And say that family is also always coming first. And then these European internationals understand how this works. But wrapping up that golf story, let's tell you with the LPGA canceling the final. Let's talk about Koda. You know, Koda, this man about the LPGA canceling this one. Koda is in the news because right now, with the LPGA canceling the final round of the Hilton Grand Vacation Tournament at the championship amid extreme cold, Koda 13 under, which was capped by 8 under 64 Saturday, was enough for a 3-shot victory over Amy Yang at his first LPGA title since November 2024. Koda, who is now a 16th career LPGA winner, called Saturday's 64, which bested the field average by over 9 strokes, a top 3 round of his career. So let's wrap up with this one on the show today. I will not be feeling very okay if I don't tell you this one because it's out. Congratulations to that young man, Carlos Alcaraz. Carlos Alcaraz has rewritten tennis history by becoming the youngest man to complete the Grand Slam, to complete a career Grand Slam with his victory over the great Novak Djokovic in the final of the Australian Open 2026 in Melbourne. Alcaraz 22 overcame the first set loss to compete, and that's a very nice completion of this one. 2-6-6, 2-6-3, 7-5 triumph over the 24th Grand Slam champion at the Rod Laver Arena on Sunday. In the process, he denied the 38-year-old Serb international a chance to become the only player with 25 slam titles. While the world talk about world number one, later admitted his legs were shaking as he set for the title. He seemed to have the upper hand as the match wore on and then finished, and after 3 hours and 2 minutes. So let's say congratulations to Novak Djokovic for coming close, but a big congratulations, a very big congratulations goes to one man who is in the news, and his name is Carlos Alcaraz for winning that very one. And wrapping up on the show today, let's talk about the ladies category of the tennis world. I'd like to share with you to let you know what's really going on. Rybakina on the news. Elena Rybakina produced a thunderous display to dismantle Aryna Sabalenka 6-4, 4-6, 6-4 on Saturday, and capture a maiden Australian Open title, turning the table of the world number one in their Melbourne Park final rematch from 3 years ago. Rybakina returned to the site of her heartbreak in 2023 to complete an impressive victory and earn herself a second major trophy after Wimbledon 2022, underlining her credentials as the best player equipped to punch out Sabalenka's hard-court oral. She's 26 rather. The 26-year-old Kazakh capped a fortnight of relentless efficiency while largely flying under the radar, adding the Davian Oxford Memorial Cup to resume that also includes a 2025 WTA final crown where she downed Sabalenka. So that is where we have to call it a close on the show today. It's really been a roller coaster time with you, having fun, just how much time flies, but just we have to go. Everything has got to start. You already know we definitely come to an end. And thank you so much for being part of the show this day. The show continues tomorrow right here, 11 a.m. Nigerian time. Sports Republic will be coming your way, and then Ikechukwu Agwago will be here to take you through that very phase. But meanwhile, do well to join the guys by the evening, 5 p.m. Jerry Apelowai and also Afisa Gubajo will be on the show. Right here on the show, don't go anywhere. We'll have more interesting programs coming your way, and that would be the media news coming up next. And right after that, more news. It's still good morning from all of us here, from me, Kizike. Good morning to you. But when the time is afternoon, good afternoon. Do have yourself a beautiful, wonderful, amazing, and then a credential day. Stay safe.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue. This
na-akwụtụsi n'ụzọ eziokwu na-emere ndị agbata obi anyị ebere ndị ọchịchị gara ụzọ ọma na-abịa nwe ụlọ ọgwụ ọma na Anambra Menugwu ka ọ dị nchebe ihe n'abalị nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nsaghachi ndị obodo ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie Ibulie Nigeria nkwekọrịta ndị ọchịchị anyị ga-aza ọnụ obodo anyị ga-eme ya ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Nigeria gaa nke ọma ndị ọchịchị ga-eweta ahụike ọ bụrụ na nrọ ọrụ ike mụta aka ọrụ ndị ọchịchị ga-emepe ụzọ ọrụ n'Ebonyi Imo ọ bụrụ na nkwanye ugwu nye agbụrụ niile n'otu ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị ndị ọchịchị ga-ekpe ikpe ziri ezi nye onye ọbụla nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nsaghachi ndị obodo ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie ka anyị bulie Nigeria nkwekọrịta dị ọchịchị anyị ga-aza ọnụ obodo anyị ga-eme ya ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Nigeria gaa nke ọma Nigeria obodo mmanụ aṅụ na mmiri ara ehi na-asọ ụzọ ọma o ụlọ ọgwụ ọma o ebe obibi ọma o igbo ndị ọma pụtanụ ka anyị ọlịba onye agbakwara nke nwanne ya gbara let's go Abia Anambra Ebonyi Enugu na Imo anyị na-ekwe nkwa na anyị ga-eso ụzọ asaa na asaa ndị na-achị anyị wepụtara.
Powered by National Orientation Agency.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
For the extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break that.
Hello and welcome to the Midday News and Voice of the People Television. I'm Chioma Innocent. First, the headlines. Few traders return as Onitsha market reopens amid sit-at-home. Alison Madueke trial resumes in London. Peter Obi slams federal government over multiple budgets. NLC to UC to hold solidarity rally on February 3rd. On insecurity, northern leaders back peace in Southeast and South-South. Also, NATO urges African leaders to sustain democracy. In business, Naira ends January at 1,391 Naira per dollar. FX gap narrows. In sports, Osimhen scores 200th career goal. And in the world of entertainment, Tyler, Lamar, Bad Bunny, Dalai Lama, Aura V make Grammy history. Now the news in detail. We begin the midday news in Anambra State, where some traders at Onitsha main market have reopened their shops following a directive from Governor Charles Soludo. The market was shut last Monday for 1 week over compliance with the Monday sit-at-home order by non-state actors. The governor had warned of extended closures if traders fail to reopen. Our correspondent, Ndu Okbaleze, reports that while some traders are reopening their shops, others remain hesitant despite heavy security presence. Bright Street, usually bustling, has few traders, vehicles, or passers-by. Elsewhere, activity at the Niger Bridge head entry gate is returning to normal, with people going about their businesses. Now joining us from Awka, the Anambra State capital, for the midday news, we have Ndu Okbaleze, VOP TV's correspondent from Awka, Anambra State. How are you doing today, Ndu? Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing today? Good to have you here. Let's talk about the sit-at-home. It was literally drama about a week ago when Governor Chukwuma Soludo stormed on the main market and ordered that it be closed for a week. After that, there was a protest, and after that, the market leaders had a meeting with the governor. What is the level of compliance today? Are the traders out? Are they going about their businesses? What is the level of compliance, not just of the traders in the Onitsha main markets, but of the people of Anambra State to the sit-at-home in other parts of the state?
Yeah, starting from the Onitsha main market, which is actually the center of the whole matter, traders are returning in trickles. Let me say in trickles, but as time goes on, what I witnessed around 10 in the morning is not exactly what is happening now. More traders have returned to their shops and they are opening. I think it's a question of, giving them that confidence that security is there. More and more of them are returning and opening their shops. Business is picking up gradually, but not everybody. It can never be said to be as it used to be so far. But there's that hope that, by maybe 2 or 4 in the evening, more of them would have settled down.
So the traders who are out right now, would you say that they are displaying their wares with confidence, or they are moving about warily to see if anything could happen, especially with the fact that IPOB specifically declared a sit-at-home today? Of course, we know that in certain states in the southeast, the sit-at-home, there hasn't really been much compliance, especially in states like Enugu and especially Ebonyi. But in Anambra State, we've seen compliance a lot, and the people chalk it down to safety and security, saying they do not want any problem from IPOB, some of whom may try to enforce the sit-at-home. So would you say they're moving about with confidence, or they're moving about with wariness?
Yes, I think it's an admixture of the two. Some of them are going about their business with a lot of confidence, a renewed vigor to, catch up with what they've lost over the years, while some are still quite apprehensive that something may happen. That fear that has been instilled in them is not something that can wipe overnight. So many of them are still harboring it, and you can see them on their faces, wearing long faces, not because they don't want to do their business, but because they were afraid that anything can happen. But like I said, as more of them are coming in, confidence is, taking over even those that were doubting. I am so quite optimistic that by the end of the day and by next Monday, that main market will be in full swing.
All right, then. Let's talk about, security situation. Are you seeing the presence of security agents in and around the market and in other parts of the state, especially with the fact, like I said before, that IPOB specifically mandated a sit-at-home today in solidarity with Nnamdi Kanu, who is in detention?
Yes, there's a lot of security personnel from, joint task force of the Army, the police, and the Navy, stationed with their vehicles close to the main market and all other parts of the state. In fact, in Oka here, people used to come out on Mondays because this is where the government is, and they feel safer and more secure in Oka. So it's not a very big issue. Seeing vehicles are moving about in Oka here now. But like I said, down there in Onitsha, the bridgehead of the entry point from Asaba, Delta State, into Anambra State, Onitsha, there's that free movement because security is everywhere. People are beginning to pick up, that confidence and going about their normal businesses, even though vehicles are not yet as they used to be along the stretches, but they are coming out. Unlike what used to have, previous Mondays. Today, we can say there's a lot of improvements.
Were you able to speak to any of the traders to understand their mindset towards the sit-at-home and why they chose to open, so that we understand if they're opening the markets or opening their shops so that Governor Soludo does not shut down the markets indefinitely or bulldoze it like he threatened, or they're opening because they believe that there should no longer be a sit-at-home in Anambra State?
Some of them who spoke to me off camera, there are 3 categories. 2 of them are born out of fear. One, just like you said, is the fear. Some of them are opening because they don't want their shops to be bulldozed by the government or to be closed indefinitely. So they are opening to respond to the order of the government. And there are others who are not very, very keen on opening because they were afraid. They had that fear that non-state actors will somehow do something that will, be quite untoward. And, there's that still fear of security of their lives. That's another group. Then the other group is people that are sick and tired of staying at home on Mondays. We are talking about Onitsha traders. These are people that don't want to lose a minute. When their colleagues do things like wedding or even burial ceremonies, do you know that they will still be in the market around 2 p.m.? 3, it's around 4 that they'll close their shops to go and attend the wedding of their colleagues, just because they don't want to lose any hour of the business. Now, these are the people that have been losing out 4 hours every Monday. So some of them are quite enthusiastic and they're coming out, and others, there's nobody in that market that doesn't want to sell, honestly. All of them want to sell. But like I said, the issue of some of them are coming out of fear, and some are coming out willingly because they want to end it. At the end of the day, ending of sit at home is the ultimate.
All right, thank you so much, Ndu Okwaleze, for your report. That's coming from Anambra State. We do appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Now, that report is coming from our correspondent Ndu Okwaleze in Awka, Anambra State, talking about the sit-at-home and the level of compliance of traders amid the showdown that occurred in the Onitsha main market last week. In the meantime, the midday news continues with a report that proceedings have resumed today in London in the corruption trial of former Nigerian Petroleum Minister Diezani Alison Madueke. She denies multiple charges of misconduct while overseeing Nigeria's oil and gas sector. Prosecutors say she received cash and luxury gifts in exchange for influence over energy contracts. The case has major implications for accountability in the global energy industry. We'll bring you updates in our subsequent bulletins. Moving on, former Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi has criticized the federal government over what he described as fiscal recklessness in the management of national budgets. In a statement posted on his X account, Obi questioned which budget Nigeria is currently operating ahead of the Senate's expected approval of the 2026 budget on March 17. He said, since 2023, Nigeria has been implementing multiple budgets simultaneously, a practice he described as abnormal and harmful to public finance management. Obi noted that President Bola Tinubu inherited a 21.83 trillion naira budget in 2023 and later introduced a 2.17 trillion naira supplementary budget, which he said favored public office holders amid economic hardship. He added that budgets of 35.06 trillion naira in 2024 and 54.99 trillion naira in 2025 have brought total appropriations under the current administration to over 114 trillion naira in less than 3 years. According to Obi, budget implementation has remained below 50% despite the scale of spending, raising concerns about transparency and credibility. He also criticized the extension and reenactment of the 2024 and 2025 budgets, alleging that details of revised budgets and capital projects were not disclosed. Obi warned that such fiscal practices were unsustainable and called on the government to restore discipline and transparency in budget management. In another development, the Nigeria Labour Congress and the Trade Union Congress say they will stage a peaceful solidarity rally in February in support of the Joint Union Action Committee. The unions made the announcement in a joint statement signed in Abuja by NLC General Secretary Benson Upa and TUC Secretary General Nuhu Toro. The rally backs the ongoing strike by Federal Capital Development Authority workers under JUAC over unpaid salaries. The workers began an indefinite strike on January 19, shutting down key administrative offices, including the FCTA Secretariat and the FCDA. The action followed the expiration of a 7-day ultimatum to the FCTA management over unresolved labor and welfare issues. The unions say the rally reaffirmed Labour's position that an injury to one worker is an injury to all, adding that the struggle is legitimate and will continue until justice is achieved. Elsewhere, the Northern Traditional Rulers Council for the South, South and Southeast has pledged to support security agencies and state government in addressing security challenges across the regions. The council's chairman, Yaru Danladi, disclosed this while briefing journalists on resolutions reached at a 2-day emergency meeting in Umuahia, Abia State. Danladi, who is also the leader of the Hausa community in Abia State, said northern communities would work closely with governors, host communities, and security agencies to promote peace and harmony. He said the meeting was convened in response to emerging security concerns and resolved to support security agencies with timely intelligence. In Abia State, Danladi said representatives would be appointed in all 17 local government areas to ensure the prompt flow of information to security authorities. He reaffirmed the council's commitment to supporting state governments in the fight against crime, stressing that criminal elements would not be shielded. Danladi also urged youths in northern communities to obey the laws of their host state and live peacefully with their neighbors. Similarly, leader of the Hausa community in Enugu State, Abubakar Sambo, said the council remained committed to strengthening peace, security, and cooperation in the regions. In Cross River State, the head of the Hausa Muslim Ummah, Garba Lawan, said the community had continued to enjoy cordial relations with host communities and the state governments, describing it as evidence of sustained peaceful coexistence. Still in the news, the Nigerians in diaspora organization, NIDO Worldwide, has called on African leaders to recommit to presidential term limits to end what it described as seat-tight governance and ensure smooth democratic transitions. The coordinating chairman worldwide, Chibuzo Ubochi, made the call during a telephone interview with newsmen in Abuja. Ubochi, who also chairs NIDO Europe, urged the African Union and regional blocs to treat unconstitutional tenure extensions with the same seriousness as military coups. He said the growing trend of leaders manipulating constitutions to remain in power was weakening governance institutions and eroding public trust. According to him, seat-tight governance fuels instability, restricts civic space, and is often linked to corruption and human rights abuses. Ubochi stressed the need for transparent voter registration, open results management systems, and credible election monitoring, including structured diaspora participation. The NIDO chairman also advocated legal frameworks for independent candidates, diaspora voting rights, and constitutional provisions allowing dual citizenship, insisting leadership should be earned on merit, not monopolized by entrenched political parties. Now joining us virtually for midday news analysis, we have Sheson Okwade, a public affairs analyst. How are you doing today, Sheson? Welcome to the midday news.
Good afternoon, Chiom, and good afternoon to all our viewers across the globe. Happy New Month. I'm glad to be with you this afternoon.
Good to have you here, Sheson. Happy New Month to you. Let's begin with NIDO urging African leaders to treat what they call sit-tight syndrome with the same seriousness that they treat military coups. That is to say, any leader who claims to be in a democracy and yet refuses to leave after the agreed time frame should not be allowed to, and African leaders should look into that. Now, we've seen this trend over time with certain presidents running for 5th, 6th, 7th term. We've seen presidents sitting tight for over 40 years, making their family members, their sons, their daughters, their sons-in-law, their daughters-in-law, members of their cabinet across Africa. And this is fueling fear across the region that we might continue to have older people in power who just want to be there for the sake of being there and not because they want to do well for their citizens. What's your take on this?
Thank you very much for the question. Sincerely speaking, the mentality of most of our African leaders is view of what is expected when it comes to certain basic things in terms of integrity, in terms of morality, in terms of those exemplary qualities of a good leader. And you discover that a lot of them have been entrenched with greed and a lot of things. Just like you said in your prologue, you ask yourself what a 5-year-old, 90-year-old person is doing in place of leadership, leading country for over 30, 40 years. That is no longer democracy. It's more of anarchy. It's more of an autocratic way of leadership. Because situation where you don't allow the tenets of democracy to play the key role of government of the people, by the people, and for the people, which always give room for alternative areas to operate. And democracy is not being played there. And we've seen this happen in lots of African settings, which has taken away the tenet of what is expected. You see, most of these things are actually being documented in African setting. But part of the things you do see happening is that when it comes to the implementation of those documentation, it becomes a different thing entirely. And I'll continue to say, because there are no consequences, everybody just got to live by it and feel that that is actually the way to go. You now discover that they just take it out of the in all fairness, it's against the tenets of democracy, but it is what it is that we have been saying in African democracy, because they feel that they can actually take things the way it is without any revoke by the citizen that they claim they are leading.
It's quite unfortunate. But then, since we've seen this across Africa, would we expect the same African leaders who are looking to do the same to now try to usurp the powers of other African leaders who are already doing this?
Yeah, well, you see, when there are no consequences for wrongdoing, then the abnormal becomes normal. And that's why you see that in all areas where some of these leaders have failed, you will see the intervention of the military taking over, because even when they are there and they claim that they are there for the people, they expect that the people should enjoy certain benefits of democracy. Well, most of the time, it's just elastic in nature, just for the few people that are the corridor. Consequences, what you try as much as possible to do or to say is that you encourage others to fall in line with what is actually happening. But it's actually not the route to go. But because there are no consequences for wrongdoing, you expect that more people, you know where it started from, but now it's actually is increasing on a yearly basis of leaders refusing. We've had a taste of it even in Nigeria here, where you see some political leader trying to look at third term. If that has scaled the audio of having third term, possibly they would have, studied the terrain and be able to see themselves, being there for eternity, that they will now hand over. But whether we like it or not, even if that is not being done practically, to see them stay beyond the 8 years as done, you see a lot of them bringing their spouses, their children, coming in to take over from what it is. It's because there are no consequences, and even the masses do not have the voice at which they can make things happen and correct some of these leaders. It's all about influence, which is paraded around by money.
All right, then let's come back to Nigeria, actually going to Abuja, where the NLT and the TUC say they will stage a peaceful solidarity walk tomorrow, February the 3rd, in support of the Joint Union Action Committee. Now, the unions had actually made the announcement saying that they want to go on a solidarity walk. The JUAC, that's the Joint Union Action Committee, have been rallying. They've been striking over unpaid salaries. Of course, you know the story. There was a situation about 2 weeks ago where Wike went to talk to them and they chased after him. They were shouting, "Ole, ole, thief, thief, thief. Hold him, stop him, don't let him go." And the very next day, Wike obtained a court order saying that that strike must stop, the protest must stop, and anyone who does not, resume work will have themselves to blame. But now the NLC and the TUC are backing them. They're saying this time around, it will be a solidarity rally. It will be a peaceful rally. Do you think this will achieve the desired effect?
Yeah, well, you see, first and foremost, I will start from the place where some of our leaders speak from. They are very swift in getting court injunction that will favor their own act as against the one that are issued in favor of the people against the leader. If the union are actually advocating for something, it's part of what they have seen, the kind of affluence, the kind of life some of these politicians live at the detriment of the civil servant, at the detriment of the common citizen that you have out there. And I will continue to tell individuals, you can always have your way while you are in power, but what becomes of you when you are out of power? We've seen a lot of them. There was a story I read about a politician that left office, a former rep member, that did not survive a sickness based on the fact that the hospital they took him to was not having the necessary equipment that was actually needed. And that speaks volume that when you are there, you can enjoy the largesse of traveling on taxpayers' money outside the shore of this country, but is it a lifestyle you can maintain when you are out of office? So I would just say that the NUC joining the NLC, I'll consider that as, well, a solidarity movement. It's good, but how much can they do it without disturbing the activity of some of the people that wants to go on their own if it's properly managed, it's fine. But when it starts distorting the free movement of other citizens of the country, causing traffic, then it becomes an issue that it will be difficult to manage. And I always say the issue of strike should be properly managed for those that will hijack it. TUC, NUC should just be prepared to make sure that they tame the activities of the migrants. Then I want to take this opportunity as a way of eating back and causing mayhem even in the environment. But it's a welcome development because they are all unionists. But our leaders should be very much of concern to the yearning of the citizen, and not just using that power, that fiat that they have, and the instrumentality of the courts as against what is expected. No, if everybody is doing well, nobody wants to challenge the status quo, but we all know what it is in the environment, most especially in the medical sector these days.
All right, then let's look at another situation that occurred a few days ago. There is a video currently making the rounds where FCT Minister Nyesom Wike talked about why and how they're having difficulty paying these salaries. And he said, if they pay salaries, where would they get money to fix roads and then buy vehicles and then buy cars? And there is a report, I've been trying to get that report, that he recently bought vehicles. I think it was for the Renewed Hope agenda, or I'm going to get the right report in the course of the conversation, right? But then these salaries remain unpaid. So do we blame him, or do we say it's a system that he met on ground? Are these workers being unfair to him, or are they right to hold him by the jugular?
Yeah, well, I will tell you that a laborer deserves his or her wages. If people have actually put in their efforts to contribute to the bottom line, there is no justification to see that you are not. So I have not read that report. So if somebody is coming to tell you that you are being denied the salary because you are building infrastructure, who are the people to enjoy the infrastructure you are building? Who are the people to ride the vehicle that you're actually buying, or you're actually doing some of those things for your personal gain? So I have not listened to the report, but it speaks ill of such leaders to come out to say that because of infrastructural development, the wages of laborers who are put in there, because who are the people that are actually going to work out the modality for you actualizing those infrastructural development that you're talking about? Is it not the staff that are drawn to receive? These are ways in which we open door for people to go the route of going to the extension of stealing, misappropriating funds, because they understand that their salary will not be paid on time and they must survive in things that they actually need to do. So if indeed that is the position of the minister, he speaks ill of it, and I want to believe that it's just beyond. It's just themselves, because of the development that they are carrying out. Are they withholding any of their salary? The answer is no. So why must you actually, because of development and the assets you claim you are buying, deny the wages? So how do they want them to survive? So if this is done, you're only opening more way for corruption, stealing, and diversion of funds so that people can have that survival. It will be referred to as survival of the fittest because government has failed in actually doing what is expected. You are just held bound to make sure that you pay salary. If you feel that the staff strength is outblown, that you cannot cope, you retrench and be able to pay those that are actually doing the work that is expected of them, not owing anybody, all because you claim that you are doing infrastructural development.
All right. The report I talked about is a video making the rounds on social media that claims that Wike purchased and distributed new 2025 Toyota buses for Tinubu's campaign, and this was in Rivers State. So he reportedly purchased and distributed several brand new 2025 Toyota Hiace buses for the campaign of President Bola Tinubu in Rivers State. Now, these videos, of course, were shared by people in Rivers State. Now, according to the Post, the buses were reportedly distributed to support President Bola Tinubu's political campaign activities in the state. Now, one would be led to believe that this is a private, let's say, enterprise. It's just him contributing to the re-election of the president. But again, brand new vehicles, and yet salaries of workers in Abuja is not being paid. Should we then say that this is what the public finance is being used for?
It's part of what I said at the initial stage about the leaders in Africa. You complain that we don't have funds, and people can see right under their nose what some of the funds that are meant for the development of the nation are actually used for. When you look at the number of vehicles that you said in question, 2025 model, I have to say, I look at the cost of each one of the Toyota Hiace and the number in question, the development that would have impacted. Because some of these vehicles after election, you discover that you just see it rove around, some are even being abandoned. And it speaks volume that if it is the hard-earned money of an individual that is put to use in procuring this and not the free funds that some of the politicians are having access to, you will see how they put some of these things to use as against the way they just use it recklessly. But the fact remains, like you said, he will tell you that it is not government money. It is his personal contribution to the 2027 election. But you ask yourself, how can you spend that much and the people working under you that you claim you are leading are living in living an impoverished life and are entrenched with poverty? These are the reasons why a lot of people will tell you that Nigerian is not poor. We are not supposed to even be borrowing with the resources that we are endowed with. But because of the attitude of the leaders and the political will to put up a system that check the SSAs of some of these leaders is what has taken us to where we are today. So you can imagine if some of these funds that are used in procuring these buses are used in setting up organizations for people to be, employed for productivity, how far we would have gone. We keep asking them, how many of the politicians has a business venture that can contribute to the development of the country? The answer is majority of them don't have. Even when they get the money, they will prefer to even invest it in treasury bills and financial instruments as against being productive in setting up factories and industry. It is, even if it is to set up, these are vehicles, and I'm sure when they want to do that, even for few of them that have that business idea, do they get new vehicle, the latest one, to actually carry out for the comfort of their staff? The answer is no. It is the attitude of our leaders in Africa, not peculiar to Nigeria, and that's why a lot of people will continue to raise agitation on the misappropriation of the resources that we have entrusted in their hands.
All right, then. Let's talk about Obi questioning the Nigerian government on which budget is currently in use in the country. He posted a statement on his X handle questioning which budget Nigeria is currently operating ahead of the Senate's expected approval of the 2026 budget on March 17. If the Senate approves the 2026 budget on March 17, that would be about 2.5 months already gone out of the year. So he talked about how Nigeria has been implementing multiple budgets simultaneously. He described the practice as abnormal, harmful and inimical to public finance management. He says President Bola Tinubu inherited a 21.83 trillion naira budget in 2023. He later introduced a 2.17 trillion naira supplementary budget. He said this favored public office holders amid economic hardship. He talked about the budget of 35.06 trillion naira in 2024, 54.99 trillion in 2025. This has brought total appropriations under the current administration to over 114 trillion naira in less than 3 years. In the midst of all of this hefty amount, what budget is Nigeria currently running. If we are just implementing the 2026 budget 8 weeks, yes, about 8 weeks or about 10 weeks actually into the new year.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm sure you know this was the center discussion at the beginning of the year when the Senate did not pass the 2026 appropriation bill. And what we were made to understand is that as at that time, we are running two different budgets, 2024, 2025, and we are 2026, making three. And what the federal government put across was that the consolidation of 2024 and 2025 will be brought to an end by March 31st, which by then they would have passed the new budget for implementation for 2026. The truth of the matter is the way and manner we have public finance is not that which we learned and which we supposed to be implementing. But the question we always ask ourselves is majority of these leaders questions authority when they are outside the scope. But when they get in there, most of the time they do worse than what they criticize other people to do. That has always been the major problem, because we came in, we said Buhari didn't do it right. We are correcting a lot of things. And here we are looking at a lot of things that you ask yourself questions about, most especially in the area of finance and budgeting. So it's what gives so much worries. I'll give you a practical example of things that people have asked us. That subsidy was removed. We all welcomed it at that particular point in time. But what is the visible thing that we have seen that the government have actually used the subsidy funds for, rather than telling us that more are actually being gotten by the states and we are not seeing the development? The idea may be lofty in the sense that you're actually pushing more funds even to the subnational so that the grassroots can benefit from some of this thing. But nobody is monitoring the activity. And that on its own seems to now have a major. How many people have understanding of the budget of their states, not to even talk of the local government? And here we are, that we are having more funds that are actually being put there. We need to just have a system that check activities of some of the things that we've actually documented. When that is not done, I can tell you, even if any of these leaders that are criticizing it comes on board, people will take advantage because there is no system to check the activity and excesses of some of the things that they are actually doing.
All right, then. Let's talk about the fears. Let's talk about other political matters now. The fears of a one-party state. Whether we like it or not, we are inching closer to 2027, even though we just entered into 2026. The opposition keeps talking about what they will do differently. They keep talking about how APC must go in 2027. But in the midst of all of this, we are seeing 31 APC governors out of 36 governors in Nigeria. We are seeing APC sweeping elections at the grassroots. The Abuja municipal area elections are coming up, and it is expected that the APC will sweep it, just like they did in Rivers State last year, just like they did in Lagos State as well in the July 12 elections in 2025. Does the opposition look to you like they're really serious about getting President Bola Tinubu out of that seat in 2027, since they claim that is their main focus? I'm talking about the PDP with their crisis, the Labour Party with their internal issues, even though that seems to have been resolved. But Abure says he will still go to court on the leadership tussle. I'm talking about the ADC with the myriad of people in the party who have their ambitions. Which of these opposition figures and parties look like they are really ready to take the bull by the horn and sack the APC in 2027?
Choma, let me take it on a lighter mood. If you ask me, now who I go ask? Yeah, sincerely speaking, when it comes to the political space, it's quite interesting and funny. The way issues are actually being handled. You stated out a lot of things as we speak. Just last week, the court, ruled out the convention that was held in Ibadan for PDP. And you ask, who are the actual main PDP members? What direction are they taking? What direction are they actually going? People are living there because they don't want a situation where the side they belong to might not favor them. So, and the court will now throw out their case after they've spent so much money. That was what led to the exit of the likes of the Osun State governor. And a lot of them that are actually leaving PDP for APC also hanged on that, because majority of them needed a second term, and they feel they can hide under the ambience of Mr. President, who is already seeking the second term. Be it as it may, any governor that you see that is not part of that 31, I think we only excuse Labour, of which anything can still happen between now and the end of the year. That's the governor of Abia State. The other ones, I think they are not seeking re-election. They might be seen to be in the party they claim they are, but they are actually working for APC. That's politician for you. You've seen that worked out even in River State, and some of the leaders, even some of the people that form the backrock of PDP, they will tell you that at the center, they are actually aligning, but they are subnational. They might consider seeing how they will have the weight of their political party. You see, all this that is actually happening is about individual interest, protecting their interest across board. And that's why a lot of people will tell you that it's looking more like one political party, because if you have 31 out of 36 and the other 5, maybe 3 of them are not seeking re-election, so they don't really have anything to lose out of the fate there, you might discover that as we speak, like 34, 35 of them are already in APC, because majority of them claim to be in their party while they work underground for the opposition. We saw what played out in 2023 of the G5. They were still in PDP when they worked against their own candidate in favor of the opposition to see what actually happened. And they did not hide their face about that. So it speaks about, do these politicians and the political parties have ideology, or is it about their personal gain and interest that they are all actually sorting for? We all see more to happen and more to unfold. But sincerely speaking, all other political parties acting in opposition do not stand the test of time to challenge the status quo, because they have one issue or the other that is, and when the internal problem is not settled, there is no how you can unanimously, challenge what the current administration are doing. APC had their way, even when they came together with other political parties against PDP, because they spoke with one voice, not the different voices that we are hearing with different political parties. If Labour is there to challenge like they did last year, as we speak, their arrow man has left and has gone to ADC. In ADC, you have like 4 or 5 gladiators that are up till now. We don't know who is actually the leader when it comes to that political party. Obi is there, Atiku is there, the former River State governor is there, and so other big wigs. So that gives a lot of challenge that when the main thing starts, it is then you will discover that even the ADC that a lot of people are considering as opposition to challenge status quo might not be able to weather the storm that will befall them there.
All right, then. Thank you so much for joining us on the Midday News today. I do appreciate your presence and your analysis.
Thank you very much, Chioma, for having me around, and I wish you the very best of the day, and to all our viewers across the globe also.
Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of your day. We've been speaking with Olusegun Okwade, a public affairs analyst. The Midday News continues after the short break. When we return, Lagos one-stroke tanker operators against speeding. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back. In Lagos, the state government has warned operators of articulated vehicles, tankers and trucks to strictly comply with traffic laws and speed limits. The special advisor to Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu on transportation, Shola Giwa, issued the warning in a statement following a crash involving a heavy-duty truck conveying compressed natural gas and a private vehicle at the Akbaku Bridge in Ward Oshodi. Giwa said the state would not hesitate to apply the full weight of the law against anyone found endangering lives through reckless or unlawful driving. He condemned the rise in cases of accidents linked to speeding, particularly among operators of trucks and other articulated vehicles, describing the behavior as irresponsible and dangerously negligent. Giwa added that such actions undermine the state government's goal of ensuring a safe, orderly, and well-regulated transport system. Away from that story, the family of the late Nwamaka Chigbo has announced her 2-day funeral program. According to a statement released on behalf of the family and signed by Celestine Chigbo and Maureen Chigbo, the burial rites will hold on February 5 and 6, 2026 in Umoji, Idemili North Local Government Area of Anambra State. Nwamaka, an Abuja-based lawyer and former treasurer of the Nigerian Bar Association Abuja branch, was killed by kidnappers in the Federal Capital Territory. She was described as an active member of the NBA Abuja branch, the International Federation of Women Lawyers, and the Global Association of Female Lawyers. She also served as a former president of the Catholic Lawyers Association in Abuja. Still on the midday news, coming up next, business, sports, and entertainment stories right after the short break. Stay with us. Welcome back. Now we take you straight to the world of business, where the Naira ended January 2026 stronger at the official foreign exchange market, closing at 1,391 Naira to the dollar, up from 1,431 Naira at the start of the month. Data from the Central Bank of Nigeria shows the currency traded largely below the 1,425 mark during January, reflecting relative stability and improved liquidity. The performance builds on gains recorded at the end of 2025, signaling a cautiously optimistic start to 2026 for the Naira. The currency had closed trading on December 31, 2025 at 1,429 to the dollar, representing a 7.4% appreciation from the 1,535 recorded at the end of 2024. On a year-on-year basis, the Naira also improved from 1,475 to the dollar in January 2025. In the parallel market, the Naira strengthened as well, closing at 1,453 to the dollar, compared with an opening rate of 1,474. The narrowing gap between official and parallel market rates points to easing speculative pressure and improved confidence in the foreign exchange market. From business to sports, Super Eagles striker Victor Osimhen was on target and provided an assist as Galatasaray trashed Kayserispor 4-0 in Sunday's league clash. The goal marked Osimhen's 200th career strike, comprising 165 club goals and 35 international goals. He has now scored 14 goals in 20 appearances across all competitions this season. Still talking sports, Atletico Madrid have confirmed reaching an agreement with Atalanta for the signing of Nigeria international Ademola Lookman. Lookman arrived in Spain on Sunday to undergo medicals ahead of the move. Atalanta are expected to receive a guaranteed fee of 35 million euros with performance-related bonuses of up to 5 million euros. The forward is set to sign a 4.5-year contract reportedly worth about 7 million euros per season. And finally, entertainment. Tyler, Bad Bunny, Kendrick Lamar, and Billie Eilish were among the big winners at the 2026 Grammy Awards held Sunday night at the Crypto.com Arena in Los Angeles. Tyler won Best African Music Performance, becoming the first artist to claim the award twice since the category was introduced. Kendrick Lamar took home Record of the Year for his Luther Vandross tribute, Luther, and also won Best Rap Album for GNX. His other wins included Best Rap Song for TV Off, Best Melodic Rap Performance for Luther, and Best Rap Performance for Chains and Whips. With the multiple wins, Lamar surpassed Jay-Z as the most awarded rapper in Grammy history with 27 awards. Billie Eilish and her brother Phineas O'Connell won Song of the Year for Wildflower, while Bad Bunny's Debbie Tirama Photos won Album of the Year, making history as the first Spanish-language album to win the category. Buddhist spiritual leader, the Dalai Lama, won his first Grammy in the audiobook narration and storytelling category for Meditations, Reflections of His Holiness, the Dalai Lama. 8-year-old Aura V also made history as the youngest Grammy winner after winning Best Children's Music Album alongside her father, Fuge. Olivia Dean won Best New Artist, extending a streak of female winners in the category since 2017. Pharrell Williams received the Dr. Dre Global Impact Award, while Beyoncé remains the most awarded artist in Grammy history with 35 wins. And that's it on the midday news. Before we go, a quick look at the headlines. We told you that few traders have returned as Onitsha main market reopens amid a sit at home. Alison Madueke's trial resumes in London. Peter Obi slams federal government over multiple budgets. NLC-TUC to hold solidarity rally on February 3rd. On insecurity, northern leaders back peace in Southeast and South-South. Also, NIDA urges African leaders to sustain democracy and tackle sit-tight syndrome. In business, Naira ends January at 1,391 to the dollar as FX gap narrows. In sports, we told you that Osimhen has scored his 200th career goal. And in the world of entertainment, Tyler, Kendrick Lamar, Bad Bunny, Dalai Lama, and Aravi make Grammy history. Now do out subscribe to our YouTube channel on YouTube. We are Voice of the People TV, and on other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness reports, event coverage requests, photos or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0814-606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I'm Chioma Innocent. Good afternoon to you, and thank you for watching.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Unpaid. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
Hakim Ziyech, who puts the
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde. Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know somewhere from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you'll be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Aronzo. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but on the Fuji was. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens. VOP.
Hello, people. Welcome to Spotlight on VOP TV, the place where stories come alive and voices matter. This is the show where we shine the light on creativity, style, culture, music, and purpose-driven people who are shaping the world around us. And yes, it's a Monday. And please get ready, everyone, because we are about to ride together. But I'm sure you have not forgotten that I'm your special baby girl, Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. See, new week has started. Everybody has to be in order. I like what I'm doing right now. But that's it for that. And please get ready because we are going to talk about a lot of things. And I hope you're already excited. I'm excited. And in fact, I'm in between. Let me just put it that way. All right. First off on our list today, you have to join the conversation before we go into that. And for you to join the conversation, please call 0904 4732 and 605. I'll call that again, 090 447 32605. And yes, first on our list today, we're talking about Pastor Kingsley Okonkwo. He has actually sparked debate online about after unveiling his recent tattoo, his new look, unveiling new look. So actually, the whole thing has actually caused widespread on social media, and a lot of people have been talking about it. A video of the moment shared on his official social media platform quickly drew people talking about it, and that it actually ignited people conversations across religious and public space. So while some critics questioned the appropriateness of a pastor getting a tattoo, citing biblical interpretations against body markings, others defended the cleric describing the tattoo as a personal and faith-driven expression. So responding to the backlash, Pastor Okonkwo explained that the tattoo was intended as a tool for evangelism, noting that it helped draw attention to the message for the scripture and sparked meaningful discussion about faith online. So my question be say, why is it that he actually drew the tattoo? Me, I don't have issues with tattoo. For people that, that have been dragging him up and down, please allow the man to rest. It's his body. Anything that he wants to do to it, he will do it. do to it actually. And come to think of it, people are just saying, why did you put a tattoo? Why did you draw a tattoo on your body? Why did you encrypt something on your body that is not right? But what I actually saw is a Bible verse written on his hand. Yes, actually, it's a Bible verse written on his hand. And I don't know why people are just saying a lot of things. You know, people, Nigerians, they will always judge you. Even when the creator in heaven have not even done anything. You, that is the human being that will not be judging somebody else. Please, I don't know what's going on. But then a lot of people have actually come out, saying, why did he actually do that? In fact, he's not a pastor. He has done this. And I'm like, okay. I feel people feel so comfortable with, bad things and bad news. They like to drag people up and down. When they hear bad news, that is when they will always try to carry. But all these things now, Kilo J, more they calm down. But yes, we are going to take some of the comments because my comment section, I beg una first. More they calm down. More know they drag person. More calm down. Please, if you are going to comment respectfully. Do you get what I'm trying to say? And yes, we have a lot of comments and people are actually talking about Pastor Kingsley's new tattoo. And, it actually looks beautiful. But then we have a lot of comments. So let's take some comments and see what people have actually come out to say concerning this. And Jeremy Picture said, but the Bible condemns tattoo. What you all don't get is that the same chapter that condemned tattoo condemned craving the edge of your bread. Yet you obey one and disobey the other. Wake up. That scripture wasn't meant for the redeemed of Christ. It wasn't meant for the Levites, and that dispensation was under the law of Moses. This is why Christ died, to redeem us from the curse of the law. But come to think of it, if you people are saying they condemned, see, it's better that he's doing this and it's not like everybody's saying it than the ones that will go and do it. You see, a lot of things are happening in this Christian faith. You understand what I'm trying to say? See, pastors now, come out, they appear that they are good. Some people appear, some of them actually appear that they are good while they are bad. Yes, because you can't trust anybody. You just ordinary tattoo and don't they shout. You get people where they do pass even the tattoo self. And you'll be asking questions. Really? Is this a pastor? I don't think. Also, one of the ones that, carry dreads, pierce their ears. So what will you not call them? In fact, I have a lot to say about this. But then, you see, you are just trying to, pinpoint all this. So if you're talking about the tattoo, so those ones that have dreads has to be, you will still judge those people join. Is well with you. Let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this. And yes, another person said the song vibe of video. All right. And another person said, know Jesus for yourself. Chikina, finish. This Jesus, everybody, know him for yourself, not for another person. So stop dragging somebody. That is just the truth. It is for yourself. If you say, God don't tell you, say, may you go encrypt John 3:16 for your hand. It's your body. Allow him to, what I'm trying to say, because everybody they come out, they talk plenty things. People where they even carry hair self for where they act as pastors self, because still come out and see they shout. See, I just feel that just know this Jesus for yourself. It's just the best. All these things that you are dragging somebody up and down is not necessary. Let's take more comments because a lot of people are talking about this and we have a lot of comments. Let's take more comments. And yes, somebody else said, nothing surprising about it. If you know him, you will know he's always wanted to do this and has been quiet, vocal about it. One of his scriptural reference is the Lord has inscribed us on the palm of his hand, Isaiah 49:16. We have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments and see what people are talking about. And official heroes writer said, that's such a beautiful tattoo. Actually, you get what I'm trying to say? When I even saw it, I was like, see, this is the vibe. So Jenny UK said, una go analyze tire. Oh, yeah, Bible scholars, let's have it. How much do you know your scriptures? That is just the truth. For you to even encrypt that, how much you yourself know your scriptures? You where they shout up and down. And just Ebube said, someone should bring me back here, please. Oh. And Spooker said, I am definitely getting one. Abio, they have given you the vibe. Boy, yeah, pass me the vibe. And another person said, let the assistant Jesus come through. You need to come through. But to come think of it, Actually, this is so beautiful. I don't even know why people are just, doing a lot of things and dragging somebody up and down because of a tattoo. You people should just rest. Cuckoo rest. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this, and we have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments of what people are saying. And yes, Nazi said, tattoos to the world, book with us. Okay, I am Jay said, a lot of people begin drag them. Now the same churches, they invite foreign gospel artists with tattoos on their body, e.g. Chandelemo, I don't start. But come to think of it, a lot of them, of our musical gospel artists actually they carry them on their body. They have tattoos written all over their body, and they don't see it as anything. But these Nigerian people, all righteous than thou, they act like saying that them righteous pass. I'm not saying, but then, sometimes you just need to give somebody a break. Please, give them a break. Let them breathe. It's better than seeing some of them doing things that you will even ask yourself, maybe last one don't pass now, they don't drag. This one say, pastor, you do this one, pastor, you do this one. They don't already talk everything that they happen, and you be asking yourself, is this a pastor? So let's not even start calling all this kind of, or saying plenty things about faith, about the church, just know God for yourself, and that is all I can say. That is my own advice for you. Know God for yourself. If God don't tell you, say, okay, go do him, go rub for your ear. If you won't drop for your ear, drop for your eye. Now you get them. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this, and we have a lot of comments. Let's take more. And yes, another person said, Lord, people. All right, another person said, for us that have a lot to say and decide to keep mute because heaven is the goal. May God bless us. Even though I been waiting with the chop this morning. See your guy, rest. As you not talk anything, you better keep on to yourself. We don't already get the idea where we won't get. It's well with you. And yes, and trust me, actually, I don't know how you're going to say about it, but it's actually a lot of things. You just keep to yourself. If you believe in God and God don't tell you, say, okay, my daughter or my son, go they drop this one for your body. It's your choice. It's your choice. And it's between you and your God. Do you understand? But the one not going to agree. Now the one where you go tell me, say, okay, church now for heart, you go there, your ass, no, go church, go worship your God or your maker. You go just say, but you know there, Even God talk, say, he go spit you out. So no even try drag the... Anyway, I don't want to go further, but what I'm trying to say is just know God for yourself. It is important. And yes, that takes us to our next gist, and we're talking about singer Iyanya. So, he has actually come out openly spoken about his ongoing struggle with celibacy, revealing that staying sexually disciplined has not been easy for him. So the music star made this disclosure during a recent interview where he admitted that his resolve to remain celibate often fluctuates, especially when faced with temptations. According to him, the challenges is real and requires constant effort. So honesty and self-control. So Iyanya also explained that he is currently not focused on marriage or serious romantic commitments, nothing that he is prioritizing personal healing and growth. You understand? And following past relations experience, the singer added that he now chooses to be transparent with people he meets about his emotional state. So emphasizing the importance of self-awareness and maturity in navigating relationships at this stage of his life. Let's talk about celibacy. It's how people say, oh, that this is really, it's not easy, especially the things we see online. Hey, blood of Jesus. Yes, it's not easy. A lot of people see things that a lot of people see things on Instagram, on Facebook, on every social media. People see things that even try to, push them to watch and all those kind of things. So, see, where he's coming from, he's telling you that it is not easy. A lot of people have been in that, but what is his choice? And he has actually decided that that is the path he wants to follow. So you people where would shout, say, even though, say Nigerians, now know they like good things, now know they like hear better thing when person won't talk. Now that one where that person not talk, now they carry him up and down. God will help you in Jesus' name. See, this is a new month to experience. They say, say January don't pass now like this. Everybody don't they align. You understand what I'm trying to say? So you see, try your best. Make that thing what you do for January that you don't go now. We have 11 more months to go. So try to arrange yourself. Don't come the chat. If you see anybody when need encouragement, need help, Kuku help the person, no come the shout because I don't hear now say yeah, they go through this one now, and I don't they shout, more na they calm down. It's not easy. So we have a lot of comments. A lot of people have been talking about celibacy, and come to think of it, a lot of our celebrities, or few of our celebrities, are actually, you know, coming out and going into how will I put it, has been in that position. And we were talking about this lady Tonto DK actually coming out about her transformation, her own particular, oh my God, her transformation is just the peak of it. Like, a lot of people have been so transformed with her testimony. Like, babe, they give testimony on a regular. And it's beautiful to see that she has actually been in that position where she knows herself. She had to find herself. Yes, it's actually beautiful. And, you know, Inyanya going through that part is not the wrong thing and it's not a bad thing. So, Mona, just leave the guy. But then, a lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this. Let's take some comments. A lot of people are talking about their own experiences, what they have faced concerning this too. So let's take some comments and see what people have actually come out to say. And yes, somebody said, man is playing with prostate cancer. Continue, body go tell you soon. Is well, oh. And Mr. Morak said, they always shame men for this type of thing. The comment section is your proof. They play. Yeah. And Ola said, continue they make person announce this kind of thing for internet. Celibacy. God, I beg you. At Ola surplus, Kilo Day, why are you abusing him? What's all this? Because you don't want to be celibate doesn't mean another person doesn't want to be. So please stop. It's enough with this abuse. And Gracious Youngly said, Iyanya, all right, no be you they stay with your neighbor relative for Ikate. That Benin babe. See, una don't start. Shebi I talk this thing now. Say my comment section people, una no get joy. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this, and we have a lot of comments. And yes, let's take more comments. And somebody else said, let's take more comments. We have a lot of comments. And come to think of it, it's your choice. If you decide that you don't want to go into that, yes, it's your choice. And another person said, let everyone day in Papa house, I beg. It's better than being in a union that you will regret. Abio, may everybody cuckoo rest. Marriage not be by force. Yes, marriage is not by force. We come out and say a lot of things about, you know, you want to be into a relationship and all those kind of things. And when you decide, say, you know, one day, yes, marriage not be by force. It's better. It's better than going into something that you will later regret. And maybe somebody will be beating you, or you'll be giving you heart attack every minute, every hour and every second. I beg. And yes, another person said, person who don't enter 40 since. Why Nigerian life fake age like this? I don't understand. See, not be everybody go marry. If Inyanya say, nah, so in life won't be like that, more na leave him. After all, we have a lot of clergymen that are not married. Yes. Let's talk about the Catholics. They are not married. So when I know the first person say make it because saying talk say you know one day they have things with women again and don't they drag them up and down. They abuse them. Say, see, it's you that decided that you don't want to change. Yes. All that leave people where decide say they want better their life, say they want do good things this year, but you decide say you know want, so leave them to do the way they want to live their life. Don't be dragging somebody up and down. People should rest. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. And another person said, if you're 28 years and above without a child, you are how can you call somebody gay at Kwamzak? Hey. Okay, it's well with you. And Vasco Chigi said, and another person said, you not sure say Naim talk all this talk? Well, it's left for you. He has already said that this is what he wants. And they know nothing said, you never talk truth. They play. Maybe for your own next time, maybe we can go tell you the truth, but this is actually the truth for him. And yes, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments of what people are talking about. And another person said, if a lady with same age says this, you're going to be in the comment section supporting her, saying marriage is not an achievement. Not everybody want to get married. Actually, not be everybody go get married at the 100. That is just the truth. Now you know the kind of the one where you still they believe. Okay, and Eric Sage said, truth is what is out here is scary enough for a man not to get married. Ladies, let us be honest. See, I don't want to see, this is the part I don't want to go through, because a lot of people now categorize this as you know, having issues with ladies, having issues with men. The truth be say, both the men and the women, nobody they good. As in as much as we have good ladies and good men, we also have bad ones and bad ladies and bad men. Yes. So now you go find your own person. Do you get? And it better say you marry somebody that is intentional about you. And yes, that loves you for real, than being in a relationship that you will not even have peace of mind. And later, I will still break up, divorce go, they fly up and down. Because coming out from that kind of thing is crazy. Do you get? So we understand where Ianya they come from, because it's not easy. Oh God. When you go know what you go do yourself, now when you dey inside relationship where you not supposed to, or dey marriage where you not supposed to, you go regret tire. In fact, regret self now just the beginning of the, you know. But then I think people should start, you know, putting these things in check. You know, before you make all these kind of moves, you know you want to get married, but be very careful about that, because a lot of people pretend to be good people so that they can get married. Some ladies do it so that they can get married, and you know, and later inside the marriage you will come they regret. So, but then I've always said this: it's more spiritual than the physical eyes we use in saying it. It is what it is. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this, and we have a lot of comments. Let's take more. And yes, another person said, truth is what is out here is scary. All right. And Omola Yobi said, now you sabi after when you don't do bad things finish. See, no be you go judge am. Yeah? No start now. No be you go judge am. Now God judgment is in the hand of God. Don't come and start saying plenty things. You unko. And Chisom said, this story changed my life a lot. Okay, you know, a lot of people are talking about these kind of things, and you know, not the judge person say, I beg you. And is Rosie said, don't worry, you will figure it out when you reach 50. Allow him to figure it out. And Bobby Fenty said, commitment issues at 40 is crazy. And another person said, so marriage is not any achievable, Abi. Wait until you get to 50 when you can't summon 3. But I don't know why you are dragging this. Like, marriage is not by force now, it's by force. If he wants to get married, it's his choice. Do you get what I'm trying to say? When I know they drag this young man, make he get peace of mind. Even we ladies self, where they drag themselves, when I not get good characters. Yes, now, where they go say, okay, make we keep on for house. I'm a lady, but it's the things we see every day. When they try, they get, you know, prestige. You know, small value, because all these things people are coming out, jacking him up and down. It's not by force. We even have ladies that are up to 50 that are not yet married. Maybe basically not because they are not married, because of bad character. So may una live in and may doing thing. And if he decides saying that, oh, I want to get married, it's his thing. Allow him to be. I don't want to talk about that again, but enough of that. Let's just allow Inyanya to be. If he wants to marry, it's his choice. If he wants to be celibate forever, it's his choice. All right, and yes, that takes us to our next gist. And a young Nigerian singer, Ifunanya Wankene, popularly known as Naya, has reportedly died after being bitten by a snake at her residence in Abuja. The tragic incident occurred while she was asleep after she was rushed to the Federal Medical Center for urgent medical attention. Despite efforts by health officials, the rising vocalist could not be saved and was confirmed dead days later, sending shockwaves across the entertainment industry. So Naya, a former contestant on The Voice Nigeria, was regarded as a promising talent with a growing fan base. Her sudden death has sparked widespread mourning on social media, with colleagues, fans, and well-wishers paying tribute to her talent and calling for improved awareness and response to the snake bite emergencies in residential areas. Like, when I saw the story, I was so, you know, I was gripped with fear, because we've had cases where snake bites, you know, occur like constantly, and it's scary. So why would you take somebody to the hospital instead of the hospital to help? They don't have any remedy for that. Hey, God, like this lady is actually very beautiful too. I don't know how to put this, but I think our hospitals should do better. Yes, the hospitals, we need to do better. a lot of times a lady, I think this is not the first case that someone actually had to use the restroom, and while using the restroom, she had a snake bite and died instantly. And from the toilet, and from the restroom, because it's crazy. Like, all these things happen, and fumigation, all these kind of things has to be put in check. Living around bushy areas, those things are important. Where we they live for house, it's not even okay. No, I'm not talking about the hospitals right now. Let's talk about people where get houses, people where they stay for the house. Keep your areas neat. Fumigate the areas. There are places that have that grasses has grown all over the places, but you can't even cut the grasses once in a while. I'll call people to work on them, but no, you will leave those places like that, and it's a lot. And where I got angry was where people started coming out to say, oh, that this is a spiritual problem. Really, when we need to do the needful, we are not doing the needful, and people are talking about spiritual problem. You see how Nigerians sometimes they try to carry matter where they suppose don't settle, where they carry and they put for spiritual wahala. But now there are little measures that would have been taken. You understand what I'm trying to say? That would have been taken in concerning that case. I know that, while growing up, there are lots of all these little things that you can do to, stop the bleeding, or if you get injured, there are some little things you could do. But now people are seeing it as, oh, that is a spiritual thing. It's funny how, people think. Well, it's well. I just pray that God gives the family the strength to bear the loss. And yes, we have a lot of comments concerning this. A lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this. Why people bringing up their own experiences about snake bites and the rest of them. So please, let's take some comments and see what people have actually come out to say. And yes, somebody said accountability and Nigeria, word and opposite as well. And Shopkeep Luxury said it is the way they try to make us feel gullible when the reverse is actually the case. Instead of gaslighting, the public attention should be focused on identifying and holding accountable the doctors who administered a drip to a snake victim, so that further harm and loss of life can be prevented. And Made of Ink said, preparations are always being made to transfer people to ICU. It is always preparations. And for people saying that snake is not ordinary, you are funnier than Kevin Hart. See, like, I have to say this, there was a time, I don't want to call the name of the hospital for actually a good case. I don't want to talk about it, but then I'll have to say this. There was a time I was actually, I felt sick and I went to the hospital. Like, it is how the negligence of these people that actually brought to my attention, because I've been there for like 2 days, and okay, they're saying, okay, they're giving me drugs, and before they get to administer the drugs on me, it will take like since morning to maybe past 12 or maybe towards that time. And I'm like, okay, this is somebody that has been very sick, and she's responding to, she has been on medications, and all these medications are not really functioning, and she has actually complained. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Why I'm putting this is because there are some hospitals that have this negligent spirit. Yes, they don't put things in check. They don't. They feel that, oh, because you don't know that you will play with the lives of human beings. Yes, too bad. Play with the lives of people. And it's crazy. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. Let's take more comments and see what people have actually come out to say concerning this young lady. Please, let's take more comments. And yes, another person said, all right, I took my sick daughter with a very high temperature to FMC, Jabi private ward, the nonchalant and lackadaisical attitude. And another person said, have you ever seen or heard of any institution or politician in Nigeria take responsibility for their failure? All they do is push a false narrative to evade accountability. It's disheartening. And Udo Sweet said, they are always quick to debunk. You can't serve the purpose while they are in office. Seriously, I just feel that, the hospitals has to start doing better. It's not about how these are lives of people. These are people that need this help. So why become a doctor or why become a nurse if you can't do your job well? Yes. If you're there, why then why then even search for jobs? Why then go for jobs? Because we just see it as being useless. Yes. But it's a lot of things. And I just pray that God continues to give this family the grace, because losing someone at this time, it's crazy. This is 2026. There are a lot of things that can actually be avoided. Yes, a lot. So first off, we have to stop. We have areas that you're living that are bushy areas. Please always try to fumigate those areas. They are very important. And if you know that there are some holes in your houses that can attract all those kind of little things, there are things that you need to do there that you can have to either fix those things and try seriously, because it's a lot of things. This could be any other person. Just my own advice. All right. And yes, we'll take a short break. And when we come back, we still have a lot of gist to talk about. So please don't go anywhere. Stay with us and don't go.
Awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Mr. Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Pets, awards, the razzmatazz, music.
And welcome back, beautiful people, to the show Spotlight. And yes, you are still here with Prezi. And we have been talking about a lot of things. And yes, a lot of things. People to be careful, you know, living in their houses and a lot of things, you know. And, you know, cautions to take, you know, while when you're sick or you have an injury, things that need to be done. And yes, and that takes us to our next guest, and we're talking about our Nollywood actress, Blessing Obasi. She has actually opened up on the trolling and comments about her marriage. So Nollywood actress Blessing Obasi has spoken candidly about the online trolling she and her husband, actor Stan Nze, have faced since their marriage. So the actress revealed that social media users frequently made hurtful remarks about her appearance and questioned her relationship, with some claiming she was older than her husband. So according to Obasi, the comments were persistent and often crossed the line, drawing unnecessary attention to her marriage and personal life. She explained that while the criticism was initially painful, it helped her develop a thicker skin and greater self-confidence. So Obasi noted that she and her husband chose to focus on their bond rather than public opinion, stressing that love, respect, and understanding matter more than age or societal expectations. So the actress encouraged people to be kinder online and remind couples to stay strong despite external negativity. All right, well, let's hear what she has actually come out to say concerning this.
Enough for each other. I'm 40. I think I was 43 years old, married to a 33-year-old man. You know, and I'm like, from where to where? So we laughed about it, but of course it continued trending all through that week. Everybody had a narrative. You know, to be truthful, I was really laughing about it because I and my husband had faced things even in the relationship. So we were both enough for each other. So it didn't really matter what anybody was saying. I'm 40. I think I was 43 years old, married to a 33-year-old man. You know, and I'm like, from where to where? So we laughed about it, but of course it continued trending all through that week. Everybody had a narrative. You know, to be truthful, I was really laughing about it because I and my husband had faced things even in the relationship. So we were both enough for each other. So it didn't really matter what anybody was saying. I'm 40. I think I was 43 years old, married to a 33-year-old man. You know, and I'm like, from where to where? So we laughed about it, but of course it continued trending all through that week. Everybody had a narrative. You know, to be truthful, I was really laughing about it because I and my husband had faced things even in the relationship. So we were both enough for each other. So it didn't really matter what anybody was saying. I'm 40. I think I was 43 years old.
Is how people actually come out to say things concerning your own marriage. Like, why does some Nigerians know they mind their business? I'm serious. Because what is age now the problem? Do you get what I'm trying to say? You people are calling her that, oh, she's 40-something and why she's getting married to a 33. And so, does age really matter when it comes to marriage or relationship? I feel that some Nigerians need to start putting all these things that they are doing. They should start putting it in check because this their bad character is now smelling. Like a lot of people give people pain, inflict pain on people. So if it's that kind of lady now that they've already told her this kind of thing, and now she'll be crying every day when she looks at her social media, she'll be in tears, depression. But come to think of it, I think that we Nigerians need to start doing better. Not be everything way when I see, when I want they talk, when I want they put mouth. A lot of people have been pushed into pain, pushed into, you throw people when you don't know the truth. Or you're not sure, but you just want to make those people feel bad. It's a lot of, I just feel that some of these celebrities, they go through a lot, hey God, because it's the truth. things wey no be true now go they drag them up and down, say na so it be. Why you not even know anything wey concern them? But it's well, people like us, we don't face this kind of thing. I don't know if a lot of people have actually faced the same thing, and they have actually come out online to say things. So let's take some of the comments of what people have actually come out to say concerning this. And yes, School Uniforms NG said, you are beautifully and wonderfully made. May God continue to bless and shield your home. Amen. And yes, another person said, I love her, gorgeous and funny woman. And we have another comment. Another person said, I like her. And Urban Plata said, she's so beautiful. We actually have more comments. Let's take more comments and see what people are actually saying about this. And another person said, I love her. And Atinuke Mo said, I just love this woman. And Any JKME said, all right, Any JKME now. All right. Another person said, she is no old past the man. True, ni. I beg you. See, I just feel that, okay, even if she's older than the husband, should that be the reason why you people are trolling her? It's crazy. Like, people man where they even marry woman with old person. Some of our Nigerian men where they go carry old woman where they decide saying at their choice. I think it's people's choice, and you don't need to come and start put him out for waiting no concern you. Leave them with their own life. If they want to do it that way, it's their choice. Now then they marry, now then want to enter that shoe, and the love they share is enough for them. So you people should stop all this trolling and calling out people's name. And when you don't know the truth, focus on yourself and leave other people's wahala out of your mouth. Yes. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this, and we have a lot of comments. Let's take more. And yes, Lash Guru said, God, please bless Stan. Let him excel and love his family till the end of time. Amen to that. And Chidera said, I just love this woman. And another person said, I love this woman from Misbehavior movie. I haven't stopped loving her. Saw her and her husband in St. Nicholas late last year, but I was too shy to move closer. All right, another person said, I have always loved her, especially her drive and art in the industry. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. I just feel that people need to start being kind with their words, kind with their expression, the way they love people. Yes, this year, a lot of people are going through a lot of things, and you saying hurtful words to people right now really matters, because don't be doing all those things. Yes, you did it 2025. This year, it has to end. Let's take more comments. And Miss Sherrick said, where can I watch? All right. And somebody said, see her small finals. All right. And somebody said, people where they talk too much, just do you. And another person said, trollers are now lives. Imagine trolling someone. Like, I don't know how comfortable they feel, talking about somebody else's issues. And they can't just mind their business. Seriously. Putting people with pain and, depression and a lot of them. And yeah, somebody said, but the teacher, it was really bad. Must they laugh before you try to fix it? See, I just want to talk about this, basically, of how people, talk body shame you. You telling her right now that, that she doesn't have a good smile, that why does she have to shine her teeth or smile? So I shouldn't smile because my dentitions are not good. Are you people being serious right now? Like, a lot of, oh Jesus, you people need to stop speaking bad of people and putting them into things that they don't want to do. Do you get what I'm trying to say? People lose jobs because they don't look fit or they don't look good for your eyes. Do you get what I'm trying to say? A lot of people have put their body into different shapes and even spoiling it the more because they actually went for a job and they were rejected. See, this thing that you people are doing is either 50-50. It's your life. A lot of people have gone to meet their maker in this process. And you people see someone that doesn't want to do that. You people are actually speaking, body shaming the person and making the person feel bad because of how they are. It's how people do this. I just feel that we Nigerians need to start doing better. Stop body shaming people. Stop talking bad of people. Stop trolling them. Stop saying wrong, hurtful words to them. A lot of people have been into things that bother them a lot, and you are putting more pain, inflicting more pain, inflicting anger, and all those kind of things. What will you gain while doing all those things? What will you gain? That is just the truth. What you will gain for all these things we want to do? Let's take more comments and see what people have actually come out to say before we move into our next topic. Let's take more comments and see what people have actually come out to say. And yes, another person said, may God deal treacherously with delusional folks who troll people and without a cause or so as to make them feel sad. It's actually bad. You get what I'm trying to say? And another person said, the best. And Anyamu6294 said, I like you, but them no lie, Sha. But that's bad. Do you supposed to stop saying this thing? So people cannot actually come out and do better things. It's really bad. It's really bad. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this, and we have a lot of comments. Let's take more comments. And yes, somebody said, forget, you know fit that guy. You too, you see what I'm saying? You just see what I'm saying. You people should stop this thing. Oh. Hey, and this is my comment section, people. You people should stop it. And Nigerians will tell you your story like this. They stay with you. Like, do you get is well with you? All right, our next topic, we're talking about Davido loses to Tyler on the 2026 Grammy Awards. And yes, see, let's talk about this now. You know, a lot, I saw these pictures, I saw this story online, and a lot of people have been talking about Davido. Oh, he didn't get any, he was nominated, but he didn't actually come out. Davido has actually come out to say, oh, that he's not even bothered about that. He's still great, whether he wins or not. You understand what I'm trying to say? But let's hear what he has to say. He has actually come out to say something concerning that. Let's say that.
Definitely not, you know what I'm saying? Man, definitely not, you know what I'm saying? I just wanted to hear my song on the radio once or twice, like in the beginning. You know what I'm saying? So for it to transcend into this, it's just amazing, and it can only be good. But just being nominated, you know what I'm saying, being recognized alone is enough, you know, it's enough to, you know, make me proud of myself, you know what I'm saying? So.
And what will it mean for, like you said, you lived in Nigeria, for Nigerians, we are rooting for you. I've seen it on Twitter all day long, and specifically one Nigerian in particular, your father, who has invested so much into your career and has, from what I've gathered, believed in you and trusted that you would be here one day.
Yeah, definitely. I was on the phone with him yesterday. He was like, you know, son, no matter what happens, man, you're still a legend, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, he's a very big fan. You know, in the beginnings, we had a little, you know, scuffle because definitely he wanted me to go to school. But
and you know, talking about Davido is always this person that he never backs down. That is just the truth. Yes, he's big. So whether he wins or not, we still love him like that. Yes, that's what I have to say. So, you know, we still love our Davido. That's all I can say. Because his songs are, come to think of it, you know, Davido's songs are things like vibes that you always want to dance to. So even if, you know, he didn't get any Grammy to win or anything, we still love him the way he is. And yes, let's take some comments of fans coming out to say things concerning Davido. Let's take some comments and see what people have actually come out to say. And yes, Lucas Shoyana said, I no go they follow do all this FC and 30BG stuff. But Davido deserves this award, man. This guy has been putting in work for decades, and please, David shouldn't even attend any Grammy Awards ever again, because I really don't understand how they even select their winners. And Perry Cass 3 said, Wanna go cry tire. As an FC fan, peace of mind won't wound me. Okay. And I am Trinity guy said, no matter what happens, Davido remains a legend and a king, baddest for life. Let's take more comments and see what people have actually come out. And somebody said, Grammy or no Grammy, you still remain African biggest 001. Yes, and yes to that. And somebody said, with the likes of other great men, responsibility, the black race is the whole world musically. You guys are more than the Grammys. I am saying this unapologetically with my full chest. See, whether he won any Grammy or he didn't win, we still love Davido the way he is. Trust me. He has actually put in a lot of work 2025. And who knows? This year we are anticipating more hits and more, you know, more songs. So please, when anybody that come out now start saying, oh, you want to troll him, he's left for you, let them not drag you. All right, enough of that. And this is where we draw the curtain. Thank you so much for staying with us on the Spotlight Show. It was a blast. And remember, if you're going viral or going global, please stay true to your stories and never forget to tell them with heart. And yes, follow us on all our social media handles at VOP TV Live. And don't forget to subscribe for more updates. And until next time, I am Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This has been Spotlight. And see you next time. Bye for now.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
The Agungu Fishing Festival, or Agungu Dance Festival, is an annual 4-day festival in Kebbi State and other northern states like Niger in the northwestern part of northern Nigeria. The region is made up of fertile river areas of Matamfada, Mala, with much irrigation and orchards. Lambu in Hausa. The majority of the inhabitants are fishermen. They also have Kanta Museum. The museum is the main historical center in Agungu for visitors across the globe. People from around the world travel to Agungu just to witness the occasion. The main purpose of the Agungu Fishing Festival is for fishing and unity. The festival is usually a 4-day cultural event. The festival began in the year 1934 as a mark of the end of the century-old hostility between the Sokoto Caliphate and the Kebbi Kingdom. This festival has brought huge progress to the development of the state as a whole. It is usually called a fishing frenzy festival. The festival is celebrated to mark the beginning of the fishing season in Agungu, a riverside town in Kebbi State. It's celebrated between February and March every year. In 2005, the winning fish weighed 75 kilograms and needed 4 men to hoist it onto the scales. In 2006, the festival banned fishing due to safety concerns relating to the low water levels. The importance of the festival to the economy has led the government to conserve fish stock by prohibiting the use of gill nets and cast nets. The Zero Polder project, an irrigation scheme in the Rima River floodplain to the south of Agungu, has been criticized because the reservoir threatens to flood the traditional site of the festival. Activities include craft showcases, canoe races, agricultural showcase, cultural activities, wrestling matches, musical performances, a grand fishing contest and swimming contest. On the final day of the festival, the competition is held, in which thousands of men line up along the river, and at the sound of a gunshot, all of them jump into the river and have an hour to catch the largest fish. The winner can take home as much as $7,500. Competitors are only allowed to use traditional fishing tools, and many prefer to catch fish entirely by hand. A practice also popular elsewhere and known as noodling. And this is to demonstrate the
PTV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hello and welcome to the African News on Voice of the People Television. I am Solomon Ofem. Before we begin the news, kindly visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. And for WhatsApp, the number is 0904 473 2605. And now on the news, Britain's foreign minister said she would use a visit to Ethiopia on Monday to focus on measures to try to stem rising numbers of migrants from the Horn of Africa seeking to reach the United Kingdom. Yvette Cooper said job creation partnerships would dissuade people from leaving Ethiopia, while stronger law enforcement cooperation was essential to counter smuggler gangs and speed up returns of migrants with no right to stay in Britain. In a statement, Cooper said that modalities were being worked out to tackle the economic drivers of illegal migration and the criminal gangs who operate globally, profiting from trading in people. Successive British governments have tried to tackle illegal migration, an issue which has helped to propel populist campaigner Nigel Farage's Reform UK party into a commanding opinion poll lead. Meanwhile, a drone strike in Ethiopia's northern Tigray region have killed one person and injured another, sparking concerns of renewed conflict between regional and national forces. The strike hit two Isuzu truck near Enticho and Jendepta, about 20 kilometers apart, with the Tigrayan official attributing the attack on the Ethiopian National Defense Force, though evidence is lacking. The incident follows clashes in western Tigray's disputed territory claimed by Amhara forces and tensions over Eritrean and Amhara troops in Tigray violating the 2022 peace deal. The region suffers from humanitarian crises, with 80% of the population needing emergency support. Conflicting reports have emerged on the truck's cargo, with TPLF-affiliated Dimtsi Weyana claiming food and cooking items, while pro-government activities allege weapons. In another development, the Somali federal government has denied landing clearance to 2 planes carrying security personnel from Jubaland and Puntland, citing security concerns ahead of a crucial meeting between regional leaders and the federal government. Defense Minister Ahmed Mualim Fiki stated that the arrival of heavily armed contingents from Jubaland and Puntland poses a serious threat to national security, particularly given the presence of embassies and diplomatic missions at Adhen Aide International Airport. The regional administration have accused the federal government of selectively enforcing security rules to exert political pressure, while the government maintains that standardized security procedures are essential to stability in Mogadishu. The incident has escalated tensions between the federal government and regional leaders, casting uncertainty over upcoming talks on Somalia's electoral roadmap. Elsewhere, Sudan Airways commercial flight landed at Khartoum International Airport on Sunday, marking the second commercial flight to arrive since the outbreak of Sudan's civil war almost 3 years ago. The domestic flight originated from Port Sudan, a city on the Red Sea coast. The reopening of the airport is seen as a crucial step towards normalizing life in the capital. The airport had suffered major damage during the fight between the Sudanese Armed Forces and the Paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, RSF, which began in April 2023. The army recaptured the capital last year, and the landing of a commercial flight in Khartoum in October was previously disrupted by RSF drones. Experts say the resumption of commercial flight is expected to boost efforts to normalize life in Khartoum and support the country's humanitarian response. South Africa's government has declared Israel's charge d'affaires Ariel Sudam persona non grata and ordered him to leave the country within 72 hours. The decision follows several diplomatic social media posts by the Israeli embassy deemed to be breaching diplomatic rules and practices. The Department of International Relations and Cooperation, DIRCO, had previously engaged with the Israeli embassy over its conduct, but says the latest actions have left it no choice but to expel said man. In response, Israel has also declared South Africa's embassy to Palestine shown Bionetet persona non grata, giving him 72 hours to leave the country. DIRCO spokesperson Crispin Piri said the department is assessing the impact of Israel's move on its service in Palestine and facilitating a potential new ambassador. This report says the U.S. government has announced a policy shift towards Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger, 3 West African countries battling Islamic insurgency and with military governments that have severe ties with France and aligned with Russia. Nick Checker, head of the U.S. Bureau of African Affairs, will visit Bamako, Mali's capital, to convey the U.S. response and respect for Mali's sovereignty and chart a new course in relations, acknowledging past policy mistakes. The U.S. aims to cooperate with Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger on shared security and economic interest. Notably, absence is the usual embassies on democracy and human rights. The policy change reflects a broader shift in U.S. priorities, focusing on counterterrorism and regional stability over democratic governance. The move comes after the country's military government, which seized power between 2020 and 2023, expelled French troops and strengthened ties with Russia. The U.S. had previously halted military cooperation with these nations following the coup, but now seeks to re-engage, potentially offering security assistance, and economic support. With us in the studio to analyze these stories is public affairs analyst and, of course, a legal practitioner, Darlington Agumo. Barrister Agumo, thank you very much for joining us on the news, African News.
Good afternoon, Solomon. How are you?
Very fine, thank you. Now, for our first story to analyze is Britain's foreign minister saying she would use a visit to Ethiopia on Monday to focus on measures to try to stem rising number of migrants from Horn of Africa seeking to reach the United Kingdom. Now, migration has been a hot topic both in Europe and in America, where because of the bad leadership and the economic situation, let's not talk about the different crises in Africa, the number of migration has increased astronomically, with a lot of Africans using the Horn of Africa as a migration route to Europe and sometimes to the US. And do you think this will stop the migration? What are the British embassy saying?
It will never stop it. It will never. I said never. They are just trying to waste their time talking shop. What will stop migration into other West European nations and other is good governance at home. If they want to actually help Africa, they should tell their leader to do the right thing. They should engage their leader, especially the corrupt ones who bring our money into their own country. They should stop them, expose them in short, if need be. Expose these leaders so that shame will catch them. And not disturbing people who are trying to find a way of living, trying to find greener pasture. They forgot that the first order of nature is self-survival. They forgot. So, I wish them well in their talk, but it will not stop it. It's a waste of time.
Now, Yvette Cooper said job creation partnership would dissuade people from living in Ethiopia, while a stronger law enforcement cooperation was essential to counter smuggler gangs and speed up return of migrants with no right to stay in Britain. Let's start with the first thing she said, job creations. We know job is one of the numerous issues why people migrate. Do you think job creation is enough?
It is not.
But it will be a good starting point.
Yes. Job creation and then rule of law, then observance of due process, operation and suppression of the people. If you continue with this, people will definitely find a way out. Nobody wants to stay in a toxic environment. Nobody. An environment where you cannot express yourself, where you cannot criticize government for all the bad things they are doing and all that. But in UK, over there, they have this freedom. They criticize their leaders.
With no backlash.
I'm telling you, so let them engage the leaders of Africa on these points. That is if they want to help Africa.
I mean, that's a tall order, considering we're talking about 54 countries here with a different style of government, unique situations. That's a tall order.
It is not. It is not, because if these 54 nations of Africa decide to steal all the money in Africa and send it to Europe in one day, it will be possible. True of us.
True.
So why can't it be possible for you to engage them in one day? After all, the world is a global village. You can even do it in batches. If you so wish, do it in batches. Or start giving them aid. Because this aid is not reflecting in the life of Africans. So for what reason then are they collecting this aid? These are things the Western world should be asking. They should engage these leaders. Be very, very frontal. Confront them. Like this morning, World Bank said that their portfolio investment in Nigeria is over 16 billion. And when it was broken down, we discovered that part of this money is money they borrowed to Nigeria. And I asked myself, where is the money?
Where is the evidence?
Now where is the money and where is the evidence? Where is the money? Who took it? What did they do with it? They reflect in the life of Nigerians. What did they do with the money, especially that will impact in the life of the people? I mean, look at it yourself. If a whole 210 trillion naira can be missing in one particular government agency, Solomon, do you know how much is missing in others? Just NNPC, 210 trillion. And nobody, Nigerians, nobody is saying anything, nobody is explaining anything. This is money that would have helped to better this country. Money that would have been used in several areas. Johansson have been on strike now for 3 months. Is it not because of their welfare, which you are not paying? Well, Solomon, there are things we don't want to talk seriously because it is annoying, seriously. Deliberately annoying.
Now, is there no way for the European governments to, instead of engaging this individual countries, government of this country, because as I said before, that would be a tall order. 54 countries, not small. Can't they engage the African Union instead, or the different regional bodies, ECOWAS, you know, to we've talked on this platform how you know, the African Union is a toothless bulldog, as it were. But with an alliance with the European administration, they should be able to pressure these individual governments to do better. Don't you think that's a good way to go?
The access or the means through which they can do this is as weak as the government themselves when it comes to fighting corruption.
No, but I mean, you can't exactly call the European government weak. Instead of,
I mean, the AU now that you mentioned.
Okay.
You said the European government can engage AU to do something. Is that not what you're saying?
Yes, all the different regional bodies.
Which other one? AU, African Union, it embraces all African states. Is that not true?
True.
So I mean, you said it today that they are a toothless bulldog, because if they have been up and doing, most African leaders will not be doing what they are doing. AU will call them to order. AU will personally say, look, Mr. Mano, this thing you are doing, this, it is very wrong. But they will tell you sovereignty of the state. You don't need to interfere. Whatever the state is doing, the sovereign nation, you cannot dictate for them what to do and what not to do. Even when they decided that their state policy is corruption, they will tell you, yes, after all, the people are not complaining. That's the next thing you will hear. After the people are, did you allow them to complain? Is it not when they want to complain, you suppress them? And you say the people are not complaining. In fact, I don't understand. African leaders, they should go and do orientation. Seriously. The way they reason and the way they behave is so embarrassing. Very, very embarrassing. They are not showing leadership at all. They are not, especially this so-called democracy. They have turned it into another thing entirely. That the people are not getting dividend of it. It's so embarrassing, seriously. To the extent that the Western world is now trying to help us stop killing ourselves in every area. We borrow money from them. We borrow security from them. We borrow morality. We borrow everything. We borrow economy. Everything we borrow from them. So why are you existing as a government? Why are you existing as a government? Can you tell us?
Now, Cooper also said that, stronger law enforcement cooperation was essential to counter smuggler gangs and a speed up return of migrants with no right to stay in Britain. We know the relentless drive, like someone that Donald Trump is doing in the US, trying to push back illegal migrants, the US. Some countries in Britain, of course, are doing the same thing. But do you think that will stop it? So far, it doesn't look like that is stopping because we keep hearing stories of migrants sinking off the Mediterranean Sea, despite these relocation.
Yes, because
our country.
The shortest route to is Italy. And they normally go through this Libya and Morocco coast.
Yeah.
But that of Britain, US, they are tightening it up. In fact, they are serious about it. Illegal and undocumented what? Migrants. They are very hot on it. Because they say those people are undocumented, they are there illegally. Now, Solomon, compare what they are doing over there. And you that open your own border for terrorists to come in. You see them clutching AK-4, just strolling into Nigeria. Please, what does that tell you? Oh, God Almighty. Can you see the difference now? That the people troubling us are people from nowhere outside Nigeria. And government and the military, they are very happy to tell us that they are not Nigeria. They came from Libya. They came from this place. So what are you supposed to do? To come and tell me that foreign terrorists are here to disturb me, Abi? And you're a government. You see them, you spoke. Toju Bello, is it not from Niger? Solomon, Toju Bello, is it not from Niger? How many times have government emissaries gone to meet him where he is? And they had dialogue. And maybe take some cognac. Foreign terrorists in Nigerian soil. Sending people out of their homes, out of their farms. And they are running from Sokoto to wherever, to Zamfara. Because Toju Bello have threatened, if you don't pay money, this and that. You know? Foreign terrorists, so foreign.
Now, Cooper also said modalities were being worked out to tackle the economic drivers of illegal migration and the criminal gangs who operate globally, profiting from trading in people. I mean, some would say this would be a very tall order, considering some of these criminal gangs are state-sponsored.
Not just state-sponsored, they have become bigger than the government. That's why they flat government directive, government order. That's why they flat it. And that's what happens when you fail to take initial step to stop infamy. It will now become bigger and bigger, and then escalate, and then gain more power. Because this thing started small, Abi. They didn't just balloon overnight. They started gradually, and government was seeing it too. Because some government officials were complicit, they allowed it to fester. As these illegal miners are doing their thing, they are lining their pockets. They are lining their pockets. They have become so powerful. They now have their own army. They have their own army. In fact, it's terrible. See, the way Nigeria is run, I'm telling you, government major on minor. The major thing, they are not even addressing it. That is why this insecurity escalated. Because they saw when it was coming gradually, nobody paid attention. Nobody paid attention. This guy became big. And now controlling swaths of territory in Nigeria. Terrorists.
Now, one of the things that's been plaguing Africa is skirmishes and conflict here and there. Obviously, this is bigger than skirmishes, though not as big as what's going on in South Sudan. A drone strike in Ethiopia's northern Tigray region have killed one person, injured another, sparking concerns of renewed conflict between regional and national forces. Had this issue in Ethiopia and even Eritrea, where we've been having incessant conflict between regional and national forces. What's your take on that?
You mean what is causing all these skirmishes? Is that what you're saying? Is it not obvious? You have a weak and corrupt leaders who have deliberately and consciously refused to do the right thing. Is it not in the face of denial, in the face of suppression, in the face of intimidation, threat, that people react? That people react. If you have offered good governance, who will be talking of what? What will you be agitating for? There will be no need. There will be no need. And so, you are the one that called for it. You called for it by your actions and your utterances. What is so difficult in uniting a people that you have been voted in to govern? What is so difficult? Offer good governance. Everybody will be happy. Offer good governance. Everybody will be happy. Like I keep saying, the 210 trillion naira that is missing from the NP, is it not somebody that took it, Solomon? No, it's Spirit that took that money. Then after you turn around and tell the people that there is no money, they should be taxed more. Meanwhile, the people are seeing what you are doing as a government. Is it so difficult for government to find out who and who took that money? Because it is a huge chunk. Up to today, NNPC have not denied that there is nothing like that. Rather, what the man there told us that the money was misplaced. The National Assembly cannot be wrong now. They are the one that blew up, who blew the lead on this scandal. National Assembly. And when they asked him to explain, the man just stayed away. Come to us, come to National, come and tell us what happened. He didn't come up to today. Solomon, he didn't come up to today. Up to today, he didn't come. Then when you are doing all these things, the people you are governing, what are you expecting from them? To behave very well, Abi? To behave like good citizens. Really? Oh, you beat a child and you ask that child not to cry again. Is it possible? You are breeding a terror under your rule, but you don't know. You are breeding a terror within your environment. You are breeding rebels because they are going to rebel against all these things now. They will rebel. They will rebel. That is the only way people can express themselves. They will rebel and go into armed struggle with you. And tomorrow you turn around and say, these people, they are disturbing. I don't know who is behind this. Foreign powers are threatening us. Foreign powers are using them. You are the one that called for it. Don't deceive yourself.
Now, this Tigray territory has been a disputed territory, and the region suffers from humanitarian crisis with 80% of the population needing emergency support. 80%. That's a huge, amount of persons that need emergency.
They want to exterminate them from the face of the earth, Abi. Let them go ahead. Britain left European Union just yesterday. Nobody break any head. No single noise. It is only in Africa that people say, look, I want to go and determine my future. I want to paddle my own canoe. I want to determine my destiny and my future. It is only in Africa that has become a crime. You mean the UN that put it into their charter is stupid? A whole United Nations, they put into their charter. And some African states have domesticated it. But when it comes to implementation, it becomes a war. It becomes a war. You are a member of the UN. You are supposed to domesticate all UN charter into your constitution. Yes, that is why you are a member. They know that, yes, these things are going to be possible. That's why they put it there. Allow the people, let them do referendum, whether they want to stay or not. Do you know that was how we lost Southern Cameroon? Are you aware? In 1963, they did a referendum. Zika asked to do a referendum whether they want to belong to Nigeria or to Cameroon. It was that referendum that saved the situation. They would have become part of Nigeria today. And that's it.
I'm not sure they're living even better in Cameroon. Cameroon also have their issues.
Yes, because now that's the English part of Cameroon. Today now, the new generation have come to see that that initial referendum was wrongly done. Because if it had succeeded, maybe they would have been better off in Nigeria. they are now agitating because they have seen that they are not meeting up. They are not included in the scheme of things in Cameroon. They are seen as outsiders. And so they are agitating now. They are agitating. That is what happens with people. You can't force them against their will because you want to do what? No, it's not done. You are breeding rebel under your watch. If they want to go, why not give them space? Give them space. Give them space. Let them go and see, and then you have peace. That's all. Give them space. Let them have it so that you too can have peace. The white men that are doing all these things, do you think they don't know what they are doing? They know that yes, people can decide where to go and how to go about it. Doesn't, even if you're only 2 people, you say you don't want, go ahead. By the time you see the advantage and disadvantages, nobody will tell you to come back. Britain has left Europe. This is the 3rd time now. Are you aware? Britain, the 3rd time they are leaving Europe. Then after they will come back again. They will come back again. That is a human being. You are not supposed to be in a straitjacket situation. You know that you are not compatible culturally, traditionally, religious, in all ramifications, you know. So how can you work together for God's sake? How? Do you know what has stifled development in Nigeria? It's because 3 strange bedfellows were asked to go and stay in a room.
I mean, it's more than 3.
I mean the major. Yeah, let us assume the major. The major. From there, you can now separate the minors. Look at what is going on since independence. No peace. Nigeria have not gone through one decade in this without skirmishes here and there, without troubles here and there. Because they cannot align with each other. And government is not making things better. By their action, their policies and their utterances, they are dividing the people the more. And so how can there be peace? Is it not peace that brings progress? Is it not peace that brings progress? Some people have kept us busy here for 15 years now. 15 good years. We have never slept with 2 eyes closed. And we have spent over 23 trillion naira trying to stop their menace. This is money the government needed to improve infrastructure, school, hospital, road, everything you can think of. We are wasting it to fight some rascals.
Now, let's go over to Somalia, where the federal government has denied landing clearance to 2 planes. This is coming ahead of a crucial meeting between the regional leaders and the federal government. More of the same thing that is going on in Ethiopia is the same thing going on in Somalia. It seems Somalia have issues much more than just Somaliland, but at least they are trying to resolve the issues they have between the federal government and the regional government, because there is a crucial meeting, that's supposed to take place between those the federal government and regional leadership.
I mean, at the end of the day, all war end up at the conference room. All disagreement end up at the conference room. The question is, why did you allow the disagreement to fester in the first place? If you truly want peace, the moment you see somebody saying no, I no go agree, call the person and say, come. Wait till you no go agree, what will happen? But most times, African leaders, African government will not do that. They will allow the thing to fester and fester and fester. And maybe even waste lives and property before they will now remember that they need to go to a conference room and talk about it. Is that not what happened in Africa? So this discussion now, it should have happened like yesterday. Like yesterday. Why did they allow them? There must be a reason why somebody is crying. If a child is crying, there must be a reason. Attend to the need of that child and attend to the need. Talk sense into him or her.
Obviously, the crucial meeting is going to yield something positive. And elsewhere, Sudan Airways commercial flight landed at Khartoum International Airport on Sunday, marking the second commercial flight to arrive since the outbreak of Sudan's civil war almost 3 years ago. This is good news, South Sudan. Gradually, at least there's a commercial flight going on. The question now is, with the civil war going on, these people on board this flight, are they safe? That's a huge question.
They are safe, and they had to be safe because I have always told the Sudanese government they are the cause of this problem. If they had taken a unilateral action to flush out this RSF, they wouldn't have been this bold now. They wouldn't have been this bold.
I mean, it's not that simple. RSF, they have a very strong force.
Look, there is no force that is bigger than the government. I always believe in this. After God, it is government. Except you didn't do the needful. Except you have surrendered your right to rebels. Then you can come and tell me that these people, they are very powerful. Power waiting. You are a government. You can blockade all their entry routes and all that. You can stop things from coming. I am giving you an example with the Biafran war. The federal government blocked Bakassi, took over Port Harcourt. Is that not the beginning of the end of the war? No, tell me. They took our money from the bank to strangulate their financial need. So many things they did to make sure that the Biafra surrender. So if you didn't do all the work, don't come and tell me that any group is more powerful than you. You just didn't want to do the needful. Like now, they gave you 400 names of those causing terrorism, sponsoring terrorism in Nigeria. You are with the list. The people are here with you. Yet, you are too afraid to even mention their name, not to talk of prosecuting them. So who is the problem here now? Are you not the one? No, tomorrow you tell me that you are fighting terrorism. Meanwhile, you are not doing anything. You are not doing anything. You are pampering them.
And then in South Africa, there's a tit-for-tat going on there, sort of a diplomatic war between South Africa and Israel. South Africa has become one of the few countries in Africa that has opposed to what's going on with between Israel and what was supposed to be Israel and Hamas, that some alleged that it has become Israel and Palestine. So the Israeli diplomats in South Africa has been given 72 hours to leave over problematic social media posts that by the Israeli embassy deemed to have breached diplomatic rules and practices. What's your take on that?
I will advise South Africa, though they are talking from experience, and you know they went through apartheid for many years.
Yes, they did.
And so they see what Israel is doing in
Gaza.
In Gaza as apartheid. So they have every reason to sympathize with the people of Gaza. You know, granted that Hamas invaded Israel in October 2 years ago, Abi?
Yes.
Good. But they have revenge or over retaliated. That is why the world is now saying, look, it's enough. And that's why Israel and other, even the other European countries, they came hard on Israel to stop the mass murder that are going on there. So if Israel, is sympathizing with that, it's their right. South Africa, America can no longer impose their will on anybody to flow with them whenever things are going wrong. That is just the truth. They should not blame South Africa. If they are not an independent and sovereign nation, why not? If not, they can pursue their rights wherever it is threatened. Yes.
And finally, after the brouhaha that, for lack of a better word, that have emerged from the coup in Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger, the U.S. is aiming to recalibrate their cooperation with these three countries, in the sense that instead of making them a pariah, they're trying to reconnect with these countries, with the report that the U.S. government has announced a policy shift towards these three countries battling, if not for anything, because of the battle of Islamic insurgents, you know, between and the fact that these three countries trying to shift their alliance to Russia, which will not exactly benefit the United States.
It has become a battleground for world powers.
It has, actually.
It has become a battleground for world powers.
A proxy war.
Yes, because I remember what happened in Afghanistan. Whenever the world powers are interested in that, what happens? They are not coming for any other reason except to have a foothold in these countries, and then have a overriding influence on them. Nothing else. The Sahel region is now becoming a battleground for world powers. Already the Wagner brothers are there, trying to help them fight these terrorists. Now, if America come, how would they work? You can see now. Their presence might be cause more problem than it came to solve.
So do you think this battle is coming under the guise of the fight against the terrorism?
Yeah, because
or it is a legitimate concern?
On the surface, yes, because when France was there, was it any better? When their colonial masters was there, please, the things get better. Why couldn't they flush out the terrorists? Why couldn't they? That is the problem. So we don't know, except they are telling me now that France, America, and Russia will collaborate and fight these terrorists once and for all and stamp them out. I cannot listen. But if they came to pursue their individual goal in the Sahel region, the problem will not be solved because one will be sabotaging the other. Sure. One may be sponsoring the terrorists. That is the truth.
Okay, Barrister Gomo, thank you very much. It's always a pleasure talking to you.
It's my pleasure.
You are watching African News on Voice of the People television. When we return, demonstration, Matatu operators strike causes chaos in Kenyan Road. These and more stories coming your way after this break. Join us again. Welcome back. Vehicles were stranded on several highways in Kenya on Monday as Matatu operators headed course to stay off the roads in protest against frequent torching of vehicles by violent motorcycle taxi operators known as Boda riders. The strike, which was initially planned by the Matatu Owners Association MOA, caused significant disruptions on major roads, including Outer Ring Road, Miyaki Way, and Thika Road. Long queues of vehicles were seen along Outer Ring Road after passenger service vehicles blocked sections of the road. Motorists using Miyaki Way were similarly affected as the Matatu operators blocked the road in solidarity with the protest. Traffic disruptions were also reported on Thika Road, where snare-ups stretched for several kilometers. MOA had announced plans to hold demonstrations on February 2, 2026 in response to the torching of vehicles by Boda riders, demanding action from government agencies. However, the Federation of Public Transportation Sector, FPTS, suspended the planned strike on Sunday evening to allow room for dialogue. But the Matatu operators proceeded with the protest, demanding protection from the government and compensation for destroyed vehicles. Reports say the demonstration has caused significant inconveniences to commuters, with many forced to seek alternative routes or modes of transport. Malawi has declared an outbreak of circulating vaccine drive vaccine-derived poliovirus type 2 after the virus was detected in environmental samples by from Blantyre, the country's commercial city. The health ministry has warned that the virus poses serious health risks, particularly to children, and can cause irreversible paralysis. The virus was identified through routine sewage surveillance, and the ministry is taking measures to respond to the outbreak. Malawi had previously declared a polio outbreak in February 2022 after a case of wild poliovirus type 1 was detected but has been polio-free since then. UNICEF has been supporting the Malawi government in its efforts to end polio, including procuring vaccine doses and strengthening the immunization supply chain. Polio can cause physical disability if left unchecked. Mozambique has reported 12 deaths from cholera in the last 24 hours, with 135 new cases recorded, according to official data. The provinces of Tete, Mampula, and Cabo Delgado are the most affected, with Tete province being the epicenter of the outbreak. The death toll in Tete has more than doubled in recent days, with 87 new patients recorded in 24 hours. On January 28 alone, Mozambique recorded 135 new cases, with 49 patients admitted to the hospital. The government had developed a plan in September last year to eliminate cholera as a public health problem by 2030, following 169 deaths from the disease in 2025. And out of business news, the South African rand weakened in early trade on Monday, pressured by a firmer US dollar as investors weighed the potential impact of Kevin Walsh's nomination as Federal Reserve Chair. At 07:24 GMT, the rand traded at 16.222 against the dollar, about 0.4% down from Friday's close. The rand is sensitive to global drivers, particularly US policy, and is awaiting the release of the APSA PMI survey at 09:00 GMT, which will provide insight into manufacturing conditions in South Africa's economy. Manufacturing sentiment will fall in December to its lowest level of manufacturing sentiment fell in December to its lowest level for 2025, driven by declines in inventories and employment sub-indices. South Africa's largest grocer, Shoprite Holdings, expect its profit for the second half of 2025 to rise up to 10.02% due to strong festive season demand. The retailer anticipates headline earnings per share from continuing operations to increase by 5.2% to 10.2% in the 6 months ended December 28, 2025, from restated 659.8 cents. Group sales rose by 7.2% to 136.8 billion rand, amounting to $8.40 billion, driven by a 7.1% growth in South African supermarket sales. All of Shoprite's food and non-food chains reported growth, with the supermarket RSA segment contributing 84.3% to group sales. And out to sports news, South Africa's sports minister Gayton McKenzie has denied reports that the country will host the 2026 Women's Africa Cup of Nations WAFCON, saying no formal decision has been taken to relocate the tournament from Morocco. This follows a statement by his deputy Pris Mabe, who announced that South Africa would step in and stage the finals. McKenzie later clarified that Morocco remains the officially designated host of WAFCON 2026, which is scheduled to kick off on March 17. The confusion has raised questions about the hosting right of the tournament. Pyramids FC moved closer to the quarterfinals of CAF Champions League after a 2-0 win over RS Berkane in Cairo, while Power Dynamos revived their campaign with a 1-0 away win against Rivers United. In Group A, Pyramids FC's commanding victory lifted them to 10 points, 3 clear at the top of the group. Mahmoud Abdel Hafiz Zalaka opened the scoring earlier before Nasiru Mahar and Ahmed Atef Qatar sealed a dominant performance. Power Dynamo's Kumdo the only goal in the second half, giving the Zambians 4 points and reigniting their campaign. In Group B, Al Ahly maintained top spots with a 1-1 draw away to Young Africans in Zanzibar. Aliou Dieng equalized for Al Ahly after the host took the lead just before halftime, keeping the Egyptian champions unbeaten on 8 points. AS FAR closed the gap with a 1-0 win over JS Kabylie thanks to Hamza Kaba's second half finish, lifting the Moroccans to 5 points and level with Young Africans. In another match, Amakosi secured a crucial away win over Zesco United in Ndola. In the 9 to 10 news, wrapping up the African news, South African singer Tyla has won her second Grammy Award for Best African Music Performance, beating 4 other nominees, including 3 Nigerian artists at the 68th Annual Grammy Awards in Los Angeles. Tyla's song Push to Start took top honors over tracks by Aria Star, Burna Boy, Davido, and Ugandan singer Eddie Kenzo. This marks Tyla's second win in the category, following her inaugural win in 2024 for a global hit, Water. The Best African Music Performance category was introduced in 2024 to recognize outstanding African songs and promote African music worldwide. And that's all on the African news. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel at Voice of the People TV and on other social media platforms at VOP TV Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness report, event coverage request, photos or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0814 606 4057. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I am Solomon Ofem. Thanks for watching.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
From the bustling streets of Lagos to the quiet corners of rented apartments, the relationship between landlords and tenants has always been a delicate balance. But that could soon change. I'm Maureen Ogolo, reporting from the Lagos State House of Assembly, where today's public hearing could reshape how rent, eviction, and property rights are handled in the state. It was landlord versus tenant inside the Lagos House of Assembly today.
But landlord should give tenant at least 5 years before any increment of apartment fee. Government is to provide housing for all. Unfortunately, when government build houses, people now buy these houses, invest in them, some buy 2, 3, 4 flats, now sell. And government is concerned about high rents. You cannot control rents outside. I will want a situation where when you build houses, Honorable Commissioner for Housing, ensure that people do not sell them and people who are going to live in there are owner-occupier. But when they do now want to rent, control the rent in your own houses before controlling those people outside.
There are several areas in which the House of Assembly has looked into that they deem as fitting. However, it is not commendable in the fact that they did not make use of the legal and the enacted professionals who should guide them.
The purpose of public hearing is for professional bodies to come around and guide us and tell us and the public to come and tell us what we need to know and what you want. Laws are made for the people, and that is the purpose of the public hearing.
As the Tenancy and Recovery Premises Bill 2025 came under public scrutiny, the one-day hearing at the Latif Jakonde Auditorium in Elausa brought together landlords, tenants, legal experts, property developers, and house advocates.
So we are here to support the bill, but we have concerns. And our lens, the lens at which we are looking at this is the social justice lens. As an NGO, we are concerned about some social justice issues, and the first one is discrimination. We have noted a concerning trend in Lagos where houses are reserved for certain category of persons. The vacancy that is advertised, you will see that it's usually said that the houses are not for single persons, single women, single mothers, not for Igbos, only for Igbos, not for Yorubas, only for Yorubas. We think this is concerning. Firstly, the Constitution, Section 42, outlaws that kind of behavior. It calls it discriminatory. It outlaws it. So to allow that to persist is not good for the sector. So we are recommending that the bill should take on this particular challenge and include a provision in the bill where anybody who discriminates by virtue of sex, religion, or where they come from or economic status should be penalized by the bill.
The memorandum has been submitted, the public hearing has been held, and of course we had a lot of contributions from the public. We will go back, look into the bill properly, get their memoranda, check them properly, and sieve and add and subtract what are necessary to be in the bill for it to become a law.
As debates wrap up inside House of Assembly, the one thing is clear: the bill could change the face of renting in Lagos, for better or for worse. For tenants, is a hope of stronger protection. For landlords, is a call for clearer rights. But until the final law is passed, the tug of war over rent and eviction continues. From Alausa, I am Maureen Okolo, reporting for VOP TV.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
All right, good afternoon and welcome to another amazing episode of Health Check here on Voice of the People Television. I am Praise Peters, and it's a delight to bring you insightful discussions surrounding your health and well-being. Right, so every week on this show, we examine the everyday choices that we make about our health, that often seem small, normal, and even harmless, but can carry very serious consequences. But today's conversation is absolutely interesting. It's something that many of us can even relate to. At some point, we've all felt a symptom and made a quick decision. You know what I'm talking about. No, we guessed. Probably you came down with a headache and you just assumed it's malaria. You just bought drugs over the counter. You took antibiotics. You literally did self-medication, Some even took herbs. We try herbs. Oh, let me go the local route. Agbo. And we hoped everything would be fine with that. But the question is this: what if that assumption is wrong? I mean, what if the treatment is hiding the real problem? What if the real danger isn't the illness, but how we are actually treating it? And that's why today on Health Check, we're having an important conversation. Self-medication versus lab testing. What are we really risking? And to help us unpack this clearly and responsibly, I am joined by Dawudu Joseph, a medical laboratory scientist, someone who works where answers are found, not just assumptions. You're welcome to Health Check, Mr. Joseph.
Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
All right, it's a pleasure to have you on the show today. How are you feeling, sir?
Yeah, I'm feeling good.
How's the job been so far?
It's cool. It's cool.
I have, imagined what it's like to be a medical laboratory scientist, how that you have to deal with lots of samples and all of that, and how you cannot even make mistakes at all. You cannot afford to make mistakes.
You must be highly careful and mindful of what you are doing because you are handling people's life, people's samples, either blood, any form of specimen, identify an individual's life. So it's like you are handling someone's life and you must handle it with utmost care, whereby you must be precise and accurate in your diagnosis without any form of mistake, because any mistake can lead to death and severe complications.
Talking about mistakes now, it's really sad. I heard of a scenario. A doctor was actually telling this to me, how that someone who was not even, sick with cancer was diagnosed of cancer because of wrong samples. Her sample was switched with someone with cancer. And this person was already undergoing chemo. And you know how bad this is, having been treated with something that you don't even have in your system. And this really tells us how important your job is.
In this century, with the aid of technology, I think the issue of mistakes, misplacement of samples have been almost, I can say, totally eradicated. And
honestly,
it is not in this century. So this century, we have a precise diagnosis almost all over the country, Nigeria, and for now, the medical laboratory practices is practiced at top notch.
All right, I'll take your word for it.
Yeah.
All right, so before we go deep, let's start here. This is for the privilege of the audience, right, for the viewers. So when people hear medical laboratory scientists, before we go deep into the conversation, I want the viewers to understand what this actually means. Medical laboratory scientists, is it just, margin tests, tubes, machines, and all of that? What does your work actually look like on a normal day?
Medical laboratory scientists are professionals that after their years in university, they are being awarded a bachelor in medical laboratory science, where they are certified by the Medical Laboratory Council to practice, to examine the samples in whatever forms it might come, and it's as a subdivisions. Some are called the chemical pathologists, some are called the microbiologists. We have the hematologists, those that really deal with bloods, most of the time majorly on blood, and the microbiologists, those that deal directly with bacteria of all forms. We have the parasitologists, those that deal with parasites of all forms. We have the the people that specify basically on histological samples, biopsy and the likes, and so on. As well. We have the molecular aspect of the profession. So it's a very wide scope of studies, whereby the knowledge is vast, and it's really a backbone of medicine.
All right, so at what point should people meet you? Should they meet you when they are calm or when they are already worried? I mean, when the particular condition they're struggling with is already escalated, or should they meet you at the very first point of symptoms?
Yeah, if there is any complication on in the body system, our clients are advised to visit a nearby health healthcare establishment or probably an healthcare center whereby they'll meet. The first contact is the medical records, their vitals is being taken. Then they are going to go see the doctor, whereby the doctor, after proper evaluation of the patient, the doctor will write prescribe the right tests to run in order to get a convincing findings and diagnosis, whereby it will lead to further treatment and give the right medications to the patient.
All right, so if I get you correctly, the doctor has to be the one to, refer the patients to the lab.
Normal circumstances, it must come from the doctor to the lab.
All right. That's amazing. All right, so let's talk about self-medication. This is actually one of the very, very major topics that, we have on the show today. So let's be very honest, actually. Self-medication feels very convenient.
Yes.
You'd agree with me?
Comfortable.
It's very comfortable.
Easy to access.
Exactly. You don't have to go meet the doctor. You just tell yourself, it could be this. And it's very, very dangerous in as much as it is also very comfortable.
Yeah.
So people say things like, I know my body, I've felt like this before, it's normal, I know what to take, all right? So from what you see on a daily basis, why do people feel so confident treating themselves?
Yeah, as you said, self-medication is very easy to access and so easy and cheap. And people feel comfortable to relate with the nearest alternatives, let me say, nearest healthcare provider, the nearest alternative to just alleviate their pains or their discomfort. So they go and access any kind of treatment to suit themselves, which can lead to complications, prolonged treatment, and consequences like death. Because when you take a lot of antibiotics, it leads to antibiotics resistance complication, which means that your body has been too familiar with these particular drugs. So when you now access the main treatment or access an healthcare professional, then there will be issues in getting an higher regime of antibiotics to be able to deal with your discomfort.
Condition,
and that can lead to prolong of treatment, complications, and that's when some people will spend more time in the hospital than
they
usual.
should. Yeah. Exactly. So if you ask me, I think it's about saving time, saving money, and having to go through the stress of the registration and then getting to see the doctor and everything. What do you think is really the problem with?
It is, I will not say it is the stress. People just feel ignorant towards that aspect of going to the hospital. In this part of the country, when you tell people, have you visited the hospital, they now incorporate religious beliefs and so many beliefs, traditional beliefs that no, I'm not meant to go to the hospital because I believe in my personal belief, either a Christian, Muslim, or the other part of belief system. So I think our belief system in this part of the country has make people to feel ignorant of visiting the healthcare provider. It is not when you are sick or when you are down with some ailment you visit the hospital, but you can visit the hospital for a regular routine check. It can be yearly, it can be biannually, as comfortable it might be for you. So it's good to visit the healthcare provider as often as possible to prevent being down of certain diseases. And nowadays, before you know, a young chap of 22, 23 is down with cancer. A man or a lady of 30-something is down with cancer because there are some symptoms that has been coming up day by day, year by year, and they are like, it's nothing. So the accumulation and the prolong abnormalities in the body leads to severe consequences that can lead to terminal diseases.
It's really sad. This is why we should actually keep spreading awareness on how important, early medications, early diagnosis is. Go for your regular checkup and all of that. So, still about self-medication, right? Some people say, after I took this drug, I felt better. That sounds like success.
Yeah.
After I take this drug, I wasn't having this pain anymore. Or you just go take a cough syrup, and then the cough probably subsides and all of that. So, according to your profession, right, does feeling better always mean that the illness is gone?
No, feeling better does not mean that the ailment is gone.
Okay.
Because it's just like someone that has headache and takes paracetamol and felt that all is well. So many things can cause headache. So many things can cause an abdominal pain. Ulcer can cause an abdominal pain. Food poisoning can cause it. Even a kidney issue can cause an abdominal pain. So many things can cause an abdominal pain or headache, even stress. Discomfort in your eye, your hair, any part of the body must lead to you consulting a health professional for proper diagnosis. You cannot assume. There is no assumption in medicine.
Exactly.
You must be definite with that root cause of that abnormalities in your system as at that point. Physiologically, it must be proven before medication.
Medications. Yeah, I'm actually very, very curious now, right? What really happens when symptoms are suppressed and the cause remains?
Yes. It's just someone complaining an abdominal pain and uses any drugs. The pain, as at that point, can subside. And the cause still remains. After sometimes, when the chemistry of the drugs is being exhausted in the body, the pains aggravate again.
So it's possible that the body looks calm on the outside, but the issue is still there.
But the issue still sustains. When the chemistry is being gone and is being exhausted, then the pain, the root still occurs. So the person find himself, him or herself back to the consequence of not visiting the health practitioner. It will still reoccur. It's just like appendicitis. That's inflammation of the appendix. You feel the pain, you take paracetamol, the pain will calm, we subside. Doesn't mean that the appendix, the appendicitis has been treated. But because of ignorance, they feel that after taking an analgesic, the appendix is gone. Or some will just take herbs, thinking that it is gone, without even testing which stage is it? Is it being infected? And what step to be taken? So all those things has been ignored, and we have been overshadowed by self-medication and unprofessional referral. Go and meet this person. Go and meet that man. Is good in this. Is good in that. Without any professional backing. So,
wow. All right, so let's talk about antibiotics now. Okay, I've seen lots and lots of scenarios where antibiotics has been abused. I mean, it has literally turned to an everyday drug, which you would agree with me that it's not so healthy, right? So, when did antibiotics start being a special drug and start being an everyday medicine? I mean, according to your profession, right? How does antibiotics help or actually works in the body, and how should it be avoided?
Antibiotics are being prescribed for a certain abnormalities or for certain issue in the system, and they are meant to be used as prescribed. You are meant to follow the dosage. you are meant to follow the manufacturer instructions, which the doctors and the pharmaceuticals professional are aware of and are trained to know. So when there is a discomfort in you, the next thing is not to use an antibiotics, is to see the healthcare provider on which antibiotics to use, what strength, and this deals with either sometimes it deals with gender, it deals with your body mass index, it deals with your weight, it deals with your height. So all these things are being put together to prescribe an antibiotics and of which strength to an individual. So you cannot just rise up and take a 500 milligram antibiotics when you are meant to take an 100 milligram antibiotics. This will now fall a consequence to the damage both to the liver and to the kidney. So it's making you spend more. It will now take more of your time. So it's not even time saving. It's time consuming, because when
it's killing you faster.
When it's killing and it's killing the kidney, it's killing the liver, then you have to spend more on therapy. You have to spend more on consultations. You have to spend more on more expensive drugs than the cheaper one that you have used, which has caused you a lot and a damage in your body. So antibiotics are not to be used without prescription. They are meant to be used descriptively, because you cannot just assume that because Lagbaja took a Ciprotab of 500 milligram, so you must use a Ciprotab at that moment. That is what we call a sensitivity in the microbiology aspect of the laboratory. We after determining the causative agent or organism of a certain ailment or disease or pathological state, there will be a sensitivity test that will now determine which kind of antibiotics
can
that will work for you according to that ailment, to that disease. This antibiotics is right for this kind of treatment. So if you are not being cleared on the kind of antibiotics, when you use another kind of antibiotics or another regime, it will just, for that moment, it will alleviate the pain, but does not mean that that disease will not come back. It might still reoccur again. That infection that you are treating with an unknown antibiotics can still reoccur again. And when it reoccurs,
it could even be worse.
It comes with a greater symptoms and with a greater effect on the body.
Wow. That's very, very, something that we should all look out for. So let's talk about malaria, right? I think this particular ailment has gotten so many misconceptions. In many homes, once you have fever, once you have headache, the next one is to go and get malaria drug. I know that, and I don't know if you've seen a lot of that in your profession as well. Exactly. So how often does malaria turn out to be something else?
Yeah, according to the Ministry of Health, Lagos State, the studies has been proven that malaria has, don't let me say entirely wiped out, but malaria symptoms, malaria as a whole has been reduced to the minimal stage. So most of people comes up with malaria symptoms. At the end of the day, ends up with other treatment or other diagnosis different from malaria. So many people, fever does not mean you have malaria. Fever can be associated with headache, can be associated with so many things. So like a friend that has a concurrent fever and browsed the internet, and according to what he assumed, so the internet brought that he is infected with HIV, and he was it was like saying the last prayers, doing also. I said visit the nearest healthcare center or healthcare provider. He went and he was diagnosed negative, and he was not convinced enough. He had to visit like 3 or 4 before he could now accept that he is negative of HIV. So fever can mean so many things.
Yeah.
Fever can translate into so many things. Hypertension can cause fever. Infections can cause fever. Stress can cause fever. So fever does not mean that you have malaria until you are tested. Until you are tested, you can be declared either positive or negative. So if you are negative, you are negative. If you are positive, that means that you have malaria. Malaria is not automatic. It is not because I've been feeling headache, it means I'm done with malaria. You must be tested. You must be tested. There are so many abuse of malaria drugs. You see when you are passing by the street, you see so many hawking drugs. And I will advise people, it's not good for your health. One, you don't know, so many people are not conscious about the expiring dates. So many people are not conscious about different producer labels. So whereby you can know if this is fake or not. So there are so many things to watch out for when you are just getting medications from hawkers or roadsides buyers, sellers. It is not advisable. So you must be tested before you can confirm whether you have malaria or not. Malaria can come in all forms of symptoms. In fact, so many terminal disease can manifest like malaria at the first stage. So if you are overwhelmed with self-treatment and medication, that means that you are treating the wrong diagnosis, you are treating the wrong ailment, you are treating the wrong infection. So it is advisable when you have any symptoms that relate to malaria, it can mean so many things.
All right, so aside malaria, are there other illnesses that also are hidden in the body that we can also, have misconceptions about?
Yeah, all disease or infections have similar symptoms and manifestation. That is why...
Emphasis on similar.
Yeah, so that is why you have to get tested to be able to determine what exactly you are down with and what exactly is wrong with you. So that's why proper diagnosis is very crucial and important, because you cannot guess. There is no guessing in medicine.
There is no guessing in medicine.
There is no guessing
Say
in
that
medicine.
again.
There is no guessing in medicine. Medicine is large, is vast, so you cannot do a assume or do a minimal or guessing work in the theater or in the laboratory as a whole, because it's just someone that has a low blood sugar, and you just want to prescribe an anti-diabetic drugs. So you must know the level of the diabetics before prescribing a drug. The blood sugar is 140. If the blood sugar test is 150, if the blood sugar is 230, if the blood sugar is 300, the approach is different. So because your family member is diabetic, does not mean you will use the same drug or medications he or she is using. You have to get tested and follow the right prescription.
Talking about the right prescription, something you said really struck me, and it's something I have actually seen for myself. How people just get drugs on the roadside. And it's actually very, very appalling, because these people you are getting these drugs from are not medical professionals. They're not certified medical professionals. Yeah. And they are not, they just they're just telling you, in my opinion, I feel like they are just giving you drugs so that they can sell their market.
Yeah.
Not necessarily because it is what you need at the time. So we really need to tell the viewers how important it is to have a certified, medical, record before treating any drug.
Yeah, I appreciate Lagos State and the Ministry of Health, whereby they have a task force that goes around. They are called a FEMA. They go around the states to ensure that even an established health provider has a right people at the right place, and they are well certified. Either a doctor, a laboratory scientist, a pharmacist, a nurse, and the issue of apprenticeship or locum or apprenticeship in health sector is being eradicated in Lagos State. You cannot see someone running a 6-month nursing or not running a 6-month course to become a medical laboratory technician or a scientist or a pharmacist or a technician in Lagos State. It has been eradicated. So there is no room for mediocrity in Lagos State health system. It has been eradicated. So any facility in Lagos State that is established now has the requirement to be established. So it is detriment to your own safety if you visit a roadside health provider. Don't let me say the health provider.
Are they health providers?
A roadside seller or
walkers
or I don't know the name to call them, quacks. Their name, they are called quacks. They are all quacks, and the damage they have caused innocent citizen is alarming. When you get to the tertiary institutions and the secondary facilities, you see people down with kidney issues, down with liver issues, down with blood cancers, down with so many things.
And you don't know what could have caused.
Because they have consumed a lot that the body cannot absorb. They have consumed a lot that the body cannot even break down, cannot even metabolized. So the organs are being overwhelmed, and before you know, at tender age, people are coming down with terminal disease, organs failure that is not related to that age. So many people have been hospitalized with what they have been ignorant of. So my admonition on people, on citizens of Lagos State is that they should visit the nearest healthcare provider or the nearest healthcare center. In Lagos State, you have over 100 healthcare primary healthcare center you can visit, which is free, accessible, and cheap to some extent. So
to some extent.
Yeah. Okay. No, it's cheap. And it's free to some extent. So it's
cheap is relative,
It's cheap. The primary healthcare provider in Lagos State is cheap and accessible. So you, with your economical level, you can access, no matter how poor or rich you are, you can access any health facility in Lagos State, and you can be treated appropriately in Lagos State. And in Nigeria, the federal government has done a lot. Lagos State is doing a lot. So you don't have any excuses of not visiting the right healthcare provider in Nigeria and in Lagos State at large.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Well, we've been talking a lot about, how important it is to go through the right process to get your condition well treated. But right about now, we're going to have a short break, and when we return, we're talking about the herbal remedies, and we'll delve deeper into this conversation. Please stay with us.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest,
right, welcome back. This is still Health Check on Voice of the People television. I'm still joined by Mr. Dawodu Joseph, who is a medical laboratory scientist. And we've been talking about, how important it is to not self-medicate, but to go through the right process, which is, of course, go to the doctor, get tested, go to the laboratory, and then, have the right and correct diagnosis for your treatment. So right about now, we're talking about the herbal remedies and talking about how we should trust that. Okay, when we talk about herbal remedies, we talk about things like, the natural resources, the things that we have right at our disposal, and, comparing it literally. So herbal remedies are trusted by many, and it is deeply rooted in culture. It is what majority of a lot of people know, right? So let's look at that, Mr. Joseph. So where should the line be drawn between, going through herbal remedy and science?
Herbal remedy, science, they're all together. The herbal remedy is part of science, is part of medicine. They are incorporated. So that is to say, there are regulators or regulatory body that manage and oversees the herbal professionals, in which they are being trained, they are learned, and they complement medicine. There is a complementary science. So whereby they are being trained to prescribe herbs as doctors will prescribe drugs. They are being trained to prescribe herbs. They are being trained on therapeutic herbal prescription. So they are being the dose, the strength, they are being trained by their regulatory bodies. So any herbal professional in Lagos State or I don't know in other parts of the state, in Lagos State are certified by their regulatory bodies. So it is suicidal to now at this century because of your previous usage of herbs at this century to start cooking herbs yourself, deciding the portion to use by yourself, and it's consequential to the systems and the organs of the body. So you should.
So even herbs should not be self-medicated.
Should not be self-medicated. You should visit the professionals in this line, in this area of science. Is a different aspect of science whereby you have to consult before taking any sort of herb. Herb is good to the body, but at a right proportion.
At the right proportion.
Yeah.
Talking about the right proportion, we know we have so many road sellers that sell this thing called agbo, right? So what would you say about that? Some people might just say, okay, I'm feeling this way, madam, give me something for it or something like that. So what would you say about that?
Concerning the roadside herb sellers, I will not overrule that. We see them all over the streets, and I know that Lagos State has been doing a lot to curb those instances, and these people are against the law, and it is a criminal offense right now to even sell herbs on the road, because they already have an instituted body that oversees herbs in general. So we call them complementary health science. So they complement science. using herbs at the right proportion. So if you're out there in your own intellectual capacity or in your own decision, then you are making a big and a grievous mistake. So you need to consult a registered and a certified herb consultant or herb therapist. You cannot just go and visit any alagbo that is not certified. So many people sell agbo based on family inheritance, because in our family, the trade we do is selling agbo.
Yes.
Using agbo does not mean that you are totally cured. As I said, it can just alleviate the pain, but it might reoccur. And when it reoccurs, it comes with a double force and with a double consequence. So you are not expected to use any form of abuse of drugs. Herbs are categorized as drugs. So in forms of drug, you are not advised to self-medicate. We have professionals at all levels of science and medicine. So if you are comfortable with herb, you can visit a certified herb therapist. And if it is the herb therapist that will now refer you to a doctor if needs arises. Like you have the traditional, the tradomedicals. They call them tradomedicals.
Tradomedicals.
Yeah, tradomedicals. Yeah, I just remember tradomedicals. They are assigned to this aspect of medicine, whereby they treat with herbs and natural resources around us.
Is it actually even possible to treat with both?
That's why I said you must consult your physician. Your physician will be in the best position to tell you what to use and what to stay away from. So when you visit your physician, your consultant, they will direct you aright. And they will direct you in a right way to go concerning your diagnosis and medications.
All right. So let's go back to laboratory tests and all of that. So what changes when treatment is guided by test results? And how does early testing actually help and save people?
Yeah,
how important is it?
We have stages of diseases. We have the acute, the chronic, and the likes. So when a symptoms arises, a signs arises in your body, the first thing is to visit the nearest health provider, which will enhance proper diagnosis. And when a test is being prescribed, you come to the test and do according as doctor stated. So that will give the doctor a direction in the diagnosis and the treatment. When you have appeared to the doctor's consulting room and you tell your manifestations, you tell your signs, you tell your symptoms, you explain yourself, the doctor, by his own knowledge and by his own professional skills, will write out the necessary tests to guide him in diagnosis. So when that test is being carried out, it guides the doctor in further diagnosis and further treatment. And that is what will now make the conclusion in the medication to be prescribed. Because when you are treating an ailment in your body, you must identify the root cause. If you have headache, if you are feeling, if you appear with any sort of headaches, the doctor should be able to identify the root cause of that headache. If it's stress, if it's caused by tumor, if it's caused by physiological disorders, and what kind of disorder, even is it hypertension that can lead to cardiac arrest. So it gives the doctor the right channel to treat you, the right channel to direct treatment, diagnosis. The doctor will not start combining A, B, C together, but the test result will give the doctor the direction to go. It will lead the doctor in the right path of diagnosis instead of giving room for assumptions and guesswork. Laboratory tests direct the doctor or the physician in the right diagnosis and treatment.
So there was something you mentioned earlier. You said we should go for medical checkup as often as we can.
As possible.
Yeah, as often as possible. So according to your line of profession, what basic tests should we stop postponing? Should we really do? Because most of the time we don't even know where to start. Because there are so many phases to this. There are so many aspects to check up. So we don't really know where to start, especially for different age groups and all of that. So what basic tests should we not postpone? What basic test is actually very, very important for everyone to do?
For a routine check, it is based on age and gender. For a man of 50 years and above, the routine checks will differ from a young guy of 15, 25. So for that age upward, 50, 40, they are advised to extend their routine check to check for their prostates and to check for their kidney functions, their liver functions, and the likes. And for the females that are in their childbearing age or have exceeded their childbearing age, like they're in the menopause age, they are advised to run cervical tests amidst other tests. So when you come for a routine check in a health center or health provider, the doctor will still clock you on your current feelings, on your current age, on your current symptoms. So it is your answers that will direct the physician on what to do and what to ignore. Because there are so many tests to carry out. There are so many invasive tests and non-invasive tests to carry out during routine checks. So it is your age, what you feel, what you confess to your consultant that will direct your path towards the routine check that is peculiar to you or not.
All right. So before we go, let's just take one or two myths and facts, right? So is it true that once symptoms are gone, the problem is solved?
As I said, no.
All right.
That can be ascertained by the test and the right diagnosis.
All right,
when you follow the test and the right diagnosis, when the pains is gone, then when the pains is gone, then there is a guarantee and assurance that the ailment is gone. But if you don't follow the right procedure, then there is no assurance that the elevation of the pains signals the end of the disease or the infection. That means that if things are done rightly, it means that once the pain is gone, is alleviated, then the root cause of the pain is gone.
All right. Lastly, is testing only for serious illnesses?
That's why I said testing is not for only serious illnesses. Testing should be done at intervals, annually, biannually. Depends on your capacity, depends on your availability. So testing should be defined as routine check. It shouldn't be done at the point of death. Shouldn't be done at the point of pain. shouldn't be done at the
when it is critical
point of discomfort or critical. It should be done at every interval to avoid any form of diseases or terminal illnesses.
Wow. Well, this has been a very interesting conversation. I mean, today's conversation has helped us look beyond habits. We've learned that symptoms are signals, they are not conclusions, and that relief is not always healing. We've also learned that antibiotics are losing their power through misuse and abuse, that not every fever is malaria, and that herbal remedies without diagnosis can complicate healing. But most importantly, we've learned that lab testing is not a last resort. It should be the starting point. You know, your health deserves clarity, not guesswork, not assumptions. And like our guest said, we don't assume in medicine. So before you treat, test. Before you assume, confirm. Because the right diagnosis leads to the right treatment and the right outcome. Many thanks to Dawodu Joseph. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. I really appreciate this
Dawodu
section.
Joseph is a medical laboratory scientist, and I really want to appreciate you for this enlightening conversation.
Thank you. God bless.
Well, you can always watch Health Check on Voice of the People television via SLTV, channel 264, and on YouTube at VOP TV Live. I'm Praise Peters, and until next time, please stay informed, stay intentional, and stay healthy. See you next week.
Thank you.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Unpaid. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chela. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde, Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble, VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know somewhere from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you'll be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arunze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adewale Iba. Keep watching VOP.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mama Kore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's about that shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers whatever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
And here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice, Mondays through Thursdays, 4 p.m.
A very wonderful afternoon to you out there, and welcome on board. It's actually a new month, our month of favor, and I believe that we're all set for this wonderful month. I just pray that this month would bring us all of the glad tidings whatsoever our hearts has been desiring to get in this new year, all right? And I pray that for all that we're actually working towards to actually, gather or put together or making ends to actually meet, God Almighty would crown all our effort. And it's a new month for you to start afresh. And don't feel, will I say, discouraged whatsoever that you tried pulling through as regards to January and peradventure, it didn't actually scale through. Doesn't mean that that's the end. You just have to go into your drawing book again, check your blueprints, and re-strategize and see how to actually keep pushing, because I believe that it is not always over until it is over. So welcome on board and welcome to the program. It is People's Voice on VOP TV, Voices and Stories Shape the Narrative. And today we'll be dissecting two major stories that are dominating the headlines, sparking conversation across the nation. Atiku's ambition fuels ADP alliance rumors. Is something about to happen in the political space as regards to another coalition again? Let's actually wait and see. Defense Minister targeted in Ford coup plots. Of course, these are the major conversations we'll be talking about. Join the conversation with experts and citizen perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Xavier Udo. Let's look into other stories with details. Labour Party crisis. OT regrets Obi's exit, seeks Abure's return. Abia State Governor and Labour Party leader Alex Oti has expressed regret over Peter Obi's exit from the party, describing it as a major loss. Oti urged former National Chairman Julius Abure to return to the party, stating that a reconciliation committee would be set up to engage aggrieved members. The party has also announced plans to hold Congress in March to begin the revalidation of membership and, of course, registration of new members. I love the fact that Governor Alex Oti is really trying so much to see how he can actually mend, so many fences and rebuild the party again. This man is quite strong when it comes to the Labour Party. He's been given several options, and that's one of the reasons why the likes of his predecessors, Theodore, Ojizo Kalu in the state, have been having issues, with him. And of course, even to the deputy Speaker of House of Rep, Benjamin Kalu, they've been having issues with him because he has decided not to defect to the ruling party, the All Progressive Congress. And he said he's still here, he's still a member of the Labour Party. And I think he's just trying to do all he can to see how to, settle everybody and for the party to actually come back again to one piece. Let's see how far this particular one would go, because I don't think Abure is ready for this particular conversation. Instead, Abure wants to, appeal as regards to the court rulings, and Abure wants to see how to take over Labour Party again. That's all that for now I know about the Labour Party conversation, because I brought them on board last week for them to come and talk about the whole situation after the court actually, ruled Abure out and asked the INEC, to recognize Senator Nadi Usman. Away from that particular one, Falana slams Senate over delays in Electoral Act amendment. Human rights lawyer Femi Falana has criticized the Nigerian Senate for repeatedly delaying the Electoral Act amendment bill, warning that it could compromise the credibility of 2027 general elections. Falana expressed frustration over the Senate's decision to establish another committee to review the bill, which the House of Representatives passed in December 2025. He urged Nigerians to pressure the National Assembly to pass the bill, stressing that the proposed reform addressed long-standing gaps in the Electoral Act. This particular was part of our conversation last week, and we also talk about, the reason why the National Assembly has been delaying this whole thing. And of course, we call them out, and that's what we do here. Not just because we want to call any government official out, no, or any parastatal or what have you, but what we do here is we balance, information. So if the Senate or the House of Rep, is failing in doing their core, duty, the reason why they were elected there, we have to just call them and let them know that this is what we want them to do, for the nation and for the people, of this country. And we don't know the reason why this has been taking long. Just like Femi Falana said, this particular, committee, House of Rep already, did all of the vettings, and this bill was meant to be passed. The Senate was meant to look into this particular one. But creating a new committee now to go all over again, we don't know what's going on. Abuja municipal election is in this month, and I believe you know what that means. That means they'll be using the old electoral amendment bill and not the new one. I think you understand what that particular one means. And of course, we have Ekiti and Osun election around the corner as well in the same 2026, before the 2027 general elections. Let's see what will happen in the coming days if the Senate would actually deem it fit to do our bidding this time around. Onitsha traders reopened shops after Soludo's warning. Traders at Onitsha Main Market in Anambra State have resumed businesses after a one-week shutdown following a directive from Governor Chukwuma Soludo. The reopening comes amid heightening security measures and warning against compliance with the indigenous people of Biafra. The sit-at-home order has been a big concern, for the people of Anambra, and of course, the police have increased patrols and surveillance to maintain law and order, while the government has assured traders of full security coverage. Let's see how this particular one would go, in the coming days. But I just hope that the IPOB will not take this up on the people, and just like the Commissioner of Police has actually, said that they've beefed up the security, and I believe the governor is putting, every necessary security measure in place so as to protect, the people in that particular market. But I would actually want them to do better, just like what I said, early this year. My question is, which I would actually ask again, I said, what did the Eastern State governors do with the IPOB during the Yuletide season last year, December? Because I remember that the IPOB, members actually called on all of their brothers and sisters in diaspora and wherever they were, to come back home and celebrate the Christmas, and promising that peace has been restored. And not only that, they even promised that there would be peace all through the Yuletide season. And they actually kept to that promise. So we don't know what the governors in the East did. We don't know what agreement was made with the IPOB, unknown gunmen, whatever, include all of the non-state actors. We don't know what the federal government also agreed with them. But there was peace. And that's what I've been asking. What did you do? And if at all there was an agreement or you did something, I would want you to go back to that particular agreement and let peace just reign in that particular region of this country. We just want peace. Everybody just wants to be safe. Basically, that's just it. All right, let's go to the Osun's quarters now. Osun Assembly APC chairman clash over local government funds. The Osun State House of Assembly and, of course, the All Progressive Congress local government chairman have clashed over allegations of illegal disbursement of council funds. The Assembly claims that the bank and ABC elected chairman improperly released substantial sums from the council's allocation, with former Governor Adegboyega Oyetola allegedly implicated. And of course, the APC chairman have dismissed the claims, describing them as false and politically motivated. The dispute has escalated a long-running battle over control of local government areas in the state. And of course, let's take it up here simultaneously. We also have the situation of police here. Police urge Labour Union, beg your pardon, to reschedule Abuja protests. The Federal Capital Territory Police Command has advised the Nigerian Labour Congress and Trade Union Congress, TUC, to reschedule their planned protests in Abuja. Citing security concerns, the unions had announced a peaceful solidarity rally to support affected workers, but the police expressed fears that the protests could be infiltrated by non-state actors, threatening public peace and security. And of course, a very tragic one here in the northern part of this country. Fire raises popular Kano market. A devastating fire broke out in the early hours of Monday, February the 2nd, 2026, at a popular market in Kano known as a single market. The fire caused significant damage to a section of the busy market. The Kano State Fire Service responded promptly, deploying personnel to contain the blaze. As of 10 a.m. Today, firefighters were still working to bring the situation under control. More details, of course, on the incident waited. And of course, let's go back to the ruling party. APC opened to Kwankwaso joining a party, says the national chairman. All Progressive Congress has expressed willingness to welcome former presidential candidate of the New Nigerian People's Party, Rabiu Kwankwaso, into the party. APC national chairman, Professor Nentawi Ayiwatada, stated that the party's doors are open to Kwankwaso, although no formal negotiations are currently underway. This develops Kano state politics, with Governor Abba Yusuf and others joining the APC from the NNPP. I don't want to call this sarcasm. I don't know what we're going to call it, but of course, if this is even a satire from the APC to Kwankwaso, I don't know, because 1 minute you're actually saying that the same man does not have the political blocks anymore to actually pull the weight as regards to political situation, of course, and of course the polls. But here you are again saying that your doors are wide open for Kwankwaso. I don't know what you want him to do, but Kwankwaso has actually made it clear that if at all he is to move to any political party, it has to be a party that is ready to give him either presidential ticket or a vice presidential ticket. And of course, I would factor his Kwankwasia's movement, into the coalition or whatsoever they want to call it. But I don't think APC has such an option for Kwankwaso. Hence, Kwankwaso is still there, hoping that something would actually turn around as regards to the situation with Peter Obi as we speak. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044732605, 09044732605. Follow us on social media at VOBTV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOBTV, and of course on YouTube, we're Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be taking the first conversation here. Atiku's ambition fuels ADP alliance rumors. Don't go nowhere. Stay tuned, please. I'll be right back. Welcome back to the program. It is still People's Voice on Voice of People Television. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar met with the leadership of the Action Democratic Party, ADP, at his Abuja residence, discussing ways to protect democratic pluralism and ensure stable opposition ahead of the 2027 elections. The meeting comes amid rumors of a potential alliance between Peter Obi and Rabiu Kwankwaso to contest the African Democratic Congress ADC presidential ticket against Atiku. The ADP national chairman, Yabagi Yusuf Sani, denied that the meeting was aimed at merging with any party or recruiting individuals. Of course, I will now be joined by Adekunle Lukman Ade Folahon, a public and policy analyst. Good afternoon, Adekunle.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me. Good afternoon, Nigerians.
It's another wonderful time again for us to actually go, head to head again today. You heard what they're actually talking about your brother in the north.
Yeah.
Okay, but before I allow you go into the conversation, I would also want you to take any of the news stories. But before then, I'd like to also introduce the guests in the studio. Joining us live in the studio, we have Mr. Obong Thompson, a journalist and a political analyst. You're welcome on board, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Silvio. Good afternoon, Nigerians.
All right, sir, you're welcome on board. Okay, so Adekunle, do you want to respond to any of the news stories?
Yes, I think let me respond to you around the Minister of Defense.
No, the Minister of Defense conversation is our second topic, so you will still have time to talk about it.
Okay.
Yeah, so
I think because I watched him live on
okay, yeah,
no,
you would still talk about that. Of course, you can talk about the situation of APC saying that they are open to Kwankwaso. You can talk about
let me report APC Kwankwaso that their doors are open. To let you know that Nigerian politicians are our major problems. Because if APC is now calling on Kwankwaso that their doors are open, I won't be surprised if you should find Kwankwaso in APC. And to let you know how Nigerian politicians are with lack of ideology, because I would have expected Kwankwaso to leverage on departure of Abba Gida Gida to strengthen the opposition party of NNPP in Kano State or in the northwest block of Nigeria. The lack of opposition in the political process has made it to look like childish play. Very unfortunately, that politicians are the one directing the affairs, how Nigeria should be run. So, if tomorrow we also in APC, I think it shouldn't be news to us again. Okay. Because if the national chairman can be telling him that their doors are open, it's telling you that there are a lot of discussion going on that Nigerians may not be privy to. Okay. However, I think it is high time for opposition party to get their house in order. That now makes me to talk about issue of Labour Party and the role that Abia State Governor Alex Oti is playing. Because if the opposition party are so structured and determined to play the opposition CN, APC played under the Jonathan administration, I think that will have given us opportunity to make choice between this current administration and other coalition of other political parties. But unfortunately, the way Alex Oti proposition, there's no clear vision that it may likely not also go to APC the way he has been talking for the past 2 weeks. But let's see how it goes. Okay. And also know that the court will play in the crisis in Labour Party and what have you. Okay. Because if opposition refuse to put their house in order, it should be very difficult for them to make impact in 2027.
All right, thank you.
The party will take advantage of their inability to be coordinated. Okay. That is their sure bank.
All right, thank you so much for that wonderful submission as regards to the news story. Mr. Obong, do you want to take any of the news story before we go into the topic?
Well, I think the issue in Onitsha.
Okay, I know you're a businessman. You're part of it is a business,
So. Actually, one of the stories that is worrisome because for some times now we've had some level of decorum in that part of the country.
Okay.
And and we're believing that with time, the agitation or the sit-at-home will whistle out. But there you have the governor of Anambra State going about to reawaken the whole scenario all again and making it look as if, there's so much tension.
No, but Governor Soludo was only saying that, why are they still obeying the sit-at-home? And he said for everyone who decided to sit at home, they would lock a shop. That's all he was saying, because he wanted them to go back to business.
Yeah, you also know these people they are private, traders. They are not under the government payroll.
But don't forget that the government own that particular market.
They also pay taxes, to the government.
Okay.
So government cannot trade on it. If government should close and shut down those shops, will government go in there to trade?
But they that are shutting down the shops on Mondays, don't you think?
It's still the traders that will go in there to shop, The fundamental thing there should be the security of lives and property of that market, in which the government is not doing enough.
Okay.
You see a lot of, I've happened to travel during that, sit at home before.
Okay.
And I know the escape, how I managed to escape.
I remember that particular conversation.
You cannot, risk the people's life and want them to go out and be trading when there's insecurity all over, when there is trade by the unknown gunmen, and by the time you are being killed, there's nothing the government will do, there's nothing anybody will do. So these are the fundamental questions that need to be addressed. First of all, the Governor Soludo should provide, first of all, enough securities to secure the traders in their market.
Okay, so
asking them to return.
Okay, so I think that particular conversation is cleared because enough police officers have been deployed to that market, and of course some other parts of Anambra State as we speak. And the Commissioner of Police also mentioned that they are actually carrying out surveillances and making sure that the Indian Anambras actually have a very smooth business transaction, and of course they are in safe hands. Okay, so let's come back home. Let's come back to the conversation of the day. When I saw this particular news as regards to Atiku's ambition, as regards to Atiku having a closed-door meeting with the ADP, it actually sparked rumors, conversation around other northern political blocs and of course the south political blocs as regards to, is Atiku threatened, or is it bothered because of what the former president, which is his former boss, actually said? Because Obasanjo does not want Atiku to actually go in for this particular election. Instead, Obasanjo wants Obi Kwankwaso tickets. And of course, Kwankwaso now is actually having, another thought, or is dragging his feet, because he is not also sure that Obi would get the presidential ticket of the ADC. And that's the reason why it is looking like, Kwankwaso is dragging his feet before joining, the party. And of course, so many northern leaders have also advised him that until he gets clarity, he shouldn't move an inch. But Atiku, on the other hand, is actually, making another move as regards to him talking with, the ADP, leadership. So what do you think is about to happen? Is Atiku fidgeting? Is he bothered? Is he scared of the Obi Kwankwaso alliance? Or this is just another way of him trying to see how to bring in another party into the ADC?
Well, you see what is going on at the moment is, I would say, the real politics has not even been played, because you see the survivor of opposition in Nigerian politics today, they need to, kind of manage their strategy or manage their information or manage their approach, because the ruling party is far, far ahead of them. And every single information that comes from the opposition party, the ruling party are working hard to make sure they thwart every progress that is supposed to be made. So for what you are saying, fine, Atiku having some political talks with the ADP. And other political parties. I also have prior information, that even the PDP will somehow also form a coalition with this same ADC at the end of the day. So there's a lot of in-house strategy which we do not even understand. But I believe they are waiting for the time for them to roll out most of their, killer punches and see how to, take over power from President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. But you see one thing about the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the APC, they have been able to, walk far ahead of this election. And if I might tell you, based on the strategic approach they are
the structures they've actually put in place,
they are having on ground now, you'll be, you'll be somehow convinced to say that the election has been, concluded. So,
but some people will actually bet to differ.
The ADC is doing, one would have expected them to have harmonized all their differences by now, and then have a visionary leadership. If Atiku wants to lead the coalition, not necessarily, coming out as a presidential ticket, because this is one thing that will cost them this ticket. If they have been able to have a leader, that is selfless, that is not interested in running for any political post, but to make sure that, they capture power from the ruling party, then the journey would have been far much easier for them to, embark on. But by the particular system they are embarking on, without any formidable structure, the only structure that can be brought into ADC camp will be the PDP, because PDP has all the structures in all nooks and crannies of this country. But anything absent of that, the ADC are not strong on ground, the ADP are not strong on ground, the Labour Party, we saw what happened in the last 2023 elections. Some of the polling units do not even have, polling agents. So these are the challenges, and these are the core areas they need to work on. They would have, by now, all the structures are supposed to have been put in place.
Okay.
By now, they would have worked far, maybe like 10 times ahead of the ruling party. But you see them still just slim for, who becomes the vice president, who becomes the president, candidate in the party. And this is a serious setback for, the coalition party.
Okay, so I love where you started off from, Mr. Obong Thompson, as regards to, you touched every necessary areas as regards to the PDP, the Labour Party, basically the opposition, against the APC. Let me take it to Adekunle. Adekunle, are you there?
Yes, I'm with you.
Okay, so I would have to take some extracts from what Mr. Obong Thompson has said. He talked about the PDP, he said the PDP is the only party that, has structures, scattered around the states of Nigeria, including the FCT. And of course, in as much as we know that so many, a chunk, or enough PDP members have actually defected over time. Most of them have actually moved to the APC, but of course, some also stayed with the coalition group, which is the ADC. Now, PDP is also having their own issue because presently, as at Friday, a court actually nullified the Ibadan Convention, stating that convention was null and void, and whatsoever National Working Committee that was constituted is actually gone. It should go back to the former caretaker, which is Ayaun, that another court actually removed 12 days ago. So a court removed Ayaun, now another court is bringing him back. And PDP presently, of course, in as much as they said they want to appeal, presently they are also trying to, place their feet and, of course, grabbing something better for their party. On the other hand, Labour Party is also going through a lot, in as much as the INEC have actually removed Julius Abure from their portal and, of course, replaced it with Senator Nanadi. They are also going through another issue. Now, someone from the PDP used the statement. He said that if PDP is to even contest in anything, either by coalition or whatever, they would need Obi back. Meaning that the same PDP, if they are to join the coalition, just like what Mr. Bon Thompson said, that means they would not also give Atiku, or they would not also agree for Atiku to go, as the presidency. Because the ADC that we know today is actually saying that they are not zoning anything. They are making it open. And if it is open, it will not favor Obi and, of course, Kwankwaso. But if all of these other blocks, political blocks, come together, the likes of PDP and the Labour Party, to join the coalition to say, okay, fine, we want to join the ADC for this particular election, and let's see how we can use all our weight to go head-to-head with the APC. I don't think anybody would want to allow Atiku go. So what do you think are the strategic implications for Atiku's meeting with the ADP leadership, for the 2027 presidential ambition? Is Atiku really, really desperate as regards to all of this conversation that we're talking about? Will it still stand a chance? Don't forget that Obasanjo is there, around the corner. He also has other, elder statesmen in the political blocks that are also saying that they don't want Atiku to actually, go for this particular, represent the ADC. And how might the rumored alliance between Peter Obi and Kwankwaso affect Atiku's chances in the ADC presidential ticket?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think even without Obasanjo raising that issue, to become president of Nigeria. And I think we expect Atiku's allies to advise him not to even run, but he can still be playing that fatherly role and work closely with the coalition, either to go to the board of trustees, let him be part of the structure, and allow these younger people and to play this opposition political parties well, than him saying if he didn't get the ticket, he will go. But definitely there will be a lot of alignment and realignment. Many people will be talking to themselves beyond the DP. Don't be surprised tomorrow you may see him discussing with a court party, forging strategies to engage with more political parties in support of the coalition. I don't want to believe that him discussing with ADP is trying to pull out of the coalition, because if any one of them pull out the coalition now, they are telling ordinary Nigerians that they are not serious to even engage in political process. I still believe the opposition are formidable. They can really send this APC government out of power. But if they continue playing it in this way, they are telling Nigerians that they are not serious to partake in political process. They only after power. However, in politics, you can't determine what will happen today or what will happen tomorrow. If you look at the book launch that is coming, I think tomorrow, by the governor of Adamawa State, most of the people he invited as special guests are from APC. Governor of National Putna, that something may happen to Governor Fitri any moment from now, because bringing all the way from Northeast, bringing somebody from North Central, National State Governor to come and share the occasion, and bringing the Northeast Vice Chairman of APC. So to let you know that anybody can align at any particular time. But for opposition to be taken serious in Nigeria, I think they need to put their house in order. They need to put it in order in the sense that they need to do a lot of SWOT analysis of why they want to come back to power, or why they want to chase away APC. And they need to convince Nigeria, beyond reasonable doubt, beyond they want to grab power. They should be able to come up with a lot of policy coordination that they can use to engage Nigerians beyond normal political, whether Obasanjo or no Obasanjo. Atiku should just go and sit down and play fatherly role in political landscape of Nigeria. He has missed his time. To see Yandi to become president of Nigeria, I don't think that is doable again for him. Not because of his age, but because the terrain is not the same thing any longer. You can see the way Tinubu is dragging. All those diversities are very key in our political engagement. So Atiku may be talking to different political parties. It may be for the purpose of alignment and alignment.
Adekule, if I may actually cut you in there, are you saying that the president is not performing at all? Because of course you used an assertion. You said that they mentioned that he did well in Lagos, but of course Nigeria is bigger, you know, as regards to, you know, language and all of that. You talked about landscape. I understand what you meant by that, but what I just want to get the clarity. Are you saying that the president is not doing fine, you know, as regards to even to his reforms that everyone has been applauding him, you know, for the nation? Can you hear me? Please go ahead.
I think the network is.
Yeah, I'm asking you. Are you saying that the president?
I can't hear you.
Are you saying the president is not doing fine as regards to his reforms? Don't forget that everyone have been applauding the president, saying that he's doing well, and you know that it's just a matter of time.
My dear brother, he's not doing well. President that cannot appoint ambassadors to our mission houses after 2 years in government. Our president has been busy traveling up and down.
But therefore,
those work to go and do are the work of ambassadors, works of high commissions to be, you know, how many times do you see Prime Minister of UK saying he's traveling to one country to go and woo investors to come to their country?
They are different from Nigeria. This is Nigeria.
Yes. Once the government can put necessary infrastructure in place and make the environment conducive, investors will look for you. It's not the role of president to be engaging in moving around the country saying he's talking to investors. No, that is the work of. That is why we have mission abroad.
All right.
Look at the national embarrassment it's causing for us. Appoint ambassadors, engage people that can handle the situation rather than involving yourself in a jamboree. That is what he has been doing. And if you look at the infrastructure they said they are doing, can you look at it and measure it with the quantum of resources they have? Ordinary Nigerians are suffering. What we need, the Calabar Highway Road, the resources of that project, they will have used it to reactivate Nigerian roads.
So are you also saying,
meaningful to ordinary Nigerians.
So are you also saying that the Lagos Calabar Coastal Highway is not also needed?
Waste of resources is lack of priority. That is not what we need now. Abẹ́òkúta Lagos Road is not motorable. Ibadan Highway still need maintenance. Do you see street light on Lagos Ibadan Highway? No. Do you see anywhere you can drive? You travel from Lagos to Abẹ́òkúta under 120 kilometers or to Ibadan. There's nowhere along the corridor you can park and relax with safety. You can't drive on Lagos Ibadan Express Road in the night with rest of mind. So what we need is to improve security along the roads, the existing road. You want to travel from, you have choice to decide whether to follow Jos Road or to follow Kano Road. Look at Jos Road. The last time that the governor of Plateau State decamped to APC, he met Nasarawa State governor discussing about Akwanga Road, Akwanga Jos Road. That's about 300 kilometers. That road is still narrow, bent, without any improvement.
All right, I think.
So if that road can be reactivated and dualize it. So look at Akwanga Jos Road.
All right, thank you so much, Adekule.
Look at Kaduna. Look at Bida Lapai Road. Look at Agai Lapai Mina Road. So there are roads that need to be touched, that to be wasting resources on one elephant project they can't finish in 4 or 5 years. Even the contractors, the process that led to the award of those contracts are faulty.
Okay, thank you so much.
Most of the processes that led to the award.
Thank you so much, Adekule.
Follow the Public Procurement Act of 2007.
All right, thank you so much, Adekule, for that wonderful submission. All right, let's bring it back to the studio. I understand the reason why Adekule is really, you know, will I say furious, or of course expressing his displeasure, you know, as regards to this situation of the administration, because So many people who have actually stayed in the north would let you know that to an extent, Nigeria has actually failed some people, and of course, aside from being in the north, Nigeria has actually failed some people in this country. And all we're just begging for is just basic amenities. But of course, sometimes it looks as if, it is even way too much. And of course, it looks like our request is too large. But let's come back to this conversation before we move to the next conversation. I want to talk about the position of President Olusegun Obasanjo. So, Mr. Obong, do you think that the role of the former president, can actually play something very big as regards to this Obi Kwankwaso that is trying to merge? Do you think it will shape the 2027 presidential elections?
Well, President Olusegun Obasanjo has, widespread acceptance as an elder statesman across Nigeria. And we still remember he had one of the best, term in office as a civilian president. And we are still enjoying some of the infrastructures he put in place, like the MTN and so on. So it's still a very respectable voice that we have today. But when it comes to the modern day reality, I think the role that is playing will be effective. But how effective will it be, will it be in this present time that we are, is the question that we need to ask ourselves, because we saw what happened in 2023. He also tried to midwife the birth of Obi, and that he tried as much as he could. But when he also comes to being very firm and rugged in politics, I think I've not seen Obasanjo to play that role. Rather, he has played the role of a statesman, across all political parties. He's being consulted and so on. So I think the political will would have been laid on the hands, on the shoulder of former Vice President Atiku Abubakar. If truly he wants ADC to spring a surprise, he would have played that role of, the political rallying points, which is also one of the structure that he has a very good structure in Nigeria. You saw when he was the vice president of the country, he was the one that most of the governors went to, and rally around. And when Obasanjo was also busy traveling all around the world, he was the one that, administered some development in the country. So he still have the footage. So I would have preferred Atiku to play the role that Obasanjo is playing, trying to play to midwife the togetherness of Kwankwaso and Peter Obi, which I believe will go a long way, to give the ADC an advantage. But just like I told you earlier, APC government and President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, as a master strategist, has already walked far beyond, the position or the standard that ADC want to bring on board. So they would have started this journey far back earlier. They would have known who becomes the, presidential candidate and the vice presidential candidate. They would have been able to put up all the structures in all the wards all around the country before now. So I do not see the efforts of former President Obasanjo or that of Atiku, El-Rufai, and Amechi and others coming to any reckon with the present APC government as we speak.
Okay, so let's move it to the second conversation. Defense Minister targeted in forward coup. Of course, the Minister of Defense, General Christopher Musa, has disclosed that it was among the intended targets of a recent forward coup plot against President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration. Musa revealed that the plotters planned to arrest or shoot him if he resisted. He described this suspect as a bunch of very unserious individuals who misunderstood Nigeria's democratic history and the strength of its armed forces. Of course, most of the suspects have been apprehended, with only a few still at large. And of course, I think they also released a statement that they might have to, look into Timmy Receiver's matter, perhaps this week or next. So, Adekunle, are you there? Hello, Adekunle, are you there?
You.
All right, so I believe you heard the news story. I just want to take this in just 1 minute. What implication does this fall coup plot have on Nigerians' national security? And of course, how can the government prevent similar attempts in the future? Don't forget that even when this whole situation came out, the military actually said there was nothing like a coup, plot in the country. But afterwards, they actually, admitted that, of course, it happened, and they've apprehended all of the people involved, and they are now, in custody. So what would you say as regards to this conversation as we close?
Yes, thank you very much. I think the best is we need to improve on our intelligence gathering, and also for government to be sincere with citizens. A situation whereby the military initially said nothing like that, and later they said that it happened. It shows from the leaders and the people that they are leading. So I think improving on intelligence gathering, border management will really help, and we also need to work closely with our brothers at the sub-regional level, say not in the north and in the south. Okay. Our borders need to be properly looked into. I heard the Minister of Defense saying they are doing some coordination meeting with Ministry of Interior and Foreign Affairs. I think they also need to work closely with the populace at the border towns, because you can't do issue of security in isolation. So people at border communities also have a role to play, and traditional rulers in particular, so that that helps and strengthens their level of intelligence gathering as well, to response to issues in a timely manner would really help us to avoid occurrence of this type of thing.
Adekunle, in rounding off, the defense minister also described the suspects as unserious individuals. Do you think that this characterization downplays the severity of the situation?
As a senior military officer, I think that's the best way to address them. Remember when he was saying it yesterday, he said before it was the rank of Major General and GOCs that normally carry out coup. So, as a senior military officer, he has all rights to call them any name, because by their practice, once you involve in such things, there's no name they can call you. I think he has right to call them any name. Also, they are so junior to him.
Thank you.
So I think that's the reason.
All right, thank you so much for that final thought of yours.
You are welcome.
Mr. Ubong, what role do you think economic or social factor played in motivating these individuals to involve in this coup plot?
I think the information before us shows that this coup has already been on the pipeline even before the 2023 election. So the economic implications and social factors that might have warranted, because when you look at the coalition of the individuals and the officers involved in this foil military coup, you understand that it's quite sectional. And getting to mention the person in the likes of former Governor Silva, you understand that these are very unfortunate individuals that are not satisfied with whatsoever they have. So they wanted to have more. And the military officers that participated in this, I think they didn't consider anything. Maybe it was just a grab for power. I think that would have been what motivated them to plan such a coup.
Thank you so much, Mr. Obontomsi, for your final thoughts, and thank you so much for being part of the show today. Thank you so much, Adekunle, for being part of the program. Hopefully, I would get to have more of you, gentlemen, to join the program in the coming days as well. The views and opinion expressed by our analysts, of course, I don't forget that they are solely theirs and do not reflect that of VOP media. Don't give up, because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will last. Whatsoever you face, soon give up, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Xavier Udo. Have a good evening. Rest.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Intro OPTV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Unpaid. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a boy that's shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Familiarly, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news.
Particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a
Sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries. Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now,
A new baby is born. Voice of the People Television. VOP TV. Youthful. Full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space. Exposing the wrongs. Applauding the rights. Dissecting the news without fear or favor. Through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people.
All right, another beautiful edition of the Locker Room on Voice of the People Television. So much to talk about in the exciting world of football. And of course, it's chaos in the Confederation of African Football CAF, the organizers of football in Africa, as it looks like there's fire on the mountain. Talking about Jacob fighting Esau right now, okay? Because Esau sold his birthright via a pot of porridge, and it looks like the porridge has come to choke. Some will say something has come to roost, okay? And it is what it is. I am Jerry Apello. It promises to be exciting. So much football action. Talking about Europe, the transfer window is still busy. Some last-minute transfers are already going on as far as the window for the winter is concerned. I'm not alone in the studio. It's a full house of his. The Nigerian is back with me on this Monday edition. And of course, Mayowa will also be joining us all the way from Irabiji. Hello, Trafford. It is what it is. Hafiz, was a good weekend of football action all over the weekend. I think some people cashed out this weekend. It was not what is cashed out like it was during the Champions League.
I think it's good one for the investors. I mean, first of all, good evening, Jerry. Good evening to the viewers out there. It's a wonderful, edition of Locker Room. It promises to be. And yes, over the weekend, games. We saw Barcelona getting the better of Elche in the Spanish La Liga. We saw PSG still trying to hold on to the lead. It was a tough away game at Strasbourg, but they won that one courtesy of a late goal from Menj. And of course, in the Premier League, Manchester United, it seems the man who has been waiting for 2 years, against Fulham. It wasn't just carrying the ball alone. It was Fergie time as well, because it was a late goal. Fulham scored in the additional time. Manchester United also won that game in the additional time. So good one for them. And Arsenal looking like they are sitting pretty at the top. It's now 6 points after Manchester City, dropped points away at Spurs. They were leading 2-0 by halftime, but Spurs responded. 2 goals from Dominic Solanke, and I mean, good one all around, for football this weekend.
I almost thought he was no longer playing football. At the point that I forgot about him, but all of a sudden he came up from nowhere.
He's back.
Yeah, injuries have not done him any favors.
But since he got back, I mean, I think against Dortmund, he came back.
Back to back, he's been on fire.
Their striking options has not really been good. I mean,
that's why I forgot that
Solanke
was even a striker.
Yeah, and as for the transfer window, I mean, a lot of players are on the move, and I think Frank Onyeka, Super Eagles defensive midfielder, I think he has finally sealed his move to Coventry. Coventry, they're not really doing well. They're chasing promotion.
That deal is not convincing. But anyway, we'll get to that.
Good one for him. I mean, going to
the champion.
But the big one is Ademola Lookman, who sealed a move to Atletico Madrid. That one, I want to ask you a question about that later.
Yeah, we'll get to that. Yeah, in spite of the Aram Football Club, but it's better than never, because Atlanta were making things difficult for them.
Is it better than Fenerbahce?
Yeah, sure.
Atletico Madrid. I'm not looking at the club. I'm looking at the player now. The football style.
Yeah,
it's about the football style. It's not about where they play.
He's going to be playing alongside.
It's not every football style that fits.
He's going to be playing alongside the likes of Julian Alvarez.
That's the question.
And I think if you take a look at Ademola Lookman and Diego Simeone's football 3-4 years ago is different from what we're seeing now. If you notice, he has adapted a little.
But they still switched. They still eventually switched.
They switch depending on the opponent now. Yeah. And I think if they are going for Ademola Lookman, that means they have a plan for him. Yeah, they can't spend that much money because about 40 million.
It's not about having a plan. It's about executing it. I mean, they had Thomas Lemar, who was also very hot at that time when he came from Monaco.
He's a top manager. Let's not take it away from him.
I'm not saying he's not.
And if he's going for Ademola Lookman, in the flourish,
as a supporting striker.
Yes.
If man is going to play as a supporting striker with Tavares, I'll take that.
That's what it's looking like. They want a replacement for Griezmann.
Yeah.
In case Griezmann is injured, his age is no longer on his side. He can no longer play lots of games.
Yeah.
So Lookman fits in that.
I wish him all the best. I really want him to perform.
All right, Mariwa is now with us. Mariwa, it's great to have you join us. We're just talking about your situation. It looks like the DNA is correct. Okay, they've done the DNA test.
Of course,
it's showing correct, but it's not fully correct yet. It's just 3. It's just it's just 10. It's not 10 over 10 yet.
Yeah,
it's just 3 over 10. Let's wait for 10 games. Then we can say the DNA is correct.
I don't know why you want to give him 10 games, but let's say what
if you want to check the DNA, I know what it takes. You have to do a lot of processing, checking to see whether the DNA is correct. Is the DNA correct yet?
Well, it's always amazing to me. I think but I disagree with you. 3 over 10, no. 3 games, 3 wins, 100% record. And what matters most this season is Manchester United is above the defending champion. That is what matters in all this. And the guy that has refused to back himself for the last 2 years, maybe Carrick is going to rescue him. In any case, I think Carrick has been very fantastic. If you look at how he's been able to transform the team, I think the players now play for him. He made a horrible mistake over the weekend. I don't understand the reason why he decided to substitute Casemiro. He really did that. The midfield collapsed, and that gave Fulham an error due to that particular game. But overall, he has been very fantastic. 4 weeks ago, nobody will be raving about Manchester United. Right now, I think teams will be afraid of Manchester United, and that is the hallmark of a coach that knows what he's doing.
All right, hallmark of a coach that knows what he's doing. I hope Manchester United fans will not change the song after 10 games, because the league is still very much long. May, that's when the league will be wrapping up towards August.
Yeah.
So let's wait and see. This is just January and 3 games. And let's hope the songs of joy will continue.
But we have about 14 games left.
Yeah, 14 games left. That's a lot of games.
Yeah, that's a lot of games.
You can really change any season.
But the thing that favors Manchester United is that they play every week now. They are not in all of the competition. So Premier League is like their biggest competition right now.
It's their Champions League is their only competition.
And they are looking for top 4, top 5. So I think if Michael Carrick can stay to the end of season and get them into the Champions League, I think it's going to be a good season for them.
Radcliffe has proven to be a ruthless man. He can still say he's still not satisfied.
But I think
Radcliffe
is
ruthless. Let's wait for him, because he's the man.
He's the one that wants to run down the club by himself.
You can never tell. My wife keep praying for Radcliffe that he makes the right decision, because
he is.
Because they've been talking about.
See, this is not a matter of prayer. It's a matter of performance. You don't need to pray when you are performing.
The performance the last time was still not enough.
No, but the performance this time is resonating.
Like performance.
Which performance? Which performance?
Carrick was still let go after he did well in his interim the first time.
They already had a plan to bring in a Tehag.
Yeah.
Carrick take the job while we bring in Tehag.
Yeah.
But this time around, there's no plan to hire a coach. There's no immediate plan.
Yeah.
So, and Carrick is proving himself to be a pragmatic coach that can do it.
There was talk about Solskjaer.
No, I won't bring it. I won't bring in Solskjaer now.
Solskjaer.
Okay, let's wait.
In the past.
Anyway, just calm down. Fuck over that. Just take it easy. Well, let's talk about the big story today. Definitely, a lot of Africans all over the world and football lovers are talking about it, as confusion briefly surrounded the hosting of the 2026 Women's African Cup of Nations in the last few hours. This is after reports emerged on Sunday suggesting that Morocco had stepped aside, opening the door for South Africa to take over the tournament. And Maiwa, you remember we spoke about the controversy of the final. And the last WAFCON, we also talked about it, the way Morocco did not win it and how they complained about the referee. That don't be surprised, they might pull out of hosting the next WAFCON. And we predicted such. And it's spiraled now onto the AFCON. And I think the CAF president hurriedly bringing out that decision, and Morocco is not happy with that decision of not stripping Senegal of the AFCON title, they have decided that they don't want to host the next AFCON. They can't be hosting and others are winning. They should be hosting and winning it. Hafiz, what's Morocco? Seems like they're tired of hosting and others are winning it.
No, well, you can put it that way, but I don't want to see it that way too. You know, for the Moroccans, I think maybe they are just kind of suffering from the backlash they received, you know, after they just concluded AFCON, you know, for the male teams, and you know, a lot of people have been coming out. Remember, Asisa Oshoala also came out to, you know, to say that they are becoming CAF's headquarters. That why are you giving them, you know, all the hosting rights and all of that? That's when I responded to that by saying they've been the one that, you know, they've shown that they could step up and host. You know, it's just like right here in Nigeria too, where we are pushing all our home games for the Super Eagles to the Uyo Township Stadium. You know, and also now for age grade competitions, age grade games, we are pushing all the games now to Abeokuta at the MKO Abiola Stadium, the newly renovated stadium. So for me, I think I don't know what's going on in Morocco, but then yes, you also mentioned that they have this final syndrome. You know, they were hosting and they've lost the finals. They hosted the previous AFCON, they lost that one. The one before the ones that Super Falcons got the La Decima, they also hosted that one and lost in the final as well. Now they hosted AFCON, they also lost in the final. So it's one of two ways. They are looking at this as a final syndrome, but I think that it's about them, you know, suffering backlash for their hosting.
Don't you think they are looking at it like it's a wasted investment? How can they be hosting? Others are coming to rip off.
Hosting a competition does not guarantee that you are going to win it. It doesn't. Russia hosted the World Cup in 2018. France won. Brazil hosted the World Cup in 2014. They got beat by Germany.
How do you tell that to the Moroccan government, who believes that they should win?
That means they should know better. If your team performance doesn't resonate, you know, or everything you put down, nothing is going to happen. You are not going to win. You know, and for me, that's why I was even more surprised by their gimmicks at the last AFCON. The players are actually playing fine football. They can go on to win. I actually think they to go on to win. Yes.
Do you think they would have won?
Yeah, of course. The players are not playing bad. They played really fantastic football. And at the end of the day, all these towel gates, the referee controversy.
Maybe they wanted to make their luck.
It just put dirt on their performances.
They didn't want to wait on their luck and their performance. They wanted to make their luck.
Egypt hosted the AFCON in 2019. Did they win it? No. When was the last time? Okay, yes, aside Cote d'Ivoire. But Cote d'Ivoire actually played fine football. They played fine football. After making that switch, they had to make a coach change.
We're going to crash out.
Of course, they had to make a coach change, and they came back to win that tournament. So, but before that, how many hosts of the AFCON have actually gone on to win it? So for me, I don't think it's okay. All the AFCON competition that the Super Falcons have won, the last 10. How many did Nigeria host? So for me, I think it's just the quality of your team.
Okay, maybe they're already angry that if Nigeria is coming again to win it, why should we host it?
What if the Super Falcons don't even win it?
But they don't care. I think they don't want to wait.
That's why they should do better.
Mario, I don't know. You know, it's just like it's also this birthright for a pot of porridge. Motsepe is in a difficult situation, but let's talk about Morocco first of all before we get to that of Patrice Motsepe. Morocco opting out of hosting the WAFCON. They say they are tired of hosting and winning. Motsepe, since you cannot assure us of the title, why should we be helping you out? Please take your WAFCON. We don't care how you do it. We are tired.
For me, I think if Motsepe has any, you know, for a lack of better word, if Motsepe has any guts, I wanted to use some words before, but that might not be appropriate. If Motsepe has some guts,
extra 2 weeks, so that to give enough time for South Africa to host it. And I think the way South Africa is going about it is quite really mature because they're proving that they are backing their man.
Yeah.
They're not going to let their person to sink just because Morocco wants to play dirty.
Yeah.
And I think Motsepe would have ordinarily. Okay. Go ahead, Mario.
Yeah. So what I was saying is this. I mean, see, the thing is this. CAF brought this on themselves. However, we should not allow this discipline to go further. Morocco is throwing a tantrum, and CAF should call their bluff. Yes, good that South Africa is stepping up. They are backing their own man. However, this should not be happening. Because you did not win a particular tournament, because you have invested money, does not mean you should win. That's a bad mentality of hosting. That's number one. Number two, if you do not have a genuine reason, and the reason is just because we are hosting and we are not winning, that is the reason why we are pulling out. If I were Musepe and CAF, I will hand them, a long suspension. I will banish them from participating in WAFCON and in AFCON. You cannot be bigger than the federation. The worst that they will do is they will pull out. Remember when they got to the semi-final of the World Cup, they said they were new Africans, they were Arab. So Saudi Arabia is not that far from them. They can join the Arabian League if they don't want to be part of Africa.
Didn't they win the last Arab League? I think they won the last Arab League too.
I mean, they come from their team, won it. So, I mean, it doesn't make any sense if they are holding CAF hostage. Yes, I understand Musepe did that to himself. However, it is unsportsmanly for them to be holding CAF hostage if they go ahead with this threat for this kind of behavior.
Severe punishment. Who will punish the prodigal son? Because it looks like that. It looks like there's a spoiled child who has had so much of spoiling, and now it's going to be difficult to actually curtail them. Because whether you like it or not, Morocco has done well in showing that they can host the competition and want to help out. Yes, there's nothing wrong in helping out. It's like, okay, I hire you. That means I have access to your wife because you are working for me.
No.
I can come to your house, eat your food, and you will not complain. Nothing is going. You must not complain. Anything I do to you, I can even slap you, insult you, and you will say yes, sir. Must pay for crying out loud. Must pay for crying out loud. A lot of people don't know about that man.
Yeah.
He's one of the richest men in Africa. Talking about Patrice Musepe.
Yeah.
He's a billionaire, very rich. He has a lot of strings he can pull. He could actually say South Africa, okay, be the next host of the next 4 WAFCON. But because of what people will say, let's not say because I'm South African and Patrice Musepe, I want South Africa to host all of the competition because they have the stadiums, they have the facilities to host all the WAFCON. But giving it to Morocco, since Morocco, the vice president, who is from Morocco, Legjam, okay, has put in a good word. The Moroccan king decided to hear, the government decided to hear, and say, okay, let's take football to the next level. Let's show Africa how it's supposed to be done. Yes, you've done that. But why take the shine of all the glory that has been coming to Morocco? A lot of my friends who went to Morocco for the WAFCON, for the AFCON, they were really impressed with the facilities. They said a lot of good things about Morocco.
They were not poorly treated.
Yeah, they said that they were treated fine.
Yeah.
But you don't know what happens behind the scenes is not important. It's what the world sees. That's the most important. They left behind the scene clean and went to the scene and messed it up.
I think they just took it to the extreme, Jerry, for me. I think they took it to the extreme because, like I said earlier, their performance at the AFCON was, I mean, for the players, fantastic. We saw a lot of talents coming up. We saw the likes of Abdel Zazuli. We saw Brahim Diaz. I mean, but then, all those controversies from their first game, we went to the last game. So for me, I think the extras that they put, from the referee to the Toro gates, all those were not necessary. They were playing fine. Without all of that, they were still big contenders to win the AFCON. And even for this AFCON as well, their players are actually good. They are still they pose the current female footballer of the year, Gisle Jeba. She's there.
We all know.
I don't want to go into all of that now. We are not. That's all of that is not important now.
Football of the year, we all know.
Yeah, but Jerry, all of that is not actually important now. She has won it.
Don't you think Patrice Musepe encouraged all of this?
I don't want to call out Patrice Musepe for that.
No.
Right. But
don't you think
it's going to it might unfold later. But for now, I think this one is the way to go. But why did they leave it this late? You could have confirmed your hosting participation with the South African Football Association and all of that. You should have also confided in Gaty Mackenzie, the Minister of Sports, that okay, we are good to go in hosting for this WAFCON. Why did you give it to Morocco first when you left a space for your team to actually come in
I want
to
to
help?
remember the country. There was a country that was supposed to host the WAFCON.
Yeah.
And the country pulled out late due to not being able to meet infrastructure. South Africa came in and built CAF. It has happened before. So in this case, it's not like there's lack of facilities. It's just that the bad blood that has already been established between CAF. And I think CAF should have waited with that decision until after the WAFCON. If I were the CAF president, I would have played politics. Wait till after the WAFCON before I will come out with the decision.
Don't play politics.
Because there's no way CAF is going to strip Senegal of the AFCON title.
No.
just because they want to make Morocco happy. So that is what Morocco wants. Morocco wants the title to be stripped of Senegal.
Them. Some are even saying they should replay the final. It's not done.
I've never heard, because you are the host, you will not tell CAF what to do. I expect them to do that. And I think Mariwa is long overdue. Anyway, it's really bad that Morocco have been good hosts, they've had the facilities, but they've taken all the shine off all the football talk, and they've used politics and bad loser syndrome to kill all of the excitement.
Well, I think Morocco should be mad at Brahim Diaz. The referee gave them an opportunity to win the game, and Brahim Diaz tried to do a panenka. If he had scored that ball, if he had scored that penalty, that would have been the end. Morocco would have won. So they should not blame anybody. They have themselves to blame. How can you have like 7-minute penalty and try to play penenka, and and that was how they lost the title. So if they are mad, they should be mad at Brahim Diaz. That's number two. I mean, see, forget the fact that, yes, you mentioned that, people that traveled there, they were treated well and the rest of that. They were treated well because they are not because they are not their opposition. And the team played out poorly. They were treated. Remember our own girls too. On the final, it was them too. So, in as much as yes, they have the publicity and the rest of that, the must-win syndrome, as a way of robbing off, of taking away from the excellent facility that they have. To be honest with you, they are hostile hosts. To be honest, I mean, we saw what they were doing in that particular final. Even the African Footballer of the Year partook in an unsportsmanly behavior, throwing the towels away, harassing people, throwing bananas at them, and nobody was fine. And for CAF, I think CAF did the right thing. To be honest with you, yes, I don't agree. The punishment is a slap on the wrist, if you would ask me. But when the punishment came out, was appropriate. It's time for Musepe to start calling the bluff of Morocco. That's number one. Number two, other African countries, they need to also step up. How is it that it's only Morocco that is bailing out Africa when we have other 52, 53 African countries? How many of them, are stepping up to the plate? And the reason for that is very simple. Corruption everywhere. Go to Malawi, corruption. Go to Congo, corruption. Every FA in Africa, majority of them, they have corruption. And that is the reason why Morocco can hold CAF hostage with hosting.
Wow, Morocco can hold CAF hostage. But let's talk about the situation. Project Musepe and the fact that South Africa is ready to host it. It shows that Musepe is playing the big boy and is letting Morocco know that you can't mess me up.
But it's late timing. Late timing. What if there was no backlash from the last AFCON, Jerry? They were going to go smooth.
Yeah, everything would have gone. That's to show that it's not Musepe's fault.
There is something Musepe is not telling South Africans, and generally is not telling Africans that watch football.
That you don't
not telling us anything.
The thing is that you don't expect Musepe to come on TV and start telling everybody the Moroccan government said, if I don't strip Senegal of the AFCON title, they are not going to host the AFCON. I decided that I will not follow what they said. So right now, I don't care what they do. South Africa is already on standby. If they decide not to host, I'm no longer interested. South Africa will host it. He can't come. What he will do is damage control, because that is boardroom politics. That's what has happened behind the scene. All he's meant to do is to make sure that on the day the AFCON is supposed to be hosted, the host will be available. So Morocco can go on and do their politics and their antics.
So what if it was a day to the start of the AFCON?
It was a day too.
What if it was a day? AFCON was supposed to start tomorrow and they're pulling out today.
They will postpone the date of AFCON.
Is that supposed to be happening in our football? That was the question.
But the thing is that a bad loser doesn't care. It's just like have you not seen the situation? As growing up as a child, somebody borrows you his toy, and all of a sudden maybe you went out and you had a quarrel. The person will now say, "Give me back my toy."
Yes.
He doesn't care whether
this time he used to play ball where the owner of the ball
because when his team is losing, the owner of the ball will take the ball home. This is just the pure case. We're having a bad loser who is hurt and don't care if he hurts the whole of Africa. And of course, we all know their perception of AFCON, CAF, and even the African Union.
So look at it from another angle. I don't think what Morocco is even trying to do, to be honest. I don't know how they think that other countries in Africa how they will feel, because you are pulling out. Does that mean we don't have countries that can host?
No,
now,
that's what they're doing. That's what
Jerry, that's another call to African teams to
wake up.
That's another call for African nations to wake up. That we can host. One person cannot be telling us that you don't want to host the tournament.
Morocco,
and we just sit down.
Morocco African team have the facility.
Morocco needs to.
Africans have the
See,
facility.
That's an opportunity.
See, I think we should not make Morocco look like they're the El Dorado.
They are making themselves look like it.
No, they are making themselves look like it.
Yeah.
Because Motsepe sold CAF, sold Africa on the port of porridge because of what he will enjoy.
But Jerry,
the thing is that before Morocco started hosting the WAFCON, others have been hosting it.
Yes.
Facility, top notch or not, they are still hosting the WAFCON, they are still hosting the AFCON, and nothing like this has ever happened.
Okay.
But why is it all of a sudden Morocco has decided to host, and they were even given multiple hosting rights?
But my valid question.
They've done what has never been done before. Do you know how many AFCON have been hosted? How many WAFCON have been hosted before Morocco decided to host it?
Yeah. But Jerry, the thing is this: the WAFCON that South Africa won, that Morocco defeated Nigeria in semi-final, was not supposed to be hosted by Morocco. It was not.
South Africa,
the country pulled out. Yeah, the country pulled out, I think 2 or 3 months before that particular tournament, and Morocco stepped up. So you will not put it on Morocco. It is because of the other African countries that are not stepping up. Imagine the next, and I'm not trying to throw shots at other African countries. Imagine the next AFCON. About 4 countries, if I'm not mistaken, Uganda, Tanzania, about 4 countries are hosting it. Something that a country can stand up to host. Exactly. How many facilities does Tanzania have? How many facilities does Uganda have? That is the reason why they are saying that's the reason why
Tanzania league is better than the NPFL. They have a good league.
It's not about the good league, Jerry. Have you seen the stadiums in their league?
You have 24 teams. I mean, so watch the Tanzania league, watch the Kenyan league, and you'll be scratching your head. Are those guys ready to host everything? So the bottom line is this: remove Tunisia, Algeria, Egypt, Morocco, or maybe South Africa. Which other country, even our own Nigeria here, where is our own national stadium? Why is our Super Eagles going to Uyo and be put by the state governor?
Are you trolling? Are you supposed to be trolling right now?
We have Gospel Akpabio, and there's one in Ibadan. If rain doesn't fall, the stadium is okay. Yeah, if rain doesn't fall, the stadium will host a successful game.
The one that has the gutter beside it.
If rain doesn't fall, if rain decides not to fall, at least they will host the competition when there is dry season. Anyway, climate.
Is that the facility that's supposed to be hosting?
Is that a facility that we should be proud of?
Something can, the thing
or those the one in Kebbi State.
The thing is that Kebbi is also there. They can put some touches.
Come on, we are not ready. Don't let us go into the Super Eagles.
Nigeria hosted Nigeria '99. Come on. When Nigeria '99 under 20 World Cup.
Jerry, why are you like this?
Jerry.
And before then, we didn't have the facilities. But we did host it.
The last World competition we hosted, the under 20 and the under 17 World competition on 2009, are those stadiums still stadiums we are proud of today? The stadiums that were used with
before then, we didn't have those facilities. Money can do anything. Within 2 months, we can have 6 international pitches. Just put the money and it will work.
Why are you waiting for 6 months? Yeah. This is a Moroccan side that has been doing something for the past 15 years. If I don't want to put blame on the Moroccan side, they show that they've been prepared. They've been doing it for a very long time.
It's a matter of cash. Nigeria has the cash. They can do it in 6 months. Yes.
Jerry, the thing is this. See, yes, we have the money. We know how to squander money in this country. Let me take you back to Nigeria '99. 8 stadiums. 8 were built, were refurbished, were put to standard. 8 stadiums. Where are the 8 stadiums today? How many of them is functioning?
Of blessed memory.
0 of them is functioning. The Abuja National Stadium that Ronaldinho came into, it is when a particular brand wanted to host some international players. That was when that brand decided to take care of that particular stadium.
Yeah.
A stadium built in 2003. It does not even pass the certification of FIFA. That is the reason why we are playing in Uyo. It's as bad as that. Is that the country that wants to host anybody? Africa needs to step up, or else Morocco and North Africa should continue to hold us hosting. And that's just the honest truth.
Anyway, it is what it is. Cote d'Ivoire hosted a West African country.
Yeah.
And the pitches were okay. And the quality of the competition was still okay.
Hopefully those stadiums will still be...
So West Africa is ready. Don't worry. If the North Africans are not ready, West Africa is ready.
How many? But that is a question of how many.
And the ones that are ready.
How many can actually you can keep hosting tournaments? How many?
South Africa
How many stadiums does
South
Gambia
Africa should be
have?
hosting the next ones.
Did you hear that?
See, we get other countries are ready. So it's not bad. At least they've started doing it every 4 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I said maybe that will give them time.
Enough time.
There's also the Nations League.
Yeah.
If they are winning, if they are seeing countries that are stepping up to win the Nations League, it will be more incentive to their FA.
If the African Nations League, if Morocco is already angry with Mosepe, I think Morocco is going to be pulling out of the
of hosting the African Nations League, another country will host. You can't come and but this is self-inflicted by CAF, to be honest. Because if you are not giving them all of this, how will I put it now, this opportunity, they won't take it and say, okay, we can just pull out because, we are suffering backlash, we can just pull out from hosting a WAFCON and you'll just stay there.
It's just like the story I just told you. When you have a problem with a rich kid and who gives you something,
yeah,
and once you guys have a problem, we say, that thing I gave you, go and bring it. that is how simple this story is. Morocco is the rich kid because now they are not happy with you. They don't care if they hurt you. They say, I'm no longer doing this, friendship is over. They don't care all the commitment that we put in place. And I don't know, would that mean that Morocco will not be part of the competition if South Africa hosts it? Would they be
they qualified, of course. They qualified.
They qualified as hosts, not that they play the qualifiers.
I don't think CAF will have that time to come and start saying they want to take them off now.
Why should Morocco still compete if they pull out under acrimony?
But they should not.
If they carry on with this threat, I think CAF should punish them and take them out completely and suspend them for another 3 editions, and that's just it. You cannot be bigger than Africa.
You think Mosepe has the
that's up to him, Jerry. That's up to him. But that is what should be done.
He has the strength to do that and say
there's a difference between what should be done and what you want to do about it. But that is what should be done. Rules are rules.
Mario, do you think Mosepe can do that?
Well, it can prove me wrong, but to now, I think Morocco. I think Mosepe is the hostage of Morocco until it proves me wrong.
Hostage. Wow, that's a word. He's been kidnapped. Is this a bandit? How much is the ransom? Anyway, it is what it is. Let's see how that pans out. Time will not permit us to talk more and more, but let's talk about the English Premier League over this weekend. It was blockbuster fixtures all around. And of course, the game between Man City and Tottenham did not disappoint.
The headline.
And one man is talking, Michael Owen, says that with the way things are going, Man City it's not good enough to win the league this season. That they should forget about it. Arsenal all the way.
I'm just surprised about this so-called ex-footballers and pundits now these days.
The reality is there. Man City is struggling.
But when Man City...
In spite of buying players, they bought players over the summer. They even still bought players in the transfer window. They are struggling against Tottenham.
Jerry, it just shows that human beings are fickle. I mean, I remember when Manchester City, when they won about 2 games or 3 games on the spin and Arsenal were not getting results. The narrative shifted. They were like, Manchester City will, the same Michael Owen, the same people that, feel like they can just come on to talk.
Oh, really?
Because I remember that time, we also, Manchester City is providing competition. Manchester City is closer now. Manchester City is dangerous. Now that City have just dropped a game against Tottenham Hotspur, it was a 2-2 draw. Arsenal now 6 points ahead. Now they are saying that Manchester City is trying to drop out. So for me, I think...
Michael actually said that Man City is used to dominating. Manchester is used to being the one people are playing catch-up to get.
Yes.
But now, they are not used to doing the catch-up. Anytime they want to catch up, it seems like things get more difficult. This routine is unusual for Pep Guardiola.
Well, I would say the Manchester City of old, there were times where we knew that by now they will be doing about 15 to 17 games in Spain, winning. Right? Yes, times have changed. Of course, if you look at the trajectory of players signed by Pep Guardiola during that time they were doing it, and now you will know that the quality is not the same thing. But my thing is this, right? It's just game by game. they're just suffering from short-term memory. When that stuff happened, they tipped Arsenal to go on to win the league. They said it's a weak league for the Gunners. At some point, they said, oh, Manchester City now is going to catch them. They were calling Arsenal bottle jobs and all of that. Now, it's the narrative that shifted again. Should Arsenal go on another winless run and Manchester City keeps winning, it is still going to fall back. So that's why I'm saying that I'm not really believing all of these statements. But then, if you look at Manchester City, truly, the quality of players, yes, signed by Pep Guardiola, you will see that it seems like a drop-off from the players they used to sign in the past. I'm not saying...
They brought in Donnarumma to replace Ederson.
Yes.
Right?
But
that's top quality.
Who did they sign to replace Kevin De Bruyne? That's Ryan Sheki, who is actually doing well. They signed Tijani Reinders. You look at the quality of players that left. Tijani Reinders to replace Gundogan has he really proven to be the replacement so far? Yes, he's doing well on his own part.
For himself.
But yes, I understand. But if you look at the quality of players, I don't think it's really the same, right? And as for Arsenal, I think they're just taking it game by game. We all know Arsenal's problem. Arsenal's problem at the end of the day is still Arsenal. It's that consistency, right? But for me, I think this season should be their season. Should be their season because it's looking like other teams, are still trying to find their feet. I won't say that it's a weak league. It's just Arsenal being more consistent than the others for me.
It's just that Man City is not ready to chase.
But what about Liverpool that broke the transfer record twice? They signed quality players to retain the title, and they're not doing well.
Yeah, Liverpool has already left. Liverpool has left the scene as far as
it's a matter of being consistent. Because what I won't take is that at the end of the season, people will now come out to say they handed the league to Arsenal. It was a level playing ground. Did you perform? No.
Okay, what about last season? Did they hand over the league to Liverpool? That's what some people also say too. So does that mean it's correct?
Did you look at the trajectory of last season? Liverpool led from almost like week 3 to the end of the season.
Yeah.
Was there any other team that took over?
No.
No, but we've seen occasions where Manchester City has led the table.
Arsenal has led.
Liverpool were leading. Liverpool were leading at the beginning of the season.
Was it first 3 weeks or 4 weeks?
First 5 to 6 weeks.
6 weeks, yeah.
When they were getting late winners, people were saying that's the hallmark of champions. Yeah. Now, are we not seeing any hallmark again?
Then Arsenal has taken the lead since. I've not dropped from the league.
But Manchester City has led the table about 2 times or 3 times.
But Arsenal, since they've been on top,
you can't compare the level of competition this season to the one of last season.
Okay.
It's like everything just fell to the wayside at the beginning of last season. I'm not saying it was still a level playing ground, but yes, you can still say that the league was handed to Liverpool last season, but not this one. I wouldn't say the league was handed to Arsenal.
Arsenal won the league yet, so they win the league.
Arsenal suffered drop-offs now. Arsenal were losing games now.
They will now determine whether they will.
How many games Liverpool lose last season?
No, the league has not been won yet.
Exactly, the league has not been won.
Let's be factual about that.
Yes.
When they now win the league, we can now come to a submission that
if they don't win this league, it will be bottling, for real. It will be bottling.
Arsenal have been there before.
This is not the first time.
Arsenal have been there before.
It will not be the first time, and I think the reason why Arsenal is leading with 6 points is VAR. To be honest,
really,
the first goal of Tottenham, the first goal of Tottenham
that was a foul.
Should be a foul. That should never be a goal, and there's VAR there. Even Rodri was very bitter. He was complaining bitterly. Pep just stopped the shot from complaining. So remove the VAR call. I think probably maybe Man City wins that game. 2. The reason why Man City is nowhere they were the last time is because FFP has kicked in. They have to start balancing their books. They can't just shell out money to get top of the best of the best. And that is the reason why you are seeing them, make do with, average players and trying to get the best out of them. And that is the reason why they are struggling. I think they are going through a transition at the moment, and it's going to take a bit of time. For Arsenal, yes, they were fantastic over the weekend, but I'm still not convinced with Arsenal, to be honest with you.
I mean,
the guys that are supposed to be, the guys that are supposed to bang in the goals, they are not doing it.
Yeah.
You can't even bank on Goycores to do it. So Saka, Nonimadueke only came in because he pulled out. So I'm still not sure about Arsenal at the moment. And if you look at the quality of Arsenal side, to be honest with you, I'm not taking anything away from them. You cannot compare Arsenal is playing now with the likes of the Henry era, Thierry era.
No, it's not comparable.
This team is below par and is below quality. That's just it. If other teams were well to do, Arsenal will not be topping, and that's just the honest truth.
Oh, really?
Wow. Okay. That's a conversation we'll bring another day because I was going to bring it up for school's comment. It's a big topic here. Take a look at this Arsenal side being according to scores, they say this will be the worst Arsenal side to win the league as far as Arsenal is concerned.
It's not about best or worst.
I would agree.
It's not about best or worst. It's about
that's a conversation. That's a conversation that requires 1 hour to talk about.
We shouldn't be putting comparisons. Oh, come on.
There will always be comparison.
It's not comparison. Look at the quality.
The quality of the
Thierry
Henry era, the Arsene Wenger
Liverpool
era.
don't have the quality to go on to defend this title. Is that what you're telling me?
No, you are getting the conversation wrong.
That's what he said.
No, he said, as far as the Arsenal teams that have won the league in the past, look at the Arsene Wenger era. The Thierry Henry was banging in 15, 20, 30 goals in a season.
Yeah.
They win the league. But look at the attack of the Arsenal side now compared to that attack. And now you see that this team is the worst. What's up? Because look at the highest goal scorer in that Arsenal team is Trossard. 5 goals.
Should I ask a question?
And you brought in Goyo Kores.
Okay.
Saka has refused to assist him. The likes of, what's his name? Your number 10. They refuse to assist this man to score goals.
Let me now ask a question. Jerry, let me now ask a question. What has the attractive football given the team in the past 3 years?
Okay, no more attractive
So what
football.
are they saying?
Okay,
it's not about being the best or worst. It's about what is about. It's a result business.
Okay,
it's result business.
Oh, really?
Yes.
All
Now,
the things that we win in the league.
the attractive football did not win anything for 3 years.
So okay, okay.
Yes.
But that's the only thing that is the worst thing.
I'm with you. The other teams below them, if they are step up, do you think Arsenal will be leading at the moment? The other teams below them, if they are actually step up, if you look at teams below them, they've been having issues with consistency. If they were consistent, do you think Arsenal will be leading at the moment?
It's about who is consistent. It's about who is consistent, Mayowa. We all know that the Premier League is about who is consistent. When Chelsea won in 2015, they were consistent. When they won in 2004, 2005, they were consistent. It's about being consistent.
That's the conversation for another day. Thank you very much, Mayowa, for being also on the show. It's time to wrap it up. Big thanks to Fizz, the Nigerian, for being also on the show as well. We'll meet again tomorrow.
I'm Nigerian.
Okay, the Nigerian. Thank you very much, guys. And of course, the guys behind the scenes, talking about likes of Shogun, not leaving out Paul, Sam, and of course, Hassan. My name is Jerry Apelahai, saying thanks for being a part of the locker room. Up next is Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro. Stay tuned.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
When you say, make Nigeria no happen to you, me sef go say, make you no happen to Nigeria.
You dey bypass your light meter. You dey jump queue.
Yet, you dey wait make Niger change for you. My brother, my sister, you sef change.
Oya, See that Naija pikin wey pack dirty wey block gutter wey dey cause flood.
Abba, Naija pikin, make we dey care for our environment.
Gen Zs no wan work. Na quick cash dem dey find.
Just like that, boys don't turn Pablo. And girls?
Hablets.
Wetin dey happen?
We dey argue online, spread fake news with our full chest, divide ourselves on top religion, tribe, and politics matter.
But we go dey shout, no unity for Naija.
My brother, my sister, unity begins with you.
Someone japa, nobody wants stay.
But who go fix Naija if no be you?
Omo, you go stay o.
Naija dey wait for us same way we dey wait for Naija. That's why National Orientation Agency don bring this better ogbonge plan wey go change the game. That na 7 for 7 agenda. 7 promises from leaders and 7 citizen codes.
Equality, democracy, entrepreneurship, employment, peace and security, inclusivity, justice, meritocracy. Now the Naija promises.
But without our own discipline, duty of care and tolerance, respect and true leadership, transparency we all need, environmental awareness, resilience in no go walk.
7 promises, them don't talk am. 7 codes, now we go do am o. No dey wait, no dey look face, join body make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Naija. Leave bribery, wash your hands, come out from go waste. Talk true when you see am, security concern na all of us.
No dey complain about Naija, complaining no dey change am o. If you be true Nigerian, if you be ogbonge Naija, if we want better tomorrow, now we go make am work today.
7 promises, them don't talk am. 7 codes, now we go do am o. No dey wait, no dey look face, join body make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Naija. Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Cross River, Delta, Edo, and Rivers. Oh, Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Cross River, Delta, Edo, and Rivers. Oh, 7 promises, them don't talk am. 7 codes, now we go do am o. No dey wait, no dey look face, join body make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Naija.
If we be true Nigerians, we go rise hand in hand.
Uphold the 7 for 7 agenda for Naija, our hope, our pride, and our strength.
Powered by National Orientation Agency. Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the
beautiful evening to you and welcome to Political Lens. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Now we are broadcasting on through SLTV channel 264 and on YouTube we are at VOP TV, just like we are on other social media platforms. On the show today we have done a compendium of political stories about what happened around the country in the past week regarding the struggle for power in 2027 between the ruling party APC and the opposition parties. Now, let's start with the launch of the ADC Policy and Manifesto Committee over the weekend. The ADC National Chairman, Senator David Mark, has blamed Nigeria's worsening economic conditions on the APC-led government, accusing it of implementing harsh and ineffective policies. Speaking at the inauguration of the ADC Policy and Manifesto Committee, Mark said Nigerians are more interested in practical solutions than political rhetoric. He charged the committee to develop people-focused, workable policies that address insecurity, poverty, energy costs, education, healthcare, and governance failures, stressing that leadership must be judged by its ability to reduce suffering and restore hope. Well, let's bring in our guests as we've been joined in the studio here in Lagos, where we are broadcasting from, by Mr. Darlington Agombo. Mr. Agombo is a lawyer as well as political affairs analyst. Good evening to you, Mr. Agombo, and thanks for joining me on Political Lens.
Good evening.
How was your weekend, sir? Good to see you again.
Yeah, it's my pleasure being here.
Okay, beautiful. We appreciate your presence in Political Lens. Now, let's talk about the ADC as a political party. How do you see the organization ahead of 2027 general election? I want your broad review of what they have done since they came into power, because the idea is, well, what are we going to do to upset and upstage the ruling party in 2027? If you look at the ADC, right from the inception, I mean, the time that, well, Atiku and Co. dumped their political interest in ADC up until this moment, how has the organization been in terms of their capacity, their capability and effectiveness in wresting power from the ruling APC in 2027? Let us into all that you know.
The taste of the food is in the eating. It is only when ADC come into power that we now know the difference. For now, it is just rhetorics. That is what I can say from the beginning.
No, Barrister, I hate to butt in. You know, I'm not asking you at this point what the APC can do. I mean, in terms of the political weight, the political capital they have, in terms of organization, when we talk about structure, are they effectively holding the mantle of opposition and all of that? That is where I want us to remain at this moment.
They are still struggling to stand on their feet. As of today, we don't even know who is going to be what in ADC. ADC is like something that is in a flux. You don't know who is their flag bearer, all their officials and all that, until they do their primaries, you know, and then we see their manifesto. You can now say, okay, this is where these people are going. For now, without the manifesto, how can I rate them? They are just trying to form a formidable opposition. They are not solid yet. They are not.
No, Barrister, you seem to be missing my question. Like, let's go back to 2022, or sorry, into 2013, 2014, in the lead up to the 2015 general election. You saw what the opposition APC did at that point in terms of holding the government to account, whatever means they use. I mean, Lai Mohammed was always on the media, you know, pushing out information about what is done wrong, what they are going to do, and all of that. So my question is, do you think that the ADC has done enough to be able in 2027 to convince Nigerians in terms of the organization of the party? I'm not talking, I will get into talk about who gets the party ticket, at what point, you know, who is for who and who is against who. For now, ADC as an opposition party, how effective have they played that role of opposition?
They have not, and that is because they are trying to find their feet.
Okay.
In 2014, 2013, you mentioned, APC was intentional.
Okay.
They were intentional on what they were. With people like Lai Mohammed, they gave a PDP a run for their money. But we are not seeing such a thing from ADC based on the fact that the people there are mostly conservative.
Okay.
They are not radical politicians who want to snatch it, grab it, and run with it. They are being level-headed and they are being cool-headed, and so they don't want to upturn the polity. ADC has so far have been very cool-headed as far as I'm concerned. They are not your rabble-rouser who like to stoke up the polity, who like to rouse out on controversies, who like to carry propaganda and all that. I mean, what APC did, if every other party were to do it in Nigeria, the country will implode. So ADC so far is being what I can say, reasonable in their approach to national issues. They pick on issue and they talk about it. Like P2B is telling you about how many times somebody have traveled, how many times you have left the country. It's not good for the economy and all that. Yeah, and then Atiku is even, okay, to tell you what I mean, Atiku is now talking with ADP, yes, African Democratic Party. Now, he's speaking with them. Is that not true? Meanwhile, he's in ADC. So you can see that this party, they are not there yet.
Okay, so they are not yet very well organized.
Exactly.
You think that Bolaji Abdullahi is not doing enough as the spokesperson of the party?
No, it's not in the order of Lai Mohammed. No,
okay.
It's not. And it's for a purpose. Because whatever they do now, with the level of insecurity we have, anybody that is trying to put fuel in a raging fire, that person will be held responsible with all these rumors of coup and all that. So the country is not ready for somebody like Lai Mohammed now.
Okay.
You saw all the things he said under PD. You saw it. And 90% of them were falsehood. But PDP, because of their nature.
ADC.
I mean, when
PDP at that point.
Yes, at that point, yes. If PDP were to take on APC and all the things they said, and most of them would have gone to prison. But PDP was very tolerant. Very, very tolerant. All the things APC was saying just to gain the attention of the polity. PDP allowed it. They never bothered. They never disturbed them. And so they used that opportunity to be spreading falsehood propaganda, like there was no subsidy, like the country is going down. Like, all those rumors, which later turned out to be true today. You can now see. So all those, I don't think this other political party, they are not interested in spreading falsehood and all that.
Okay, all right, beautiful. Now, Barrister, using this track, do you think that ADC can cause an upset in 2027?
Yes, because Nigerians are beginning to realize that falsehood and propaganda is not the way to go. In fact, they have learned their lesson with APC. Because all the things APC told them before they came on board, they later find out today that all of them are false. So any other party that wants to spread propaganda, they will not find it funny with Nigerians. Nigerians want to hear the truth, want to say the truth, and want to do the right thing. That is the only way Nigeria can move forward. What is plaguing APC today is because of what they said. Their past is haunting them, and they don't know how to wriggle out of it. Their past is haunting them. Seriously. All the things they promised Nigeria, they have not fulfilled. Just one like this. And so, how will anybody come with the same trajectory and start telling Nigerians falsehood? And when I come to office, dollar will be 1 naira to $1. When I come to office, you'll be buying fuel 15 naira per liter. When I come to all those things.
But they also said they were going to remove fuel subsidy, and which they have done.
For what?
And we see the results. We see the outcomes.
They said when they remove it, Nigeria will become paradise.
Okay.
I listened to that inaugural speech and what the president said. So those things he said about fuel subsidy, are you seeing it now?
Well, but do we have to blame the president? The governors acknowledge that they are receiving more money.
No, please. Let's start from you. You are the one who removed the subsidy. You are taking the large chunk of the subsidy removal. Is that not true? Let us start from you. Anything that has to do with the federal government supposed to be top-notch by now.
Okay.
So that you can now have the audacity to blame the states. You are the one collecting the large chunk of FAC.
Okay.
What have you done with that money?
They are building infrastructure.
Which infrastructure?
They are building the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway.
Can you just imagine?
They are building the Badagry-Sokoto Highway.
Can you just imagine?
Dave Umar, he says he's doing a lot of work along federal roads in all parts of the country.
The easiest way to eat money in Nigeria is this road construction. That is why they are concentrating on it. That is the easiest way. A road that will not worth up to 100 million.
Barrister, they refurbished the International Conference Center in Abuja.
I think we are making this look like a joke.
Barrister, we joke. I mean, these are things that we can see.
At what cost? And how did it impact on the economy? Their so-called Lagos Colorado, since they finished the first phase, people have been using it. What happened?
Okay, the ICC is raking in revenue for the nation now.
Like who have been using it?
People have been using it.
Who and who?
We can acknowledge that a lot of people have been, in fact, people have lined up, that is booked up until a certain time.
You had it, and who? If they do any major event in that place, you will hear it. The press will cover it. True of us.
But events
will cover. The press will cover. You can't do any program there without the press taking notes. You must invite the press.
Okay.
You can't spend all that money to rent that place and you could put it in the cooler.
No, but I'm telling you that events do happen. The events do go on there.
Where are the events? Who and who?
Barrister, this just one up because you raised the issue of removal of fuel subsidy. Now, NEL Fund, Nigerian students are assessing education loans, and the federal government has promised to give lecturers and non-teaching staff in federal universities 40 billion naira loans, zero interest, to be paid over from 1 million to 10 million naira to be paid over a period of 5 years. Now, are they not enjoying the fruits of the removal of the first subsidy?
No, all these things are not the dividend of first subsidy removal.
So what should have been?
What should have been is the economy proper.
Okay.
The cost of living. That is it. The cost of living. People can go to market with 10,000 naira at least and then buy food stuff that will take them for a week.
We hear that the prices of food items are coming down.
Well, that is audio price reduction.
Barrister, do you go to market?
I don't eat.
No, I know. But do you go to market?
If people are going to market on my behalf, am I not getting feedback?
Okay.
No, am I not going?
All right. Now, Barrister, before we lose track, let's focus on what the ADC is doing at the moment. How seriously should Nigerians take ADC? I ask that question in the light of the fact that if you look at the composition of the ADC, almost everybody in the ADC has at one time or the other been either a member of the APC or a member of the PDP. And now these are the two political parties that have ruled Nigeria in the past 26 years. If we have an economic decline, they take responsibility. If we have economic growth, they take responsibility. Now that we are complaining, Nigerians are complaining about economic decline. And we have people from the two major political parties that caused this gather in one. They are nested in one political party. How seriously should we take them?
Let us separate the wheat from the chaff, please.
Okay.
When you are talking of a party that brought Nigeria to where it is, please, I'm appealing to you, remove PDP from it.
Okay, you are the one who doing
I said remove PDP.
Okay.
PDP in office was not like this. Nigeria was not like this for 16 years of PDP. And I challenge you to tell me otherwise. Let us call a spade here. And that's what in fact, I am using the PDP template to mark APC in office.
Okay.
Until they bring us back to where they met us in 2015, I will never celebrate them. I've said this severally. Look at how they are struggling now to bring the exchange rates to a reasonable level. That means they knew ab initio that they were wrong. Look at how they are struggling now to bring down the price of goods and services. That means they know that ab initio they were wrong. All the things they are struggling to achieve now is what PDP gave us for 16 years. They gave it to us. So until they take us back to that place, and maybe even reduce it more to show their own expertise, management expertise, I will never celebrate them.
Okay.
So anybody that wants to celebrate, they can go ahead. But
all right. Now, Barrister, if you say we should isolate PDP, let us isolate PDP. Now, let's talk about people that have been in the APC and now in the ADC. If you look at the man that, that midwife the ADC transition from an association to a political party, the man that became the first national chairman of the APC, talking about Odigie Oyegun, former governor of Edo State, is now in the APC. So what has he got to offer? He's now in the ADC. Bolaji Abdullahi was once a member of the APC, PDP, APC then. He's now in the ADC. Nasiru El-Rufai, member of the PDP, APC, is now in the ADC. So that's my question. We have people that have straddled, both political parties at one time or the other. And in their faces, this country collapsed, according to what Nigerians say, which you have also said. Now we have them gather in one political party. How seriously should we take them?
The only thing that is constant in life is change.
Okay.
When they left PDP, you knew and you saw what happened. It was all about propaganda.
Okay.
APC used propaganda to rubbish PDP.
Okay.
And that was why all of them now coalesce into APC. Now, under APC, they realize that what they send them to buy for them in the market is not what they bought.
Okay.
Check all of them what they are saying. They say, no, this is not what our intention in APC. And so they are leaving APC to join another party.
Barrister, are you aware that Atiku Abubakar was at one time a member of the APC?
They left because APC was going on the wrong direction.
Or because they didn't get power in the APC?
No, it's not. No, the reason they gave is Jermaine.
Okay.
Yes. It's Jermaine, like these people now that are jumping into APC. If not for their own selfish interests and all that, tell me why they are going into APC. Is there anything tangible, something you can hold on to, that is driving them into APC? Is it not where things are moving, where things are going on, that people want to go there? So in that of APC, if not for inducement and other pecuniary reasons, is there any other reason why these people are going into APC? Especially people with baggages. People that have skeleton in their cupboard. Is there any other reason? So if people left...
Okay, so why do you think people are going into ADC?
Yeah, because that's a new party.
Okay.
They want to know if they can rescue Nigeria with that party. That is the issue here. They want to go to that place to see if they can use that party, because there's no independent candidate.
So apparently it's just about using a platform to acquire power. The power they didn't get in APC, or what?
That is part of the intention of any political party.
Okay.
They want to wrestle power and they want to use it to further the progress of the country or the party.
Beautiful. Now, good. But Barrister, let's talk about the possibilities because the issue of the presidential ticket of the ADC has been in contention. I mean, it's been an interminable debate, flurry of opinions from here and there. People saying it's either Atiku and Amechi or Obi Kwakwanso or Atiku and Obi or Kwakwanso and Amechi and all of that. Which of this, and we hear that Atiku is having a romance with ADP, simply because according to reports, media reports, well, he is kind of perturbed by the fact that there is this idea that Obi and Kwakwanso might just pull a surprise, at the primaries. I mean, if Kwakwanso with his Kwakwansia movement have this kind of, political capital that is coming from with the North, and he combines it with what Obi has in the Obedient movement, former Labour Party, his adherents and all of that, that they might just bring a surprise, against him during the primaries and take the ticket from him. So he's probably running to the ADP to see either a possibility of leaving ADC to the ADP or pulling a chunk of the ADP, to the ADC, so that in the time of primaries, he'll have enough delegates to help him secure, that ticket. What do you see in all of this?
What I see in Atiku is not a rigid and a principled politician. He is not consistent, and this thing has cost him a lot. Seriously. If Atiku had stayed in one political party by now, he would have achieved his aim in life, and that is to become the president of this country. So this idea of whenever there is a minor hiccup, he will move to another platform. and whenever he will come back. So all these things, it have actually affected his political fortune or political capital.
Barrister, he could just have been trying his luck. Buhari did the same thing. Buhari moved from AMPP to APP to CPC to APC, and at the end it worked for him.
Hold on, but somebody has been consistent. In fact, somebody has been able to midwife AC, ACN, APC. Two of us.
Talking about the current president.
I mean, well, somebody did it, yes.
Yes, somebody did. But I'm telling you that what Atiku is doing is similar to what Buhari did, and it worked for him. So probably he's following Buhari's track.
In this case now, he has not even formed any merger. He has not. I don't see any merger. They all joined APC. Yeah, they came into ADC. No party joined them as a merger. None. So this thing he's doing now is what he would have done earlier. Bringing this ADP and other party into ADC.
And maybe that's what he's trying to do.
Well, at what point? At what
At this point, that he has started holding talks with them.
Look, what I'm saying is that Atiku should have started earlier on. Before now, he would have achieved his aim if he had been consistent. But he was not. You are talking of Buhari. Look at the trajectory. They came together when they discovered that PDP was becoming a behemoth. But in this case now...
Don't you think that is what Atiku is trying to do as well?
No, I don't think so, because the performance of APC is enough to see them out of office. Their performance alone. If they are going to do this election based on performance, it will be very difficult for Nigerians to willingly.
But according to you, they have also become a behemoth like the PDP. So it will take something like a monster or a Leviathan to take them out of office.
No, look, when I was coming from somewhere, look, I said, if you are going to conduct this election based on performance, I don't think there's any reasonable Nigeria that willingly vote for APC after what they have gone through in the last 4 years. I don't think so. The person will come and tell me the reason. That's sustainable reason, not just propaganda or rhetorics. That particular thing you have enjoyed under APC that have made your life better. So if you don't have...
No, I understand your point, but what has that got to do with articles trying to woo the ADP into ADC and all of that?
What it has got to do with them is that I think he started late.
He started late.
He started late. By now, he would have been... in fact, all this fear that he's trying to entertain with the Kwakwa so will be...
It should have been unfounded.
I'm telling you, it would be too big for anybody to, even challenge him and all that.
All right.
It's like APC now. Will anybody raise their finger in APC and want to be president? No, tell me, will anybody in APC say...
Well, Barrister, you never can tell. They have also said, the National Working Committee of the ADC, APC has also said that, look, well, the party ticket has not been given to anybody, and everybody will have to fight for it.
And the billboard and the posts are all over the place. Any other person?
Anyway,
Barrister,
let's see how it happens. Now, let's get into our second topic. The All Progressives Congress, APC, has dismissed allegations by the African Democratic Congress, ADC, that civil servants are being coerced into joining the ruling party through its electronic membership registration. While APC described the claims as a deliberate disinformation campaign motivated by fear of its growing membership, the party's National Public Secretary, Felix Muoka, insisted the registration process is voluntary and transparent, accusing the ADC of repeatedly spreading falsehoods to undermine the party's digital reforms. Barrister, there are rumors out there, that the ruling party is coercing people to register with APC. In Enugu State, it is alleged that teachers are being coerced to register with APC or be sacked. Have you heard anything about such a thing, and what do you see? Felix Muoka says, well, ADC, you don't need to complain. The only thing is our growing membership is kind of, making you uncomfortable, and that is why you're complaining. We are not doing any form of underground registration and all of that. What do you know about this issue? Because I think it's raged for a while now, accusation and counter-accusation between both parties.
Mr. Okoro, the problem with Nigeria is that we don't face reality until it is late and unmanageable. For the past 1 month now, at least, 1 month, since December, this rumor of people, registering something somewhere, collecting your voter's card, collecting your name and all that, it is all over, in the open. Why have nobody investigated this thing to know who is behind it, to know the party in, because right now, I cannot sit down here and accuse the APC.
Okay.
Because nobody has called them out. Nobody has called any party out, say you are the one behind this inducement and all that. And so, it is now in the realm of speculation, allegation, rumor and all that. Meanwhile, it is going on.
Okay.
It's going on.
So how do you know it's going on?
Because people are saying it.
Okay.
On our show the other day, one man called, he said he's from there now, that he's from there, that they are paying 70,000.
Okay, now, do you think it is not being investigated because it's the ruling party that is involved?
Nobody have told us. That's what I'm telling you now. Because they don't say, rumor. Who told you the APC? Who told you the ADC? Who told you PDP? They need to go into investigation. INEC.
Exactly. Okay, INEC needs to investigate.
Yes, with the police. Find out who is doing this thing here. Because they have seen it all over. They know they have seen it. They are not even hiding it.
Barrister, you have brought us back to my question. Now, do you think that it is not being investigated by INEC or security agencies because the ruling party is the one that is involved? At least we have not heard that that ADC or Labour Party or PDP is harnessing people's national identification number, people's driver's licenses, people's identification number to register them or to coerce them into registration for their membership. The only thing we have heard is accusations by the major opposition parties. Look, this is what the ruling party is doing. And now my question is, do you think that it is not being investigated because the ruling party is involved?
It is not being investigated. And if it is being investigated, why is there no official statement from the police or INEC? And why is it that nobody has been arrested? It is this official position that I will dwell on if I want to discuss this matter. Because APC can deny that those people are doing it on their own. No, it is not the official position of APC. We didn't send them. They might even deny them if they are arrested. They might deny them and say they're on their own. At that point, what would you not say? It has to be official police report based on their investigation, based on their interrogation. So, if they have refused to do the needful, then let us, all of us, remain quiet and start lying to ourselves.
Okay.
Because right now, I think what Nigeria believe, the government believe is lies. Let us be lying to ourselves and let me see how Nigeria will move forward. Nobody wants to say the truth. Who told you? What makes you think it is this person? Meanwhile, you are seeing it. I don't think there's any other party that has the money to be doing all these things. No other party. 70,000 each person. And it is people that collected are showing it. They are telling us.
But so if we have all this evidence, what other investigation do we
police need to come in to make sure, yes, so that it will be official that with this political party, this is what they are doing.
Okay.
That's what you can go to court with. Isokoro.
Okay.
That is what the law accepts. You can't just go to court and challenge. The law will accept official position, official report.
Okay. But Barrister, there was a story that went out last week that a certain terror kingpin, Torji Bello, had been registered as a member of the APC. Did you hear that story?
They showed the card.
They showed the card. And people dismissed it.
But look, that one I don't need to doubt it because can you tell me one particular reason why Torji Bello is still in Nigeria? Holding swear. Tell me, a terrorist, a known terrorist. No, tell me, if not that the government is pampering him, if not that there is something he's doing for government, Mr. Okoro, there are things that are very obvious. You know what baffles me? These people used to go on emissary. The federal government used to send some people to Torji Bello. Not once, not twice. And when they go to him, they will discuss and talk, you know, after all the camaraderie and all the clinking of glasses. When they are going, this same man will say, okay, for your coming, oh yeah, come. I have some captives in my domain. Oh yeah, take these people, take them, give your government. I don't need all these people again. And if the gun with me is too much. Oh yeah, take this 32 number. Mr. Okoro, it happened here. I am holding on to that. That's why I'm talking about it. And when this man came back, they were congratulating everybody. When I knew that, yes, the federal government said there was, when they were congratulating the federal government, congratulating the National Security Advisor, congratulating everybody, I said, you mean these people sent, God Almighty. I didn't, until these people spoke, and they are Muslim clergymen that went on that mission. Then 2 days after, the army was telling us that they are still looking for Toju Bello. Mr. Okoro, that one put me off. I said it made me angry. You are looking for who? So those men that went to see him, you couldn't tell them, well, go and show us where you met this man. You can see what you are talking about. So it is all these things that I hold on to. Facts. Incontrovertible facts. So the federal government, if you tell me that, yes, this man, I cannot doubt it. Because there's a reason why that man is still here. There's a particular reason why, with all he has done, he's still here. Issue statement, talking. And the federal government doesn't want to take him down.
But sir, you think it's a matter of the federal government doesn't want to take him down, or they are unable to take him down?
No,
the man is
it's not possible. They are just keeping him for. There's something he's doing for them.
Okay.
That is the way I look at it. There is something that man is doing for the federal government. For him to have been holding this way, there must be something. Even though nobody has come out to tell us. Because the picture I painted for you here now, is it not enough evidence that this man has something to do with the federal government? No, tell me.
Okay, Barrister, Mr. Moka said that, look, well, that the ADC is just jittery because of the growing membership of the APC. So, do you think that, their members are growing? Because at last count, they have 29 state governors in their kitty. So,
they say the road to hell is too wide and many people are trooping to their place. Where that of heaven is so narrow because of the condition to enter heaven. In that of hell, there is no condition. The more sinful you are, the more, and many people will tend to sin because that place, it is a no-hold bar. You are free to do whatever, do anything, and then move to that side. The road is open for everybody. But in that of heaven, it is selective. They sieve the chaff from the wheat for you to go to heaven. But in hell, nobody bothers. So if you say that your number is good, what is the quality of the people? People that have baggages.
In politics, what matters is quantity, not quality. First past the post.
No.
It's an exam where second is last. If they need 100 votes, and if there are a total of 100 votes, and a candidate scores 25, the second person that scores 20 fail the exam.
Exactly, you're right. So if you are now saying that the more people we are growing in number, what is the quality of the human being?
I just told you that in politics, what matters is quantity. Democracy is all about numbers, not the quality of the people.
Number during voting. But in terms of quality, administrative capacity.
No, but they are saying, let's get the power first. We'll know what to do with it.
You have power already.
No, I mean politicians. I'm not talking about the AP. We're just talking about numbers.
But you are telling me APC has the more number.
That's what they are claiming.
So with the number you have, what have you done? Can't you see it? With the growing number, what have you done? The 29 state governors in their kitty, what is the performance of those governors in their respective states? No, tell me. These are how to look at it. You know one thing. This party that is in power, they believe that Nigerians are gullible. Nigerians can be gotten so cheap and so easy. So their performance doesn't bother them at all.
You think that PDP wasn't like that? Because at that point, why did Nigerians buy into the change idea?
Because look, that's what I say, that when mouth go to war and leg now let her go to that war, leg will not come back. That was what happened to Nigerians when propaganda was rife. I just told you here, all the things they accused PDP of, Mr. Okoro, APC have done it 100 times over True or false?
Okay, so Nigerians were deceived in 2015.
Exactly. So they
Nigerians were deceived in 2019. Nigerians were deceived in 2023.
No, they are using power now. Election that we are conducted after that.
Okay.
Was it an election?
Okay, so how long do you, using this power, how long do you think that they can stay in office?
It is 2027 now that awareness has become very open. People are now wiser. Like they used to say, Ojutela. People are now wiser. And that was why somebody can lose what is it called, a Lagos state that is a no-go area since 1999. Is it not because of awareness?
They say it wasn't awareness that P2B played the ethnic card.
So the Igbos who own Lagos have
I mean, that's what out there.
Look, can you imagine? So the population of Igbos cover that of.
As a matter of fact, it was Hakeem Baba Ahmed said that when they asked him about what happened in Lagos on the 25th of February 2023, he said, well, that P2B played the ethnic card. That was why.
In what way?
But I wasn't the anchor man, so I would have asked him.
So in what way? You know, when people say something, interrogate it further. Is it that the population of Igbos in Lagos override that of Yoruba and other ethnic groups? Is it possible? It's not possible now.
Okay, now, Barrister, let's go into a similar conversation because the APC has also declared its readiness to welcome former NNPP presidential candidate, talking about Senator Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, into its fold following the defection of Kano State Governor Abba Yusuf and several lawmakers, to the ruling APC. The APC National Chairman, Professor Nentawe Yilwada, said the party's doors remain open to Kwankwaso, though no formal talks are ongoing. Kwankwaso, reacting to Yusuf's defection, expressed shock and disappointment, describing the move as unexpected and emotionally painful, given his role in Yusuf's political rise. Well, Barrister, you've heard it from the APC National Chairman. Well, doors are open to him. More like they are not done. They are still winning a lot of people. And you are talking about numbers and quality and quantity. I mean, look at, they're saying, well, Kwankwaso, your godson has joined us. The doors are open for you. Why are they still shopping? I mean, shopping for numbers. Shouldn't people be the ones running to the party or instead of the other way around? What we see.
Most times people go to where the grass is greener. Like our people that used to jackpot. Are they not jackpot into greener pastures?
Okay.
And so, yes, like any human being would want to go where he will be treated nicely, where he will be welcome, where the bread is buttered. And so that is the only reason why they are going to APC. Now, ADC is looking for quality human beings who came to rescue Nigeria from where they are. So if they are coming in trickles, if they are coming in small numbers, I will not blame them because it's always like that.
Okay, you will not blame the ADC? No,
I won't. They are there, but eventually, by the time they gain power and get traction, the same thing, the same people that jump into APC will jump back.
Barrister, the only thing that we are still making the same mistake. I mean, this is a game of numbers. One is looking for quantity, one is looking for quality. And your quality wouldn't count for you until you have the quantity, which is to get the power with the numbers that you have. If ADC is not shopping, for quantity and they are shopping for quality, how will they get into office?
They will not force you to come. Nigerians are there.
Okay, Nigerians are there.
The leadership that you are talking about here, people who will make the bulk of the leadership of ADC, the people who will be at the driving seat. The rest is there for Nigerians.
Okay.
Nigerians, they will come when they see that, yes, this party is going somewhere. You need to convince them that you mean business and you are ready for power. That is how it is. And when you now get the power, definitely all these people will jump back. Due to the principle of freedom of association, freedom of choice, freedom of movement, all those freedoms, they will apply it and they will use it to move. You can't stop them. Is that not true?
Okay, now Barrister, let's talk about the events that, in Kano State between Kwankwaso and Yusuf, because it's something that has it become a pattern, more like, because if you go back in history between what happened in 1979 between Abubakar Rimi and who? Then.
And who?
Between Abubakar Rimi and the person that put him in office at that point. And that was
Aminu Kano.
Aminu Kano. Aminu Kano. Then we also have that this Kokwanso himself was the godson of Abubakar Rimi.
Yes.
You know, and what has happened between Kokwanso and Ganduje, what is happening between Yusufu and Kokwanso himself. Now, let's relate it to what is happening in Port Harcourt, you know, where Amechi said, well, Rivers has become the capital of, the betrayal capital of politics in Nigeria. Has it become a pattern in both states?
No, if you check, it is the leadership at the national level that is behind most of these things. People ordinarily cannot just decide and be playing the...
Which leadership are you talking about? The current leadership?
The Judas role they are playing. APC, go and check, they are behind most of these things.
Okay.
Is that not true?
No, I don't know. Because I know that Amechi and Odile, when they had problems, APC wasn't there.
It wasn't like this.
Okay.
It wasn't like this.
But the APC was not there.
No, it was not this bad now.
Okay, it wasn't according to
like
you. Okay.
this Kano now. You remember the drama behind the Yusuf defection? In fact, the president had to tell him to wait for him in Aso Rock. And the man was there for 2 days waiting for him. Is that not true? Because they needed to talk. What are they talking? After that discussion, the man now defected. What does that tell you? So the people were being induced. People were being coerced. They are not doing this willingly. If he want to do will he go to Aso Rock? We won't go there. Then talk of Rivers. What the wicked did? You saw what he did. He has committed open confession on what he did. And so, who benefited from what Wike did?
Barrister,
who benefited?
Barrister, exactly my question. So what is going on in Kano and Rivers State at this moment? You lay it at this doorstep of the central government now. I'm talking about the pattern itself, right from Abubakar Rimi and Aminu Kano. I mean, APC wasn't there. Tinubu wasn't there in office then.
No, when there is a vacuum.
Okay, when there's a vacuum.
Whenever there's a vacuum, please. That's why they say nature abhors a vacuum.
Okay.
Somebody must feel it. Didn't Aminu Kano leave before Remi came in?
Okay.
Didn't Remi leave before, what is his name, Kwakwanso? So, I mean, I don't understand. It's natural. When there is a vacuum, somebody must feel it.
Okay.
It's not betrayal. It's not betrayal per se. It's not at all. It's just because of there is a vacuum.
Okay, so there are different cases. What is going on in Kano and what is going on in Rivers? There are different cases.
Right now, you cannot even blame the governor of Kano.
Okay.
Something is behind him. Something is pushing him.
Okay.
And the man is fighting for his political survival.
Okay. Just like Fubara.
So in that case, look at how a governor was invited in Asoro to come and write undertaking this and that.
Barrister, I don't understand you. Which governor was invited?
Fubara.
To write undertaking?
That this and that, he will do this, he will do this. Is that how to sort out a problem? Why not call the man who is causing this problem? Leave this governor alone. You are not supposed to be interfering in River State affairs. You have finished your term. Go and man your business in Abuja, where you are the Minister of Federal Capital Territory. Is that not the way to go? But you invited an ex-governor and the sitting governor to come and write undertaking. I mean, look at it yourself. Is that how things are done? So somebody is behind what is going on.
Okay, now, Barrister, someone is behind what is going on. Now, let's segue again to River State, where there was an impeachment notice served on the governor, but seems to be a law now. The national chairman of the All Progressives Congress, APC, Professor Iruwata, has revealed that the party is quietly, resolving the impeachment threat against River State Governor Sim Fubara through internal dialogue and stakeholder engagement. Well, speaking on a TV station, he said the discussions with lawmakers have helped him, have helped calm tensions, noting that impeachment plot is no longer gaining traction. He described the APC's approach as a self-healing mechanism aimed at restoring stability in River State, resolving internal disputes, and positioning the party to strengthen its political prospects in the state ahead of 2027. But it does appear that the impeachment plot against the governor has died a natural death since the return of the president. What do you think? What do you know?
Look, what I think that APC should be very, very forthright. They should insist in doing what is that. All these kid glove approach. I don't like it. They should be very, very straightforward with Wike. Wike is not in APC. So if they should allow him to be riding roughshod over their governor, it will boomerang go. You see all these internal mechanism, this and that. They should be very forthright. Tell the lawmaker, look, you remember that you people have a skeleton in your cupboard. If you make noise, the National Assembly will take over your job in Rivers State. And that will be the end. And so if they don't weigh the big stick, something may give at the end of the day. That's what I'm trying to let you know. They are giving a week a lot of privilege that he does not deserve. The man is now talking about Rainbow Coalition. He has started his own campaign. I don't know where that is going. You are in PDP, you are campaigning for APC, and the APC is happy because the man is betraying his own party. Don't you think that the same man can betray you tomorrow? The same way he betrayed his own party. Don't you think so? Because when we can realize that, look, I am neither here nor there, he will go for Brooks. In fact, he will go for Brooks, except they run him in and tell him to, you either become our member or you go back to your PDP. Simple. After all, they have somebody in Rivers State now as APC governor. And so, with all the support and everything, they will still get Rivers State.
But something happened 2 weeks ago. In the absence of the president, the first person that said the leader of the party in the state is the governor was the APC national chairman. After that, we saw Basiru, the national secretary, say, well, leave Rivers State alone, leave the governor to work.
Exactly.
And after that, we saw Daniel Bwala said, but the moment the president came back, all of these people started recanting, changing their statements about, oh, we need to build inclusivity. Rivers State is not a one-man show. Let us build it around political engagement and all of that. Practically, speaking, sorry, we didn't get clearance from the president before we said what we said. So what does that tell you about how the president perceives the rift between the governor and the FCT minister?
Look, whatever covenant you have with anybody, that covenant will fizzle out in the face of a majority opinion.
Okay.
I am telling you, whatever covenant, because most times, what people are seeing is not what is going on behind closed doors. Most of these people, they get involved in all manner of secret things and all that. And when you continue to dwell on that, at the end of the day, the power of the people will override whatever you are doing. If they do an election that is free and fair today, will the weekend win election in Rivers State?
Why not? Some people are saying he will win.
With what he has done. Who will vote for him? With what he has done in Rivers State.
Did you follow him? Did you follow Wike when he told the local government?
Leave all those hired crowd.
Okay, you think they were hired?
They were hired crowd. How many reasonable Rivers followed him? I mean, who is who in Rivers State? How many people did you see in that crowd? How many did you see in that crowd? Just tell me, mention the person. To tell you that those were hired urchins who were shouting, Wike can so this.
But during the by-election primaries, his candidates won the election.
You know how his candidate. You know how elections are being conducted now.
Okay.
But when the real election is being conducted, when election is being conducted with this amendment of Electoral Act, and it is that one man, one vote, I want to see that miracle happen.
Okay.
You cannot use Expo. It's like somebody who used Expo to get 9 A's in WAEC. And when they come out, you say, this guy is a brilliant guy. He's a brilliant guy. Brilliant with Expo.
Okay.
Is that what you're celebrating?
Well, some people say that the exam malpractice is when you are caught. That if you are not caught in the exam malpractice, that is all well and good.
Look,
Barrister, I'm happy that you raised the issue of the electoral reforms, but we are out of time practically. Maybe something that we can talk about another time. But before we leave, I'd like for you to give us your concluding thoughts on the topics that we discussed this evening, briefly, like in 1 minute.
Yes, the topic we are raised this evening, if you check, they are germane to the polity. What we are saying here is that Nigerians should wisen up. We are going to mount pressure on the National Assembly to give us an authentic electoral reform that will make the vote of the people count. The electoral fraud has dealt with us. It has dealt with us. So if we want to get it, let our vote to count for once. Let the whole world celebrate our election. Like when America is conducting election today, we here will be counting it for them. We'll be counting we'll be seeing it dropping. You'll be counting it. In our own case, it's secret. We don't know what happened until at the end of the day, somebody will be announced. Okay, show us how the person won. Nobody will show us. We don't want it again. We don't want it.
All right then. This is where we have to end this program. I must say a very big thank you to you, Barrister Darlington Agomo, lawyer and political affairs analyst. Many thanks for your time. I appreciate your presence.
It's my pleasure.
Okay, now on behalf of the backroom staff, talking about the technical director, the ingest manager, the sound engineer, and the bus manager, I am Chukuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nena and Ndimdu. Stay with us and don't go away.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voiceover personality, but no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella, shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut tout le monde, Suspect 95, là on est sur VOP TV, on passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez, on est au Afrima, on est ensemble, VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President, outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. Like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arunze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOPT.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television. Africa is on the move. a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the African story is being written every day, bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news, we analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Unpaid. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello Nigeria, welcome to another exciting episode of the Issues on Voice of the People television, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nenna Ndumdioto. Today on the Issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance, from Atiku holding talks amid Obi Kwankwaso's alliance rumors, to 80 Kaduna worshippers returning home after 2 weeks. Also, Onitsha traders comply with Soludo's directive and reopened shops. And finally, death of rising staff from snake bite intensifies call for improved health care. Join us as we break down the fact and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. Former Labour Party candidate Peter Obi has reiterated his intention to run for the presidency in the 2027 general election. Peter Obi says he will be running for president in 2027, reaffirming his commitment to offering Nigerians what he describes as a people-centered alternative to the current political order. His announcement signals a continuation of his role as a major opposition force and a central figure in third force politics. Meanwhile, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has held talks with leaders of the Action Democratic Party as speculation rises around possible alliances, particularly amid rumors of discussions involving Obi and Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso. In a related development, the African Democratic Congress, ADC, has accused the ruling All Progressive Congress of coercing civil servants and government workers across several states to join its ongoing e-registration exercise, describing the alleged practice as economic coercion and forced membership. Reacting to the criticism, the National Publicity Secretary of the All Progressive Congress, Felix Morka, said these criticisms are driven by fear, jealousy, and intimidation over the APC's ongoing nationwide membership registration exercise. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two distinguished guests. Here in the studio, we have Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Anosike is a philosopher, development economist, and best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. He's also the author of the most talked about book titled abuse of power, how democracy turned into tyranny of the few. Thank you very much for joining us, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir. Joining us virtually, we have Barrister Ejiofor Umegbo, Public Affairs Analyst. I'm glad to have you join us. He will get to join us later on in the show. Dr. Anosike, let me start with you. You know, this Peter Obi has restated his commitment, his declaration to run for presidency. Do you see him, let me start with this, do you see him succumbing to anything short of that?
There's nothing like restated. Nobody runs for the vice president. Nobody runs for the vice president. Vice president is at the whims and caprices of the presidential candidate. So nobody runs for vice president. So you, if you declare today, you say I'm going to run for the president. So you cannot say I'm going to run for the post of the vice. So nobody runs for vice president. Which will be saying what he's supposed to say. Understand? You cannot be going into a competition. You say I want to come second. I want to come second. You say I want to win. But at the end of the day, that's the universe will decide who gets what. So what he's saying is what he is supposed to say. That he's going to run for the president. America, the former Minister of State, Wanjoba, has said the same thing. Rotimi Amechi has said the same thing. Atiku, that's what they should say. So it's nothing new. It's not a big deal. He cannot say, I'm going to run for the office of the vice president. No.
But okay, but do you actually see, okay, if you said the universe determines who actually wins the case, who actually wins the presidential ticket of the ADC.
Yes.
But let's look at this. Do you see Peter Obi succumbing to something different if he doesn't win the presidential ticket?
Circumstances determines one's action. Understand? Circumstances determines one's action. He said that he's going to run for the office of the president. If he fails to get it, then he might now think of other options. Understand? So whether he gets it or not depends on the preparation that he make. Understand? The same thing with Atiku, the same thing with other people who are interested in that.
You know, talking about preparation, what came to my mind is, how do you think he can actually increase his chances? That's Peter Obi now. How do you think he can increase his chances?
What other chances do other people have?
Okay.
What other chances do other people have? Let me know.
No, because I ask that question is, some persons, some persons would say that if you put Atiku and Obi side by side.
Those are speculations.
Yes, we know that are speculation, but those are some things that Nigerians are saying. That if you put Atiku and Obi side by side, Atiku might win. There are higher chances that Atiku would win Obi in the primary. That Atiku has more chances to win in the primary than Obi.
What are the chances that Atiku has more than Obi?
Atiku has the money.
And
Atiku has the people.
Peter Obi doesn't have.
Peter Obi, we won't know that.
Have you gone to Atiku's account and Peter Obi's account?
I'm not
people just say what they don't know.
Nobody's saying
this is just speculation.
Nobody's saying that Peter Obi does not have the money. But from his antecedents, it's been said that he's not as liberal when it comes to things like this compared to Atiku. And that is why people would say there's a possibility that Atiku would win him in the primary.
That is speculation.
Okay.
David Mark has said that that everybody is going for the primary. Understand? Whoever wins will now be the flag bearer of ADC. So P2B has thrown his heart into the ring, Atiku and others. Now, what determines who wins is the preparation. And understand me, one, there will be delegates for the primary. Understand? So what is left for those who are interested is to go and campaign among the delegates. So if they feel that it is money that's more important to them than moving Nigeria forward, good. If they think that interest of the nation is more important to them than money, good. So for me, if Atiku has money, P2B has integrity. Understand me? So if Atiku is put, I say
and if Atiku pushes,
there had never been any day that Atiku put his money on the counter and P2B put, and we know who is Richard.
Okay.
It had not happened. Nobody knows Atiku's bank account. The same thing with P2B.
Okay, I understand that our virtual guest is it's on. He's connected to the program. Glad to have you join us, Barrister.
Yes, glad to join you also.
Yeah, so
good evening to you.
Yeah, good evening. So let me bring you up to speed to what we've been discussing. So we're talking about the fact that Peter Obi has restated his declaration to run for presidency. But I want to ask you, with all of this, Peter Obi has always restated his commitment. It's not the first time. In your own opinion, do you think this is him telling us, he has even said it actually, that he's not running for the vice president? He's not. So do you think that with this constant restatement or reiteration, that even if he loses in the primary, do you think he would not decide to go for any other thing?
My take is that all of them are potential leaders of Nigeria. All of them who have thrown their hearts into the ring has what it takes to govern this country. It depends. What remains now is for them to galvanize support amongst the party faithfuls in order to get the party tickets. Whoever gets the party tickets will now come up to the pedestal for Nigerians to evaluate. For Nigerians to evaluate him, evaluate his antecedents, evaluate his capacities, and know if they will vote for him. Nobody is above or below any other person. P2B is capable of being the president of this country. So, very, very capable of being the president of this country. The same thing with the former Minister of Education, who has also thrown his heart into the ring. They are all qualified, but the internal dynamics of who gets the ticket of ADC is what all of them should concern themselves with now. It is after the primaries that those of us who are ordinary Nigerians will begin to evaluate them by what they are bringing.
Okay, with this reinstatement, do you actually think that Peter Obi would eventually go to another party if he loses the presidential primary, if he loses the presidential ticket of the ADC? Do you see him going back to Labour Party? Do you see him just to get their presidential ticket?
Well, some political analysts have described former governor of Anambra State, Mr. Peter Obi, as someone who is becoming increasingly inconsistent and as someone who has shown incapacity in grooming, in maintaining a political base. I listened to the former spokesman of PDP the other time on the national television, show me, who in his analysis said, and I verily believe him somehow, that President Buhari, the late President Buhari, have always maintained his 12 million votes. Whether he is in AMPP or CPC or ADC or APC, the same way Atiku Abubakar has shown some level of consistency in his number of votes, and then also maintaining his political base. But my dear brother and former governor Peter Obi has been known to be, politically solvent. Let me use that word, politically solvent. That means he changes direction and focus depending on the dispensation. It is not a good commentary on his person, but that is what it is turning out to be. For now, as of now, no one can particularly say what Peter Obi is bringing to the table. How many votes is he sure of? Is it 4 million? Is it 6 million? Is it 1 million? We are not sure. His political career depends on the spur of the moment, on the emotions of the people, depending on the variables, the political variables at play at a particular point in time. So because of that, you cannot particularly say that, or you cannot particularly gauge his political strength.
Okay.
He can spring surprises.
Okay.
Excuse me.
He may spring surprises or he may not.
Okay. Dr. Anosike, I'm going to come back to you, Barrister. Dr. Anosike, you seem to have an opposing opinion to this.
100%. 100%.
Do you think,
How many times has Peter Obi run for president of this country? How many times? Just once, 2023, and he was described as a tsunami.
You know, aside from the presidency,
show me more. Is it a person? What is his credibility? The man is believing the life of his enemies. Show me more is a Tinubu's apologist right from time. Understand me? Buhari's famed 12 million. Imagine what human beings are believing. 12 million in 2003, 2007, nobody dies, nobody is giving birth.
So are you saying that those 12 millions are not a purported number? Is a purported number? That's not actually the actual number?
Where is it? Understand me? So 2020, Peter Obi has run for president for just once in 2023, and he messed everybody up. Defeated Tinubu even in Bodendon and in Ikeja. Who else has done this? Understand? Even that all the five state governors, Soludo, what is his name? Soludo, Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi, Ikpeazu, Hope Uzodimma, Dave, one of them worked against him, and he scored more than 95 in all the states in the southeast. Who else has done this? So his credibility cannot be questioned by any sane human being. He remains the most popular, the most credible, and the most transparent Nigerian as of today. Nobody gets half to him. We know what's happening in the southeast. Understand me? Imagine using a shoe shiner who had not even stayed there. That's 100 meters to P2B. That's analyzing P2B.
But you said something. You said you know what's happening in the southeast. So what do you think? Can you expatiate on that? What is happening in the southeast? That's what you said. You said you know what is happening in the southeast.
It's obiphobia. Understand? The governors in the southeast are jealous of obese popularity. All of them. And even if one of them die, incarnate 5 times, nobody will love them as enough P2B.
When you say the governors in the south, is the past governors or the present governors? Because we have some new governors now.
Both the present and the past.
Including Alex Otti.
Both the present and the past.
But Alex Otti seems to be in alliance with Peter Obi.
I say both the present and the past. The governors in the southeast. And even if they incarnate 5 times, they cannot reach where P2B is. Understand me? So somebody saying that P2B is inconsistent, as if P2B has run for president for 10 times.
Okay, let me ask you this. Some persons have actually said that the fact that Peter Obi, you know, one of the things he says is he's coming out for the presidency for the good of Nigeria.
Nobody run for the vice president.
Do you think that Peter Obi is actually desperate to be a president of the country?
He is doing what he is supposed to do. Understand me? I want to redirect this country. But if the citizens say if the powers that be say no, it is Nigeria that lose, not P2B. It is Nigeria that lose, not P2B. Understand? Because even if a dedica of rice begin to sell 100,000 naira, P2B will never go hungry. So he's coming to better the image of this country. Before I walked into the studio, there was a report that I read. Tinubu says that electricity users should pay more taxes. Understand me? That's a news that just broke before we come into this studio. Understand? So what this government knows is imposing hardship, suffering on the people because they lack the common sense of how to grow an economy. So they feel that the only way they can raise money is imposing taxes.
Okay, let me go back to our virtual guest. Barrister, let's look at this alliance, or this rumored alliance, because it's not certain yet. The rumored alliance or the alleged alliance between Obi and Kwankwaso. Do you actually see this working, this alliance? Do you see it actually coming to the light of the day? Or seeing the light of the day, rather?
Well, I will be happy to see that alliance come. That is the kind of thing we need in this country to get our country back. It is alliance. From 1960 till date, our political system has been forged by credible alliance. 1963 to 66, it was the alliance of NCNC and Northern People's Congress. In 1979 to 83, it was the alliance of MPP and then
MPN.
MPN. the same way all through. So Nigerians are better off with such strategic alliances. And I want to see it now. I want to see it now. It will be a good tidings for all of us if it eventually comes to pass. But it can only come to pass when politicians, in their own right, learn the tactics of give and take. What the great Nnamdi Azikiwe, the Owelo of Onitsha, call the politics of compromise. You don't hold so emotionally to your own position. You don't hold so steadfast to your own interests, but you let go of something in order to gain something. That is what the former president, IBB, Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida, called a little bit to the right, a little bit to the left, and the system becomes balanced. For us to get the desired balance, we should not play politics of emotion, politics of the mob, politics of what Socrates called democracy as government of the mob. The mob will never take us to anywhere, because the mob it's always wrong. That was why the great philosophers of old talked about philosopher kings, that it is the philosopher kings that makes society better, that improve the society, not the mob. So let us not be deceived by social media propaganda of some beer parlor analyzers. If Obi and the Kwankwaso can come to a round table to discuss and have a headway, that is better for all of us. If Obi and Atiku can come to a round table and forge an alliance, with credible alliance, with everybody putting his cards on the table, putting his interest on the table, just like Nnamdi Azikiwe used to do in those days, when he was able, through alliances, get the highest number of ministers for Southeast, for his people, even when his people or the Southeast did not have the majority of the votes cast in the election. But during the time of Nnamdi Azikiwe, as an excellent negotiator that he was able to get a Senate president from the South, Speaker of the House from the South, majority of the ministers from the South. It's all about forging alliances. It's all about
let me come in here, Barrister. Let me come in here.
Politicians of these days, my worry is that politicians of these days listen to beer parlor analysts and beer parlor discussion more than following simple political arithmetics to get things done, whereby everybody holds on to his own interest. I must be president. That is one thing I hold against Peter Obi. You don't say you must be president. You go to the table. You go to the field.
Okay,
let me
come
at your
in here.
strength and your weaknesses. By your strength and your weaknesses, you can now better say what you can offer and what you can get from the political calculus. Not to say, even before the whistle is blown, you are saying, I must be president. Who does that?
Okay, can I come in here, Barrister? You know, I'll come back to you, Dr. Nosike, but let me ask him this. You know, while you were speaking, you said you would like to see an alliance between Atiku and Obi. So the alliance you're hoping to see, would it be that you're thinking or you want to see Obi being the vice president to Atiku, or the vice president and the running mate to Atiku? Is that what you want? Is that the kind of alliance you would want to see?
I am leaving the options open. I said an alliance of Atiku and Obi will be okay. That means we will get the 2019 ticket. Let me tell you, I don't mince words to say it. No matter what emotions or anybody can share, that 2019 ticket of Atiku and Obi is the best thing that can happen to this country. If Nigerians can get that 2019 ticket, we can go back to that 2019. Forget about the then. If we can get that 2019 ticket, I can bet you that Nigeria will be better for it. Okay. If the 2019 ticket does not come to pass, Obi and Kwankwaso tickets will not also be a bad idea.
Okay, thank you very
much. I will
much.
also support it.
Okay, thank you. Let me get the view of our our guest who is in the studio. I'll come back to you.
Yeah.
Dr. Nosike, I'm sure you want to say something about this.
Yeah. So I just want to correct one thing first. In 1970, that the MPN accord then, MPN got the Senate president. Understand me? Why NPP got the speaker in the person of Edwin Umezuoke. Understand? So NPP did not get the Senate president. The Senate president then was from Cross River State. Understand? So I just want to correct something. Then another thing, P2B is never saying that he must be president. He said that he is running for the office of the president. You don't say that you want to run for the office of the vice president. Understand me? Everybody is running. When you now go there and you do not win, you begin to think again. But there's one thing which he said, which I have even written in my book, that the Atiku Obi ticket is the best ticket that has happened to this country.
Wow, so you actually support that statement?
I have written it in my published book. Atiku Obi ticket is the best thing. Assuming that ticket has sailed through, Nigeria would have gone far by now. With Atiku as the president and P2B as the vice, and the vice, the president is in charge of security, the vice is in charge of the economy. That Atiku Obi ticket is the best ticket that we have had since 1960 till date. So it's unfortunate that that ticket did not materialize. And if you come again in 2027, I will support it wholeheartedly because it is the best ticket since Nigeria became independent.
So what actually made that ticket not to see the light of the day, that alliance between Atiku and Abubakar? Atiku and Obi?
The rigging machinery of the APC. Understand me? The rigging machinery of the APC. That time Buhari was alive. Buhari was the most influential person in the north. Understand? So and they selected this young man. What is his name? Mahmoud or Yakub. Understand me? And so that is it. But if that ticket has failed through, Nigeria will have become the largest economy in Africa by now.
Okay, so with what you're saying, so are you saying, one of the things that what I asked him was about the alliance between Rabiu Kwankwaso and Obi. So are you saying if you're to choose that an alliance between Atiku and Obi, would it be better than an alliance with Obi and Kwankwaso?
I prefer Atiku Obi ticket.
Okay, now not Kwankwaso.
Not Kwankwaso.
Why would you think that Kwankwaso and Obi would not work, or Obi and Kwankwaso?
Not working together.
Way?
I'm talking of what they have to offer this country.
No, why do you think that would not fly? That alliance?
I'm not talking of flying. I'm looking at the bigger picture.
Okay.
Understand me? What they have to. You don't just run for the office. It's what you are going to do in that office. So these are two experienced people, Atiku and P2B. Understand? This guy, Kwankwaso, has been a former governor of Kano State 2 terms and defense minister. So I've not really seen what he has done in terms of development. But we know what Atiku did when he was the vice president for 8 years. Understand? The BPE helped to transform the economy of this country. Understand me? And the Atiku is a businessman. The problem that we have been having in this country since 1960 is that we have not had a thorough businessman rule this country. And when you combine two thorough businessmen, Atiku and Obi, Nigeria will change.
Oh. Okay, but let's look at it this way. When you look at alliance talks, would you say they are driven by ideology or pure electoral arithmetic?
One, there's no ideology anywhere, even in America. Understand? Because MAGA is not the ideology of the Republican Party. It's just Donald Trump's own vision of disruptive innovation. So, in politics, the vice president complements the vice presidential candidate complements the presidential candidate. Understand me? That's why you choose a vice presidential candidate. The area you feel that you are weak, your vice will complement you. Maybe you are a Muslim. Now you choose a Christian, so he will help you in gathering Christian votes. Understand? Maybe you are from the north, you choose somebody from the south. Understand? He will help you in gathering southern votes. So what the vice presidential candidate does is to complement the presidential candidate in the area of his or her weakness, which will be including women too. Understand? Because women can also run as president of this country and even win.
Okay. Okay, well, yeah, definitely. Okay, let's go on. Let's move to, this development that came up. The ADC has accused APC of forcing civil servants into e-registration. And they are saying that, they are coercing civil servants and government workers across several states to join their ongoing e-registration. And the APC has come out in reaction to this, and it's saying they are being intimidated. That's why they're saying this. Before we move away from this topic, can you quickly talk about this?
Well, I don't have any evidence to
back that up.
But there's a difference between registration and voting. If you force me to register, you cannot force me to vote.
Okay, so you're saying that the fact that if at all there's anything like that happening, that they are being registered as members of APC does not mean that
enlarging their register. It will not enlarge their vote.
Okay, let's move on. 80 worshippers who escaped abduction during a bandit attack at Kominwali community in Kajuru local government area of Kaduna State have returned to their homes. The village head, Ishaku Danazumi, who disclosed this, said the 80 returnees fled when armed men stormed the community during a church service on January 18, 2026, abducting several people and forcing others to escape for safety. Danzumi further disclosed that although 80 worshippers escaped from being abducted by the bandits, 86 other worshippers are still in the custody of the kidnappers. Let me come to you first, Barrister. I'm sure you've been following this particular story. At first we assumed that it was 167 abductees, like 167 church member worshippers, they were abducted. Now we're seeing from this report that 80 of them actually ran, according to what we're seeing. They ran away as a result of the attack. They ran into the bush. And then 2 weeks after, they are coming out from hiding. You know, what do you make of this turn of event? At first, we thought it was 167. Now we're hearing that 80 just went into hiding, and only 86 are actually in the hands of the kidnappers.
Nigeria is a theater of the absurd. Each morning we wake up with one funny story or the other. This is just one of them. It is now difficult for one to even believe anything again, especially when it has to do with security. You know, all of us are in this country. When the abduction of Chibok girls were so much dramatized and publicized and politicized, at the end of the day, we heard that all those things were hatchet plans and gimmicks to dislodge the government of the day. Now, once it comes to security issues like this, and numbers are being brandished, I usually, swallow it with a pinch of salt. I usually don't totally believe. Neither am I in the position to also disbelieve what our security agencies are telling us. Now, the question is, the 80 worshippers who now eventually found their way back to the village, where were they all this while? Were they hiding underground, or were they hiding atop the trees? Where were they that our security operatives could not, find them and bring them back to succor? And they were allowed to wallow in the bushes or forests or in the wilderness for all this while. So does it mean that our security agencies have now agreed that there are some ungoverned areas in this country where people will stay or can hide for this number of weeks without anybody finding them?
Okay.
So some of these things are hazy. Some of these things are questionable. Some of these things are very skeptical to believe.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's get to hear Dr. Anosike's opinion on this before we move to the next story.
I share the same opinion with him. So there was a kind of an invasion of your church, of your community. 30 people ran away. Understand? They stayed for 2 weeks. What were they eating? At least if something happened and you ran away, within the next 24 hours, you must find your way back. Because you know that your family, understand, will not be at peace. Understand? Your children, your community will not be at peace. So where have they been for 2 weeks, now coming back? Is it still in Kaduna, or they went to Cameroon? Understand? So for me, and again, how did all of them come back at the same time? Which means all of them ran to a particular spot. What have they been eating? What have they been eating since then up to now that they decided to show up? So for me,
where can 80 persons stay? 80 persons. How can 80 persons conglomerate together and stay for 2 weeks without our security agencies finding out the place. So it means that some people can actually stay. Some maybe call it a secret organization or secret society or some hoodlums can actually stay in such a place for 2 weeks and plan whatever they want, their nefarious activities, and then come back to the village and execute it. Just like these people now came back to the village after 2 weeks. So some people can stay somewhere for 2 weeks without anybody knowing, and then come back to a village, assuming these people now that came back now are the evil ones, are the bad ones. So they can, after 2 weeks, come back to the village and still launch mayhem on that village without anybody finding them out. It doesn't mean that anybody can stay somewhere, and our security agencies lack the satellites, lack the telecommunication gadgets to spotlight them wherever they are.
Okay.
For 2 weeks, 80 people. I quite don't believe this.
Okay, let's move away from that and let's move to something.
And it means they must have been wearing the same dress that they wore that day for 2 weeks, because there will be no time to go and get a spare anything. Understand me? They must have been wearing that same dress that they wore on that day for 2 weeks. How possible?
Okay. Let's move on. Let's move to something that concerns you. I'm sure you're in Anambra State, so I will need you to speak to that. And of course, also Dr. Anosike. Onitsha main market traders have begun reopening their shops in compliance with the order issued by the Anambra State Governor Chukwuma Soludo. Let me come to you first, Barrister. Does this mean that that there's confidence now in the Southeast, that there's restored confidence in the Southeast, Charlie, with this compliance of the order to open, or the directive from the state government to open their shops?
Well, I wouldn't call it confidence. I wouldn't. The fact is that our people were coerced into a weekly sit at home by non-state actors. Now, it will naturally follow that it should also equally, because action and reaction should be equal and opposite. So it should also take the coercion of state actors to get the sit at home obliterated or nullified.
Okay. So are you
now,
saying, okay,
the state actors have now woken up from their slumber to actually exercise the might of the state. That is commendable. That is a good omen. Having slept on their rights for a long time and allow non-state actors to command us and play us like football to whatever direction they want. Monday sit at home, monthly sit at home, February 15 sit at home, and all whatnot. Because the state actors refuse to act. Now that the state actors have now woken up from their slumber and have begun to act, our people will equally not have any other alternative than to comply, just like they have complied today.
Okay, because of time.
Soludo is doing the right thing, but it took him so long to come to this point, because maybe for political reasons, for political exigencies. He couldn't do this before the election, before in his first tenure.
Okay.
He has stabilized and consolidated, he can do that. But no matter when he chooses to do it, I am saying that he has done well.
Okay.
And I commend Professor Ludo for taking this bold step. It's only a bold step like this can get this anomaly corrected.
Okay.
Because this anomaly
because of
was
time, I'll
also
have to cut
foisted
you
on
here.
us.
I'm so sorry, I'll have to cut you here because I also want Dr. Anosike to just in one sentence share his view about this. Because of time, I would have to let you go. Dr. Anosike, we're out of time. So in just one sentence,
the issue
what do you make of this?
If the government of the day are exercising their power, this sit at home wouldn't have lasted more than a month. For example, Enugu has four military divisions. They have 82 div. They have barracks. They have Okonano barracks. So their security, which they have refused to use. So for me, it's a wake-up call. Let this thing go around the whole Southeast. Because this sit at home is destroying the economy of the Southeast. So it should come to an end.
Okay, thank you very, very much for joining us. Thank you, Dr. Anosike, for joining us. And thank you, Barrister Ejiofor, for being with us as well. That's all we have for today's episode of The Issues. We explore the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and governance. Thank you for being a part of it. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insights. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nnenna Ndomdioto. This has been The Issues on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bama Kore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, everyone. It's about that shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Unpaid. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech, who puts the
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
It was all glitz and glamour at the 9th edition of the All African Music Awards, which kicked off in Lagos, Nigeria, from January 7th to January 11th, 2026, drawing Africa's music elite and global entertainment figures to celebrate the continent's creative talents. Afrima is a prestigious annual awards event that celebrates outstanding musical talents from across Africa. Originally scheduled for the late November 2025, the week-long event was rescheduled to January to ensure broad participation and a world-class experience, with support from the African Union Commission, the federal government of Nigeria, and the Lagos state government as hosts. The award ceremony was co-hosted by Nigerian rapper and actor Fawz the Bad Guy and French-Senegalese media personality Liliane Morne, bringing energy and flair to the red carpet and live broadcasts to audiences across Africa and beyond.
I expect Charlie Poppy to win. I expect Rema. I expect Davido. I expect even Wizkid to win for best choreographed video.
Yeah.
But Davido to win best African collaboration. Burna Boy best album or best artist.
It's what I'm giving out that matters to me. Because I want to show it to them that this is Africa.
Yes.
You know, I have a home advantage. People like 99% of your crowd knows your songs.
Yeah.
You give it to them fully.
Yeah.
That's it.
Great moment, great experience from all performers and nominees. You know, another moment to escalate or elevate African music to the world, and we're here for it. You know, shout out to all the media teams, all the bloggers who are carrying our messages outside of the continent into the world. So you don't know, Afrima 9th edition, I'm out here for it. I'm